Section 36 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Emmanuel George. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 2. The Rise of the Saracens and the Foundation of the Western Empire. Section 36. Gregory the Great, Part 1, by W. H. Hutton. If the 6th century after Christ was one of the great ages of the world's history, it would not be difficult to claim for Pope Gregory I that he was the greatest man in it. The claim would be contested on behalf of the Emperor Justinian and the monk Benedict of Nursia, if not by many another who influenced the course of affairs. But, if the work of medieval leaders of men is to be judged by its results on later ages, Gregory would seem to occupy a position of commanding greatness which is unassailable. The facts of his life for the 50 years before he became pope are soon told, yet hardly one of them is without significance. He was born in Rome, of a family noble by race and pious by hereditary attachment to the things of God, probably in the year 540. Justinian was Caesar, dwelling at Constantinople, but exercising no slight control over church and state in Italy. Vigilius was pope, and an example of pitiable irresolution in things both sacred and profane. Few could have foreseen in 540 that before the life, not a long one, of the child born to the ancient family of Roman senators and nobles would have been closed in a new century. The temporal power of the papacy would have been securely founded, and the power of the empire and the authority of the emperor in Italy threatened with a speedy end. In the onrush of barbarian conquest, it was not the military success of Justinian's generals which was to be continued under the heirs of his empire, and to secure the position which they had won. They had, in the words of the Liber Pontificalis, made all Italy rejoice, but it was the patient diplomacy of a great pope which would preserve the central independence of Christian Rome, between the decaying power of the Byzantines and the extending dukedoms of the Lombard invaders. It would not be preserved for long, it is true, but so firmly was it founded on the immemorial traditions of the city and the holy sanctions of the ecclesiastical rule, that it was destined to survive and emerge into supremacy when the discordant powers which had threatened it had passed away, and that this was so due conspicuously to the descendant of Pope Felix IV, who first saw the light before the 6th century had run half its course. Gregory was the son of the Regionarius Gordianus, a rich nobleman with a fine house on the Caelan Hill, who held an office of organization connected with the Roman Church. His mother was afterwards ranked among the saints, and so were two of his father's sisters. He was brought up in the life of a Christian palace, among the riches of both worlds, as a saint, says his biographer John the Deacon, among the saints. In his education, none of the learning of the time was neglected, and it is with the consciousness of a wider knowledge than the stricter folk of the day would allow that his biographer calls him arte philosophus, a student of divine philosophy, not of the degraded type of Greek word-splitting which had lingered on at Athens till Justinian closed the schools 10 years or so before Gregory was born. He was taught grammar, rhetoric, dialectic, after the fashion of the day. He did not learn Greek then, or even later, though he lived 6 years in Constantinople. For literary elegance he never cared, and he almost boasted of the barbarisms of his style. In later life he is found reproaching a Frankish bishop for expounding grammar, perhaps even for studying it. But there was more in the reproof than the mere regret for time wasted that might be more profitably employed, not only by a bishop, but, as he says, by a religious layman. It was the sense of alarm with which the Christian scholars still regarded a mythology whose morals were by no means dispossessed from their influence on men. Of art, on the other hand, he was not ignorant. Towards painting as well as music, he was sympathetic throughout his life. What special training he received was, there seems no doubt, in law. When boyhood was over, he emerges into life as a parafect of the city of Rome, 573, holding what was at least theoretically the highest office among the citizens, one of great labor and dignified ostentation, and even in the decay of the city's independence of serious responsibility. That his tenure of office was distinguished by any special achievement, we do not know, but his leaving it was dramatic and significant. His father was dead, his mother had gone into a nunnery, He was one of the richest men, as he was the highest official in Rome, but the religious training of his early years had never ceased to dominate his life. Now, at the very time when political leaders were most needed, and when he was in a position to win the foremost place among them, he laid aside ambition, put off his silk and his jewels, gave his father's property for the founding of 6 monasteries in Sicily, and in charity for the Roman poor, and turned the great palace on the Caelan hill into a house of monks, entering it himself as a brother among the rest. For 3 years he lived in seclusion, the religious life, according to the rule, there can be little doubt, of Saint Benedict, which he often afterwards so warmly eulogized. The chief of the Roman citizens had become a humble monk among their monks. It was a contrast typical of the life set betwixt civilization and Christianity, barbarism and ascetic devotion of the early Middle Age. In the monastery of St. Andrew, the second part of Gregory's training was accomplished. For 3 years he was learning all that monasticism could teach him, and first it taught him a keen interest in the evangelization of the heathen. It was probably at this date, though the evidence is uncertain, when he was one of the most famous personages in Rome, the chief civil ruler of the city, who had given up all for the religious life, that his attention was first directed towards the distant isle of Britain. There is no reason to doubt the familiar story told so picturesquely by Bede, a narrativo fidelium, as the earlier monk of Whitby calls it, that he was walking in the forum when he saw some Anglian lads, probably exposed for sale. He had heard of their coming, and desired to see the denizens of a country, concerning which Procopius had told a strange tale, that thither Gaulish boatmen ferried the souls of the dead by night. Beautiful boys these were, with light complexion and light hair. Alas, he said, when he was told they were heathens, that lads so bright should be the slaves of darkness. He asked what was the name of their race. Angli, they told him, and he answered that they had angel faces and should be coheirs of the Angelian heaven. They came from Dera, so they should be saved de ira de. Their king was Aele. Alleluia should be sung in his land. From that moment Gregory planned to evangelize the English. He obtained the leave of the Pope Benedict I, but the punning habit which seemed to have given him the first thought of his mission now intervened to check him in its course. He sat reading during the rest time on the 3rd day of his journey, and a locust settled on his book, and locusta seemed to mean locosta. He should not proceed. So it proved, for messengers from the Pope hurried to command his return, for the people of Rome would not suffer the departure of one whose services to them had been so recent, and whose conspicuous self-abnegation seemed to shed a glory on the city of St. Peter. The call of the Angles was set aside, but it was not forgotten. Gregory was given to learning, to asceticism, and to active assistance to the papal court. The learning of his school days was now continued on more exclusively ecclesiastical lines. In earlier years, he had loved to read Augustine and Jerome. He became a deep student of the Bible. Later years, when he can have had little time for close study, shewed that he had become acquainted with the text of the Scriptures in detail more exact than was at all common in his day. What he read, he pondered on, and he became a master of that divine art of meditation which was to be so exhaustively developed in the medieval church. And to meditation he added vigil and fast, till his health was injured for the rest of his life. But the time as he looked back to it again and again from the troubled world seemed like a happy shore as seen by the stern-tossed mariner on the waves of a mighty sea. On the sea of public life, indeed, he was soon about to embark again. First he was made one of the 7 deacons, who shared with the Pope the governance of Rome, in charge of the 7 regions of the city. For such a post few could have been so well fitted as he who played so conspicuous a part in municipal life. This may have been in 578. In that year Benedict I died, while the city was in throes of plague and flood, and the Lombards were on the point of attack. Pelagius II, the new pope, determined to send to Constantinople as his resident at the emperor's court one who knew so completely the needs and the dangers of old Rome. In the spring of 579, Gregory left Italy as the apocrisiarius of the Pope. The 6 years or more, during which he resided in the imperial city, supplied perhaps the last and most important of the formative influences of his life. Tiberius II was emperor, 578 to 582. Eutychius was patriarch, 577 to 582. The papal envoy was theologian as well as statesman, and he controverted a theory of the latter that the resurrection body would be impalpable, convincing at least the former, so that he put the erroneous treatise in the fire. But while he did not neglect theology, for he also wrote while he was at Constantinople his famous Moralia, a commentary on the Book of Job, a very corpus of divinity in itself, containing also many wise source and modern instances, he was more continuously and actively employed in studying the magnificent system of imperial government. In a city notorious for the luxury of the nobles and the political independence of the people, where public interest was divided between the controversies of theologians and the games of the hippodrome, he saw how the turbulent life of a fickle and arrogant population was guided, not always wisely, by ecclesiastics, and restrained with extraordinary and imperceptible tact by an army of officials who, when dynasties changed and the throne tottered, preserved the fabric of the imperial constitution through all hazards, and gave for centuries the most marvelous example of constitutional organization amid the confused revolutions of medieval Europe. As a theologian, Gregory made it his business to see and talk with heretics that he might win them to truth, contrary to the example of those among whom he lived, some of whom were fired by mistaken zeal, and imagine they are fighting heretics, while indeed they are making heresies. As for his own theological controversies, if he entered upon them charitably, he certainly took them seriously. John the Deacon tells that at the end of his dispute with the Patriarch Eutychius, he took to his bed from exhaustion. In 582, Eutychius was succeeded by a famous ascetic, John the Faster, a Cappadocian. With him Gregory had no dispute till later days, but the first letter between them that is preserved, written in 590, reads as though their cordiality had never been great. In the imperial court, the papal envoy made many friends, and when Tiberius had chosen Maurice for his successor, Gregory had still closer relations with those of Caesar's household. Theoctista, the new emperor's sister, and Narses, one of his generals, are found later among those to whom he wrote. He was intimate too with other foreign ecclesiastics, visitors like himself at the center of imperial power, notably with Leander of Seville, afterwards the victorious champion of Catholicism against the Arian Visigoths. Leander and Gregory became close friends. It was Leander who induced Gregory to write his Moralia, and he received its dedication. In later years, no congratulations on Leander's success were so warm as those of his old companion. Though the Spanish prelate was absent in body, yet, said Gregory, he was felt to be ever present in the spirit, his image impressed upon the heart of his friend. Anastasius, once patriarch of Antioch, also lived in Constantinople, with memories of the theological storm which clouded in the last days of Justinian, and he was said to have refuted the aphthartodescetic opinions which that emperor probably never held, and the edict in favor of them which he certainly never issued. With him, also, Gregory was on cordial terms. But from the imperial court itself, the papal Apocryphiarius could find no support for the cause which he had come to advocate. The Lombards had northern Italy at their feet. Pelagius wrote piteously, begging for succor. But Maurice looked eastwards rather than towards the west, and as Caesar would not, or could not help the Pope. When Gregory returned to Rome in 585, he had accomplished nothing, but he had acquired a knowledge of foreign politics, of the routine of imperial administration, and of the great personages of his time, which was invaluable to him. For 5 years, Gregory remained at Rome as head of his own monastery, and he made it a school of saints and a home of biblical study. He himself wrote commentaries on several of the scriptures, and completed his lectures on the Book of Job, which, like the Magna Moralia, became almost a popular classic in the Middle Age, and proved a storehouse from which very much of later theology was extracted. To him also was entrusted by Pope Pelagius the conclusion of the unhappy controversy of Justinian's day on the 3 chapters, and he set before the bishops of Istria the orthodox creed as Rome and Constantinople had accepted it in a treatise of lucid and masterful reasoning. In 590, Pelagius died, and the Roman people insisted that he who had once been their highest official and was now the most eminent of their monks, should become their bishop. If he was reluctant to accept it, he, yet in the interval before the imperial assent could be obtained, shewed himself to be the religious leader that the city needed in its distress. Rome was swept by the plague. Gregory had himself done his utmost to abate it by sanitary measures. Pelagius himself had been its victim. Now the abbot of St. Andrew's organized a demonstration of public penitence, and preached a famous sermon which another Gregory, himself a hearer, and afterwards the great bishop of Tours, statesman and historian, recorded from his lips. As the penitential procession, moving in 7 bodies and singing litanies, passed through the streets, death was still busy. In 1 hour, as the solemn march went on, 80 men fell dead. But at last, said a legend of later days, the archangel Michael was seen to stand on the cupola of the mausoleum of Hadrian, and to sheathe his flaming sword. So the plague was stayed, and the castle of Sant' Angelo, with all its long history of romance and crime, bears witness to the memory. 6 months after the death of Pelagius, in August 590, came the sanction of Maurice, the emperor, to the choice that had been made of his successor. Gregory, still a deacon, prepared for flight, but he was discovered, taken to St. Peter's, and consecrated a successor of the apostle as Bishop of Rome. It was on 3rd September 590. It was a ship rotten in every plank and leaking at every seam that he came to captain, so he wrote to his brother of Constantinople. With a real regret did he abandon the Rachel of contemplation for the Leah of active life. Yet, if any ecclesiastic was ever fitted for rule, for statesmanship, for practical labor among men, it was Gregory the Great. If Gregory's most obvious achievements, in the sight of his own time, lay in the region of politics, it must be remembered always that he himself viewed his whole work from the standing point of a Christian bishop. He sets this before every reader in his Regulae Pastorales Liber, a book which, probably addressed to John of Ravenna, his brother and fellow bishop, was welcomed by all who knew him, both clerk and lay, by the Emperor Maurice, who had a Greek translation made of it, as well as by Leander of Seville, and later on, to read it became part of the necessary erudition of a bishop. Throughout the book there is a sense of tremendous responsibility. The conduct of a prelate, says Gregory, ought to surpass the conduct of the people, as a shepherd's life does that of his flock. In his elevation, he should deal with high things and high persons, yet should he not seek to please men, being mindful of the duty of reproof, and yet reproving with gentleness. The mind anxious about the management of exterior business is deprived of the sense of wholesome fear, and the soul is flattered with a false promise of good works. There is danger in refusal, as well as in acceptance of high places, but most danger lest, while earthly pursuits engross the senses of the pastor, the dust that is driven by the wind of temptation blind the eyes of the whole church. The entire treatise shews an intimacy of practical knowledge in regard to men of all classes and of all characters, which is evidence how well fitted was the writer for dealing with all sorts and conditions of men. And how he dealt with them may be found out from the 14 books of his epistles, that wonderful storehouse of Roman religion and diplomacy laid up by the first of the great popes. The register of his letters is known to have been in existence not long after his death. It was known in latter years to Bede and Boniface, and formed the basis of the latest collection and arrangement. In this many details of policy may be followed, and the main aims and methods of the great pope may be studied. Each alike, the treatise and the letters, shews the same ideal of the pastoral office, that is a work of governance of men to be exercised by those who have intimate knowledge of men's hearts and are skilled in the treatment of their souls. Politics are but a branch of the dealing with men on behalf of God, which belongs of obligation to a bishop of Christ's church. And this thought, almost as much as any necessary assertion of orthodox faith and profession of brotherly kindness, is to be seen in the synodical letter in which he announced to the patriarchs of Constantinople, Antioch, Alexandria, and Jerusalem his accession to the Roman bishopric, and his belief in the doctrine of the 4 general councils, as also in that of the more recent 5th. The practical expression of this ideal in the life of the new pope could be read by all men who came in contact with him. He lived ascetically, as he had lived in his own monastery, and while nuncio at Constantinople, he surrounded himself with grave and reverend men, dismissing the curled and exquisite fops who had thronged the courts of earlier popes, a gang of self-indulgent scholars and servants obnoxious to the stern man who had not so learned Christ. Of himself, the words of his early biographer, Paul the Deacon, present a vivid picture. He was never at rest. Always was he busy in taking care for the interest of his people, or in writing some treatise worthy of the church, or in searching out the hidden things of heaven by the grace of contemplation. His daily audiences, his constant sermons, filled up the burden of his continual correspondence, and all through the 14 years of his pontificate he struggled against the illness which had perhaps their beginning in his ascetic rigors. If his letters breathe a spirit of sternness, and make high demands upon men of commonplace intellect and low ideals, there was no one with whom he was more stern, no one before whom he set higher ideals than himself. Gregory's policy towards the whole Christian world radiated from the center. There at Rome, men could see his life of strict rule. They could see him reconsecrating Arian churches to Catholic use, could hear him preaching, could watch his elaborate measures for the relief of the poor. Other pontiffs, says his biographer, gave themselves to building churches and adorning themselves with gold and silver. But Gregory, while he did not altogether neglect this duty, was entirely taken up with gaining souls, and all the money he could obtain he was anxious to give away and bestow upon the poor. He was a practical ruler first of all, and that as a Christian bishop. Afterwards he was a theologian and a statesman. This accounts for the fact that he views all political questions sub specie aeternitatis, and shews no interest in any work of pure learning or scholarship, even in Rome itself. And indeed, the practical needs of the time were enough to absorb the whole thoughts of any man who was set to rule. If in the East the emperors were fully occupied with wars against Persians and Avars, and were able to give little heed and no help to the stress of the city from which their sovereignty took its name, the papacy, already partly the representative and partly the rival of the imperial power, was beset on every side by the barbarian invasion and settlement. Rome itself had become, for all practical purposes, an isolated and distant part of the Roman Empire. Imperial power in Italy had dwindled till it was only a name, but at the ancient center of the ancient empire sat, in the 14 years from 590, a man of commanding genius, of ceaseless vigilance, and of incessant activity, whose letters covered almost every political, religious, and social interest of his time. His influence as a great spiritual teacher and a great ruler of men radiated over the whole Christian world. The internal cares belonging to the patrimony of St. Peter were not light. The estates from which the income was derived were scattered all over Italy, most largely in Sicily and round Rome, but also in east and south, beyond the peninsula, in Illyricum and Gaul, in Africa, and in the isles of Corsica and Sardinia. They were administered by a multitude of officials, often with the help of the imperial administrators. Gregory liked to choose his agents from among the clergy, and employed priests and even bishops in the secular service. All were directly under the order of the Bishop of Rome himself, and Gregory's letters of appointment contained special provision for the care of the poor, for the keeping of strict accounts to be sent to Rome, for the maintenance, generally, of ecclesiastical interests. Thus, the rectores and defensores were often charged with a sort of supervision, which, while it at several points encroached upon the proper province of the bishop, served to keep the distant and scattered estates in close touch with the central authority of the Roman see. Thus, what was at first a mere matter of the ownership of property, through its duties and responsibilities being enjoyed by the greatest bishop of the church, tended to become a lordship no less spiritual than material. Even bishops themselves were under the eye of the Pope's representative, and that naturally came to mean that sooner or later they would fall under the jurisdiction of the Pope. For this, Gregory's indefatigable care was largely responsible. We find him within the first 18 months of his pontificate writing almost once a month to the rector Sicile, the subdeacon whom he long employed in positions of trust in different parts of Italy. The letters shew minute care for justice, for the suppression of unjust exactions, for the redress of grievances, as well as for the maintenance of proprietary rights. Besides the great landlord, there speaks the great bishop and shepherd of the souls of men. No matter was too small for the Pope's attention, whether it was a safeguard for the interests of a convert from Judaism, a direction as to the disposal of cows and calves, of houses and granaries, or a criticism of the provision for personal needs. "You have sent us," he once wrote, "a miserable horse and 5 good donkeys. The horse I cannot ride, because it is miserable, nor the donkeys, good though they be, because they are donkeys." Different views have been taken of this interesting correspondence between Gregory and his factor, but at least it reveals the very close attention which the Pope paid to detail in the oversight of the vast possessions of his see. Quote, "As we ought not to allow property belonging to the Church to be lost, so we deem it a breach of law to try to take what belongs to others," end quote, are words which might serve as a motto for his relation towards temporal things. With minute care, he stopped the abuses which had stained the administration under his predecessors. But above all, the Pope endeavored to shew in practical almsgiving the fervent charity of his heart. John the Deacon tells that there was still preserved, nearly 300 years later, among the muniments of the Lateran, a large book in which the names of the recipients of his benefactions in Rome, or the suburbs, in the Campagna and on the coast, were set down. In nothing was he more insistent than in the duty of ransoming captives, those taken in the wars, and sold as slaves in markets, even so far away as Libya. Many letters deal with the subject, convey his exhortations to bishops, to join in the work and return thanks for the gifts he had received to help it. Thus did the largest landowner in Italy endeavor to discharge the duties of his trust. From his administration of the papal patrimony, we pass naturally to his policy as a ruler, his dealings with the affairs of the world as a statesman and as a pope. End of section 36.
Section 37 of the Cambridge Medieval History Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge Medieval History Volume 2. The Rise of the Saracens and the Foundation of the Western Empire. Gregory the Great, Part 2, by W.H. Hutton. As a statesman, his first and closest concern was with the Lombards. Already he had been concerned in endeavouring to protect Rome and the parts of Italy still unconquered. That had been the special object of his long embassy at Constantinople. The emperors had given no aid, but the Franks had caused a diversion by thrice attacking the Lombards in flank. But the snake was not killed, hardly scotched. And before Gregory had been long on the throne, peace between Franks and Lombards had been made by the new king Agilulf, who had married Theodelinda, the late king's widow, and he turned the thoughts of the Lombards towards the extension of their conquests from imperial Rome. Still the ancient empire, dimmed in its glory and with ill-welded traditions from Christian and pagan past, held out in the great cities of Genoa and Naples, of Ravenna and Rome, the two last the centres of government under exarch and pope. At first the danger seemed to come not from the king but from one of the dukes. At Spoleto on the Flaminian Way was settled a Lombard colony of invaders under Ariulf, the outposts of whose territory were almost within sight of Rome, and Gregory, when he wrote to his friends at Constantinople, declared that he found himself bishop not of the Romans but of the Lombards, men whose promises are swords and whose grace a pain. Against the unspeakable Ariulf he was ever on the watch. In 591 and 592 he was taking constant precaution, telling the Magister Militum at Perugia to fall, if need be, on his rear, and bidding the clergy and people of the lesser cities in the neighbourhood to be on their guard and to obey the Pope's representative in all things. Step by step the Lombard duke approached, as yet without active hostility. In July 592 at length he spoke of Ariulf as being close to the city, slaying and mutilating, and Aricus, the Lombard Duke of Benevento, was at the same time threatening Naples. The Pope himself sent a military commander to the southern city. He bitterly resented the weakness of Romanus the Exarch, which prevented him from dealing in martial fashion with the Duke of Spoleto. Left helpless, he prepared to make a peace with Ariulf, and in July 592 it seems that a separate agreement was concluded which saved Rome from sack. Paul the Deacon tells that an interview between the Lombard Duke and the Roman bishop made the tyrant ever after a devoted servant of the Roman Church. His heart was touched by divine grace, and he perceived that there was so much power in the Pope's words that with humblest courtesy he made satisfaction to the most religious apostolic bishop. Gregory's statesmanship and charm won a diplomatic victory which preserved Rome from the Lombards. But indirectly it would seem as if this success laid the city open to another attack. Romanus the Exarch was encouraged by it to secure the communications between Ravenna and Rome by a campaign which recovered many cities, including Perugia, from the Lombards. This new activity on the part of the empire, which he may well have deemed moribund, aroused Agilulf, the Lombard king, to action. He marched southwards, recaptured Perugia, and put to death Mauricio, a duke of the Lombards, who had surrendered the city to the Exarch and now held it for the empire. Thence he marched to Rome. Gregory was illustrating Ezekiel in sombre homily by the tragic events of his day, the decay of ancient institutions, the devastation of country, the destruction of cities. Daily came news which deepened the gloom of his picture, till at length he closed the book and set himself to defend the city. The defence as before was that of spiritual, not material arms. Agilulf met Gregory on the steps of St. Peter's, and the weighty wisdom of the prelate gave power to his prayers for the city. They prevailed, the siege was abandoned, and Agilulf went back to Milan, where the letters of Gregory were as familiar to the clergy and as powerful as was his rule in Rome. Thither came epistles to Theodolinda, the Arian Agilulf's Catholic wife, instructing her in the right belief as to the still unfinished strife about the 3 chapters, and to Constantius the bishop, begging him to negotiate a peace between the Lombards and the empire. Peace was impossible so long as the Caesar at Constantinople claimed the lordship of all Italy, and the Lombard barbarian asserted all real power over the peninsula. Nor was Gregory at the time the person to bring the foes together, for in August 593 he had written to the Emperor Maurice in terms of criticism strangely bold and direct. When Maurice was not yet lord of all, he had been Gregory's own lord, and still the Pope would call himself the unworthy servant of the pious emperor. But a new edict which forbade a civil servant of the empire or a soldier to become priest or monk seemed to him a monstrous infringement of individual and religious liberty. By it, he said, the way to heaven would be closed to many, for while there were those who could lead a religious life in a secular dress, yet more there were who, unless they forsook all things, could in no way attain salvation. What answer would he, who from notary had been made by God first captain, then Caesar, then emperor, then father of emperor yet to be, and to whose care the priests of God had been entrusted, make to the divine inquest of the last day, if not one single soldier was allowed to be converted to the Lord? And Gregory drew a lurid picture of the end of the ages, which seemed to be at hand, the heavens and the earth aflame, and the elements melting with fervent heat, and the divine judge ready to appear with the 6 orders of angels in his train. Yet it is an illustration of the fidelity with which Gregory performed all his secular obligations that he had caused the law against which he so vehemently protested to be published in the usual way. This was not the only divergence in opinion between the Pope and the imperial court. Gregory, with all his respect for authority, was at least able to hold his own, and there was for a while at least no breach in the friendly relations with Constantinople. Maurice sent relief to the sufferers from the Lombard invasion, and Gregory lost no opportunity of advising that the separate peace which he had made with Agilulf should be enlarged at least into a general truce. Gregory, inter gladios Langobardorum could appreciate the needs of Italy in a way that was impossible for the distant Augustus. In 595, however, the divergence came to a head. The emperor reviewed the pope's peace policy in terms of contemptuous condemnation, and Gregory answered in one of the most vigorous of all his letters, dated June 595. He resented the imputation that because he thought that a firm peace could be made, as indeed it had been made, with Ariof of Spoleto, he was a fool. Fool indeed was he to suffer what he suffered in Rome among the swords of the Lombards, but still he was a servant of the truth, and grave injustice was it to the priesthood that he should be deemed a liar. On behalf of all priests, he made dignified protest, recalling the action and words of the great Constantine as a rebuke to his successor in the empire. Where all is uncertain, I betake myself to tears and prayers that Almighty God will rule with his own hand our most pious Lord, and in the terrible judgment will find him free from all offences, and so cause me to please men, that I may not offend against his grace. How the emperor received this letter we do not know, but already there were other causes of dispute between Rome and Constantinople. His experience had not made the Pope very cordial towards church or state in the new Rome. Useful at Constantinople Gregory must undoubtedly have been, but the fact that he never learnt Greek shows at least that there were limits to his usefulness. The information he received would often be inadequate, the means of communication with the people among whom he dwelt incomplete. Official interpreters do not always represent meanings faithfully. Gregory had to deal most with the imperial court, where his ignorance of Greek may not have been so great a barrier, but in his relations with the patriarch it would at least serve to prevent any strengthening of the friendship between churches which were already beginning to drift apart. That the church was under the rule of 5 patriarchs was a familiar view, and at least from the time of Vigilius, 537 to 555, it had been accepted in official language at Rome. Thus Gregory had announced his own election to the patriarchs of Constantinople, Alexandria, Jerusalem, and Antioch. His letters show traces of another theory, that of the 3 patriarchates, Rome, Antioch, and Alexandria, sharing, as it were, the throne of St. Peter. But Constantinople had long asserted a preeminence. Justinian had recognized its precedence as second of the great sees, superior to all others save Rome, and had declared the Church of Constantinople to be the head of all the churches. In doing this, no doubt the empire had claimed no supreme or exclusive dignity for the new Rome, nor asserted any indivisible or unalterable jurisdiction. But what the law recognized had encouraged further expansion of claim. At first, the relation between Constantinople and the Elder See was regarded as parallel to that between the 2 capitals. They represented not diversity, but unity. As there was one empire, so there was one church. When John the Patriarch accepted the formula of faith drawn up by Pope Hormisdas, he prefixed it to an assertion of the mutual relation. I hold the most holy churches of the Old and the New Rome to be one. I define the see of the Apostle Peter and this of the imperial city to be one see. From this, it was an inevitable step to use titles which Rome used. The Pontiff of Constantinople claimed to be ecumenical, or universalis patriarch. In 588, Pelagius declared the acts of a synod at Constantinople to be invalid because the patriarch had used the phrase. Very likely Gregory himself had been the adviser of this course. Now, in 595, he pursued the protest. John the Faster had written to him and had employed the offensive title in almost every line. Gregory wrote, as he describes it, sweetly and humbly admonishing him to amend this appetite for vain glory. He forbade his envoy to communicate with the patriarch till he had abandoned the title. At the same time, he repudiated any wish to assume it for himself. The Council of Chalcedon, he said, offered the title of Universalis to the Roman pontiff, but he refused to accept it, lest he should seem thereby to derogate from the honour of his brother bishops. He saw indeed that political interests were complicating the ecclesiastical claim. His envoy had been commanded by the emperor to adjure him to live in peace with the patriarch, who seemed to him to be as hypocritical as he was proud. Then either he must obey the emperor and encourage the proud man in his vanity, or he must alienate the emperor, his lord and the natural defender of Rome. He did not hesitate. He wrote to the emperor, tracing the misfortunes of the empire to the pride of the clergy. When Europe was given over to the barbarians, with cities ruined, villages thrown down, and provinces without inhabitants, when the husbandmen no longer tilled the soil, and the worshippers of idols daily murdered the faithful, the priests who should have abased themselves in sackcloth and ashes sought for themselves empty names and titles novel and profane. Peter was never called universal apostle, yet John strove to be universal bishop. I confidently affirm that whosoever calls himself sacerdos universalis, or desires to be so called by others, is in his pride a forerunner of Antichrist. What he said to the emperor he reinforced to the empress. There should be no peace with the patriarch so long as he claimed this outrageous designation. On the other side of the argument became no attitude of aggression, hardly a claim for equality. The patriarchs did not assert that they were above the popes, and they constantly declared that they had no wish to lessen the authority of the other patriarchs. But whatever the Greeks might say, the Latins saw that words represented ideas, and universality could not be predicated of Constantinople in any sense which was not offensive to the venerable see and city of Rome. The bitterness of the strife abated when John the Faster died on the 2nd of September 595, it may be before Gregory's severe judgment had reached him. Cyriacus, his successor, was a personal friend of the Pope and a man of no personal pride. Gregory welcomed his accession and thanked the emperor for his choice, but in spite of friendly letters the claim was not abandoned. The patriarchs continued to use the title of ecumenical bishop, and before a century had passed the popes followed their example. Gregory saw that the patriarchs of Constantinople were in danger of sinking into mere officials of the state, for with all their lofty position they were in the power of the imperial court. But the tone in which he addressed them was always distinct from that which he employed towards the lay officials of the empire. From the beginning of his pontificate, he had carefully cultivated relations with the exarchs of Ravenna and of Africa, the praetor of Sicily, the dukes of Naples and Sardinia, the prefect of Illyria, the proconsul of Dalmatia, and with lesser officials rural and urban. His constant letters show how closely he mingled in their concerns, watched their conduct, approved their industry, advised on their political action, intervened on their behalf or against them at Constantinople. Many of the officials were his close friends, and the emperor, in spite of the divergence between them, did not cease to give heed to the counsels of one whom he knew to be a wise and honest man. The maintenance of the imperial power in Italy indeed depended not a little on the great pope, who yet by his incessant and widespread activity was preparing the way of the ecclesiastical power which should succeed it in the rule of the peninsula. The subdeacon who was his agent at Ravenna, and those who administered the property of the church in the Campania or in Sicily, the bishops themselves all over the empire, reported to Rome, and their words were not without effect. And in all the advice which issued from this information, Gregory pressed without faltering the authority of the church. The pope was above the exarch, the church above the state. If the civil law was invoked to protect the weak, to guide the rulers, to secure the rights of all Christian men, there was behind it the supreme sanction of the law of the church. It was natural indeed that they should not be distinguished. A wrong against man was a wrong against God. It did not matter whether it was the oppression of a peasant or the pillage of a monastery. Iniquity, it was the perpetual cry of the great pontiff, should not go unpunished. And in a corresponding view to his attitude towards civil justice, Gregory insisted on the privileges of clergy in the law courts, and in the civil courts he is found placing representatives of his own beside the lay judges. Outside the law, there was still a wide sphere in which the aid of the state was demanded on behalf of the church. Governors would bring back schismatics, were congratulated on their victories over heathen, were urged to act against heretics, and to protect and support those who had returned to the faith. On the other hand, he no doubt set plain limits in his own mind to his sphere of action and that of the bishops. He constantly told the Italian bishops to observe the rights of the lay courts, not to interfere in the things of the world save when the interests of the poor demanded help. But his own keen sense of justice, his political training, his knowledge of affairs, forbade him to hold his tongue. The empire, like the church, was to him a splendid power of holy and heroic tradition. There was ever, he said to an imperial official, this difference between the Roman emperors and the barbarian kings, that while the latter governed slaves, the former were rulers of free men. To keep this always in the mind of the governing class must have been his aim, and his consolation when, as he said, the cares of the world pressed so heavily upon him that he was often doubtful whether he was discharging the duties of an earthly official or those of a shepherd of men's souls. In both capacities his work was continuous and engrossing. Invasion, rapine, insecurity of life and property made clerk as well as lay lax livers, negligent stewards, cruel and faithless, luxurious and slothful. Against all such Gregory was the perpetual witness. When Romanus the Exarch died, probably in 596, his successor at Ravenna, Callinicus, received a warm welcome from the Pope. For a time there was a lull in the tempest, but still Gregory preached vigilance to bishop and governor alike, for Italy had not shaken off the terror, even if Rome was for the moment outside the area of the storm. Writing in 598 to a lady in Constantinople, the Pope was able to assure her that so great was the protection given by St. Peter to the city that, without the aid of soldiers, he had, by God's help, been preserved for these many years among the swords of the enemy. A truce was made with Agilulf, it seems, in 598. In 599 this became a general peace in which the empire, through the Exarch, and with the active support, though not the signature, of the Pope, came to agreement with Agilulf, the Lombard king, and with the dukes of Spoleto and Benevento. His letters show how much this was due to the tact, the wisdom, the patient persistence of Gregory, and it is certain also that Theodolinda, the Catholic wife of Agilulf, had played no unimportant part in the work of pacification. At Monza remain the relics of this wise queen. Fitly beside the iron crown of the Lombards is the image of the protection that was given by the peace of church and state, a hen that gathers her chickens under her wings. The year 599, which dates this peace between the Christian Republic and the Lombards, marks a definite epoch in the history of Italy. Paul the Deacon, in his History of the Lombards, shows that it was a time of crisis, conquest, and resettlement for Agilulf the king. The letters of Gregory show that it was for him a period of incessant activity and reassertion of papal authority, while at Rome the city was so reduced by the languor of various diseases that there are scarce left men enough to guard the walls, and the Pope himself was in the clutch of increasing sickness, often unable to leave his bed for days together. Italy was still swept by pestilence, and exhaustion as well as political peace gave quiet for some 2 years. In 601, the flames of war were rekindled by a rash move on the part of the Exarch Callinicus. Agilulf again took up arms, seized Pavia and levelled it to the ground, a fate which the medieval chroniclers century by century record to have befallen the unhappy city. He made alliance with the heathen Avars, and with them ravaged Istria. He passed over northern Italy in a career of conquest. He carried the Lombard frontier forwards to include the valley of the Po. At Ravenna, the imperial authority lingered on, and the Exarch Callinicus was succeeded by Smaragdus, holding office for a second time. But the reality of power was passing, if it had not already passed, under the incessant energy of Gregory, into the hands of the Pope, who had become the practical ruler of central Italy. It was in the year 603, when the Empire and the Lombards were at war, that Gregory showed his aloofness from a strife which seems to have left the power of the Church undisturbed, by his rejoicing at the Catholic baptism of Adeleld, the firstborn son of Agilulf the Arian and Theodolinda the Catholic queen. Paul the deacon indeed says, though he is unsupported by other witness, that Agilulf the father had already accepted the Catholic faith. As his sickness grew, the great Pope saw the future less dark than it had been during his life of anxiety. Rome, if impoverished and enfeebled, was securely in the possession of its bishop, and the conflicts which raged over northern and central Italy could hardly end, now that Catholicism was conquering the Lombards, otherwise than in favour of the papal power. It may well be that this feeling coloured his attitude when news came to him of the revolution at Constantinople in 602. Maurice had long seemed to Gregory, as indeed he had seemed to his people, to be unworthy of the imperial throne. He was timid when he should have been bold, rash when prudence was essential to the safety of the state. His health had broken down, and fits of cowardice alternated with outbursts of frenzied rage. All the tales of him that reached Rome would increase Gregory's dislike and distrust. Already he had rebuked the Caesar to his face, and well he may have thought, when he heard of his deposition and murder by the centurion Phocas, that the warning he had given had been disregarded, and the judgment he had prophesied had come. With Maurice perished his whole family, with whom Gregory had been on terms of affectionate regard. Maurice had been an unwise, perhaps a tyrannical ruler, and certainly he had seemed to the Pope an oppressor of the poor, and he had supported the patriarch in his overweening pretension to be universal bishop. When Phocas therefore announced his accession, silent no doubt as to the butcheries which accompanied it, and dwelling rather on his orthodoxy and attachment to the apostolic see, Gregory replied in language of surprising cordiality. The revolution was to him something that came from the incomprehensible providence of God, and he trusted that soon he should be comforted by the abundance of rejoicing that the sufferings of the poor had been redressed. We will rejoice that your benignity and piety are come to the imperial throne. Later letters to Phocas and his wife Leontia breathe the same spirit, of congratulations on the political change, of hope that it will mean relief and liberty for the empire, of solicitude that the aid which Maurice had long denied might now be given to Italy, trodden down by the barbarian and the heretic. We are shocked as we read Gregory's cordial letters to the brutal murderer of Maurice, but we must remember that the Pope had no representative at Constantinople to tell him what had really happened. All that he may have known was that popular indignation had swept a tyrant from the throne and avenged its injuries on him and his innocent family, and that a soldier had been set up with all due forms of law as ruler in his stead. From a bed of suffering he indited these letters to those from whom he might have new hopes of the salvation of Italy. But he wrote as an official of the Church to an official of the state, and he mingled with his formal words of congratulation and the Church's gloria in excelsis no words of personal adulation. Whatever may be the true judgment on Gregory's attitude at this moment, it is obvious that in the change of dynasty he hoped for a better prospect for Italy, and knew that more power would come to Rome itself and the Roman bishop. End of section 37. Read by Belinda McReynolds, Melbourne, 21st of February 2024.
Section 38 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ted Lienhart. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 2, The Rise of the Saracens and the Foundation of the Western Empire. Gregory the Great, Part 3, by W. H. Hutton. It is as a Roman and a Roman bishop that Gregory fills the great place he holds in the history of the Middle Age. He was a Roman of the Romans, nurtured on traditions of Rome's imperial greatness cherishing the memories of pacification and justice, of control and protection, and these, which belonged to the Republic, he was eager to transfer to the Church. Vague were the claims which the Roman bishops had already put forth in regard to the universal Church, but what all bishops held as inherent in their office, the right of giving advice and administration, was held by the Roman pontiffs to belong especially to the see which was founded in the imperial city. There was a prerogative of the Roman bishop as of the Roman emperor, and already the one was believed to run parallel to the other. The Pope directly superintended a large part of the Christian world. Everywhere he could reprove and exhort with authority, though the authority was often contested, and Gregory's exercise of this power was one of the great moments in the world's history. To the practical assertions of his predecessors, he gave a new moral weight, and it was that which carried the claims to victory. Well has it been said by Dean Church that, quote, he so administered the vast undefined powers supposed to be inherent in his see that they appeared to be indispensable to the order, the good government, and the hopes, not of the Church only, but of society. End quote. And this success was due not so much to the extent of her claims or the weakness of his competitors, but to the moral force which flowed from his life of intellectual, moral, and spiritual power. We can trace, in different but conspicuous ways, the effect of this force in Africa, in Britain, in Spain, and in Gaul, in Istria, and Dalmatia, as well as nearer home. In Africa, there was a period of revival since the imperial reconquest from the Vandals. For more than half a century, the Church, diminished in power, no doubt, and weakened in its organization, had been reestablished, and Arianism had been successfully extirpated, if we may judge from the silence of the Pope's letters. The imperial officials were ready to accept his advice, or even authority. Side by side with the bishops of Numidia and Carthage, we find Gennadius, the exarch, extending the influence of the papal see, and appeals to Rome seem to have been recognized and encouraged. On the other hand, Gregory was careful to make no practical encroachment on the power of the bishops, and even to encourage their independence, while he asserted the supremacy of Rome in uncompromising terms. I know of no bishop who is not subject to the apostolic see when a fault has been committed. His intervention was chiefly invoked in regard to the still surviving Donatism of Numidia. Against the Donatists, he endeavored to encourage the action of both the secular and the ecclesiastical power. God, he said to the Praetorian prefect Pontelio, will require at your hand the souls that are lost. In one city, even the bishop had allowed a Donatist rival to establish himself, and church and state alike were willing to let the heretics live undisturbed on the payment of a ransom rent. To Gregory, it seemed that the organization of the church was defective and her ministers were slothful. The primacy in northern Africa, except the proconsul province, where the bishop of Carthage was primate, belonged to the senior bishop, apart from the dignity of his see or the merits of his personal life, and it was claimed that the rule went back to the time of St. Peter the Apostle and had been continued ever since. Gregory accepted the historic account of the origin of the African episcopate, as is shown by a letter to Dominicus, bishop of Carthage. On it, he based an impressive demand for steadfast obedience, and he appointed a bishop named Columbus to act as his representative, though he was not formally entitled Vicar Apostolic. A council in 593 received his instructions, but they do not seem to have been carried out. A long correspondence shows the urgency of the need for action against the Donatists and the difficulty of getting anything done. By the toleration of the imperial government, they had been enabled to keep their churches and bishops. They conducted an active propaganda. They secured the rebaptism of many converts. For 6 years, from 591 to 596, Gregory's letters show the vehemence of the contest in which he was engaged. In 594, a council at Carthage received an imperial decree stirring church and state to action, but the state did not abandon its tolerant attitude. Still, there was great slackness, and Gregory wrote urgently to the emperor on the subject. It would seem that some measures were taken, and that the law was in some districts enforced, but Donatism, if it died down, did not become extinct. It was largely through his constant interventions in the matter of heresy that Gregory was able to establish on so firm a basis the papal authority in the Exarchate of Africa. He concerned himself no less with the surviving pagans, urging Gennadius to wage war against them, not for the pleasure of shedding blood, but with the aim of extending the limits of Christendom, that by the preaching of the faith the name of Christ should be honored among the subject tribes. Constant in urging the secular officials to action, Gregory was still more urgent with the bishops. A continual correspondence was maintained with the African episcopate. Everyone who had a grievance applied to him. No important decision was arrived at without his consent. He claimed to defend with unchanged determination the rights and privileges of St. Peter. Paul of Numidia applied to him for justice against the Donatists, and the patrician Gennadius, who persecuted him, bishop though he was. With steadfast persistence, the Pope insisted on securing the trial of the case himself, and sent the bishop back to Africa assured of the imperial protection. Almost insensibly, his persistence and the moral grandeur of his character told on the independence of the imperial officials. They began to listen to his advice, and then to admit his authority, and it was soon hard to distinguish their respect for the man from their obedience to the see. And at the same time, amid the chaos of administrative disorder, the people put their trust in the church. They took the bishops for their defenders, and most of all, the Bishop of Rome. Gregory exercised the authority then bestowed upon him, partly through Hilaris, whom he sent to be overseer of the patrimony of the church, and partly through the Numidian Bishop Columbus. If protest was made, as it seems to have been made by a Numidian primate Adeodatus and by Dominicus of Carthage, it was overruled. Rome, said Gregory, was the mother church of Africa, and her authority must be respected. Such a pope was one to make it respected, whether he advised and exhorted in regard to the decay of spiritual life in monasteries, or reproved administrators and judges for unjust exaction of tribute. No better illustration of the way in which the papal claims attained acceptance could be found than is afforded by the history of Africa in the time of Gregory the Great. While Donatism died hard in Africa, nearer home the controversy of the 3 chapters was not yet concluded. In Istria, the church was in schism, for it had not submitted to the decision of East and West. Gregory invoked, with but small success, the secular arm against Severus, Patriarch of Aquileia, and summoned him to Rome. The bishops of the province protested and adjured the emperor to protect them, professing no obedience to Rome and threatening to acknowledge the ecclesiastical authority of Gaul. Maurice commanded Gregory to stay his hand, which he did very reluctantly. He had long before intervened in the matter as the secretary of Pelagius II. He distrusted the Istrian bishops as schismatics and as asserters of independence, and when he became pope, had again addressed them in lucid theological arguments. He received individual submissions, and he used every kind of pressure to heal the schism, but when he died, his efforts had not been entirely successful. With Milan, too, he had similar difficulties. Defective theology was combined with provincial independence in resistance to papal power. In Dalmatia and Illyria, other difficulties needed other treatment. An archbishop whose manner of life did not befit his office was rebuked, ironically exhorted, pardoned. When he died, a strong attempt was made to fill his place by a man of austere life whom the Pope had long honored. The attempt was a failure, and a very long and bitter struggle ensued in which Maximus, the imperial candidate, was refused recognition. summoned to trial at Rome, and only at last admitted to his see as lawful prelate when he had lain prone in penance at Ravenna, crying, "I have sinned against God and the most blessed Pope Gregory." Over Illyria generally, in spite of the creation of Justiniana Prima as a patriarchate by the emperor who had given it his name, he exercised the power of a patriarch. He forbade the bishops to attend a synod at Constantinople without his leave. He made it plain that Illyria belonged to the west and not to the east. And in the west he was ever eager to enlarge the boundaries of the church. Already as a young man he had set his heart on the conversion of the English. As pope he had the means to undertake it. It may be that he planned it, as Bede says, as soon as he came to discharge the office of pontiff, and also, as one of his letters suggests, that he prepared for it by ordering the purchase of English slave boys to be trained in Gaulish monasteries. It was probably in 595 that he first sent forth the monk Augustine and his companions to journey through Gaul to Britain for the conversion of the English. When, daunted by anticipated dangers, the monks sent Augustine back, Gregory ordered him to return as their abbot, and furnished him with letters to the bishops of Gaul, and notably to Virgilius of Arles, the bishop of Aix, and the abbot of Lerins, as well as to Theodebert of Austrasia and Theodoric of Burgundy, children of 9 and 10, under the guardianship of Brunhild, their grandmother. To Brunhild herself, queen of the Franks, who went with him, he was sure in heart and soul the Pope said that the English nation, by the favor of God, wished to become Christian, and he was sending Augustine and other monks to take thought, in which he bade her help, for their conversion. He considered that the bishops of Gaul had been remiss in doing nothing for the conversion of those English tribes whom he regarded as their neighbors. But when, in 596, he set the new mission in motion, he was able, as his letters show, to rely upon personal kindness from the queen towards the missionaries and upon the aid of Gaulish priests as interpreters of the barbarous English tongue. The mission was, vaguely, to the nation of the English, for Gregory knew no difference between the men of Dara and the men of Kent, and Augustine would learn at Paris, if not before, that the wife of Ethelbert of Kent was daughter of a Frankish king. The tale of the landing, the preaching, and the success will be told elsewhere. Here it belongs only to note that Gregory continued to take the keenest interest in the venture he had planned. He instructed Virgilius of Arles to consecrate Augustine as bishop and spread over Christendom the news of the great work that was accomplished. To Eulogius, Patriarch of Alexandria, he told of the conversion due, as he said, to their prayers, and he warmly thanked Syagrius, Bishop of Autun, and Brunhild for their aid. To Augustine in 601 he sent the pallium, a mark of favor conferred by pope or emperor, not, it would seem, as conferring metropolitan authority, which Augustine had already exercised, but as recognizing his position as a special representative of the Roman See. To the Queen Bertha, whose somewhat tardy support of the Christian faith in her husband's land he was able now to eulogize and to report even to the emperor at Constantinople, he wrote words of exhortation to support Augustine, and to Ethelbert, her husband, admonition and praise with his favorite eschatological reference. To the end, Gregory remained the trusted advisor of the Apostle of the English. He sent special reinforcements with all manner of things, says Bede, needed for public worship and the service of the church, commending the new missionaries again to the Gaulish bishops and instructing them especially as to the conversion of heathen temples into Christian churches. And he gave a very careful reply, written with characteristic breadth and tact, to the questions which Augustine addressed to him when the difficulties of his work had begun to be felt. The authenticity of these answers, it is true, has been doubted, but the evidence, external as well as internal, appears to be sufficient. The questions related to the support of the mission clergy, the liturgical use of the national church now formed in England, the cooperation necessary in the consecration of bishops, and to matters touching the moral law, about which among a recently heathen nation a special sensitiveness was desirable. Gregory's answers were those of a monk, even of a precision, but they were also eminently those of a man of affairs and a statesman. Things, he said, are not to be loved for the sake of places, but places for the sake of good things. And the claim of Rome herself depended on such an assertion. As a monk, he dealt firmly with morals. As a statesman, he sketched out the future organization of the English Church. London was to be one metropolitan see, York the other, each with a pallium and with 12 suffragan sees. Neither bishop was to be primate of all England by right, but the senior in consecration was to be the superior, according, it seems, to the custom of the church in Africa of which he had experience, but restricted as his wisdom showed to be desirable. It may be that Gregory had already heard of the position of the British Church. If so, he provided for its subjection to a metropolitan. Certainly he judged acutely according to the knowledge he possessed. The beginnings of the English mission had brought the Pope into closer observation than before with the kings and bishops of peoples but recently converted to the faith. In Austrasia, Neustria, and Burgundy reigned a race of kings whose wickedness was but slightly tempered by the Christianity they had accepted. In Spain there was more wisdom and more reality of faith. From Britain we passed naturally to the country through which Gregory's envoys passed on their way to new spiritual conversion. From Gaul we may pass to Spain. So far did Gregory's interests extend. Of his power it may not be possible to speak with so much certainty. In truth, the Church in Europe was not yet a centralized body, and local independence was especially prominent among the Franks. Even in doctrine there are traces of divergence, though these were kept in check by a number of local councils which discussed and accepted the theological decisions which came to them from east and west. But the real power resided in the bishops as administrators, rulers, shepherds of men's souls. Christianity at this period, and notably Frankish Christianity, has been described as a federation of city churches of which each one was a little monarchy in itself. If no one doubted the papal primacy, it was much further away than the arbitrary authority of the kings, and in nothing were the Merovingians more determined than in their control of the church in their dominions. If in the south the Bishop of Arles, as vicar of the Gauls, maintained close relations with the Roman See, the episcopate as a whole held aloof, respectful certainly, but not obedient. The church in Gaul had been engulfed in a barbarian conquest, cut off from Italy, severed from its ancient spiritual ties. The conversion of Clovis gave a new aspect to this separation. The kings assumed a powerful influence over the bishops and asserted their supremacy in ecclesiastical matters. Whatever may have been the theory, in practice the interference of Rome and Gaul had become difficult and was consequently infrequent. It had come to be considered unnecessary. The Church of the Franks had outgrown its leading strings. But in practice, the special privileges of the See of Arles are evidence of a certain submission to the papacy on the part of the Merovingian kings, though the monarchs were autocrats in matters of religion as well as in affairs of state, and did not encourage resort to the Holy See. It fell to Gregory, here as elsewhere, to inaugurate an era of defined authority. End of section 38. Section 39 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ted Lienhart. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 2, The Rise of the Saracens and the Foundation of the Western Empire. When he became pope, the royal power of the Merovingians was at its height. In a few years it would totter to its fall, but now the clergy were submissive and the bishops for the most part the creatures of the court. When he died, the claims of Rome to supremacy were established, even if they were not fully admitted. With Gaul throughout his pontificate, he maintained close relations. Gregory of Tours tells with what joy his namesake's election was received by the Franks, and from the first sets himself to tell his doings and sayings with an unusual minuteness. Within a year of his accession, the new pope was called upon to judge the bishops of Arles and Marseille, whom Jewish merchants accused to him of endeavoring forcibly to convert them. Gregory reproved and urged the bishops rather to preach and persuade than to coerce. Again, he reproved Virgilius of Arles and the bishop of Hutton for allowing the marriage of a nun, commanding them to bring the woman to penitence and exhorting them with all authority. He intervened in the affairs of monasteries, granting privileges and exemptions in a manner which shows the nature of the authority he claimed. By his advice, the difficult questions raised by the insanity of a bishop in the province of Lyon were settled. He claimed to judge a Frankish bishop and restore him to his see, though here he felt it necessary to explain and justify his conduct to the masterful Brunhild. He is found reproving the iconoclastic tendencies of Saracens of Marseille and ordering him to replace the images which he has thrown down. He gave directions as to the holding of church councils. He advised bishops as to the administration of their dioceses and the enforcement of ecclesiastical discipline. His correspondence with bishops and monks was constant. The requests to him to intervene in the affairs of the Gallican Church were frequent. Thus he prepared himself to inaugurate in Gaul a decisive and necessary reform. Here he came into direct relations with the kings. In 595, Childebert of Austrasia applied to him for a recognition of the powers as papal representative of the Bishop of Arles, evidence of the surviving of the traditional idea of dependence on the Roman Church. In granting the request, Gregory took occasion to develop his scheme of ecclesiastical discipline. Simony, interference with the election of bishops, the nomination of laymen to the episcopate were crying evils, and the kings were responsible for them. He believed that the Frankish monarchy, the purity of whose faith shone by comparison with the dark treachery of other peoples, would rejoice to carry out his wishes, and in the notorious Brunhild he strangely found a deep religious sense and good dispositions which should bear fruit in the salvation of men. To her he repeated the desires which he had expressed to Childebert and urged her to see that they were carried out. He applied to her to put down crime, idolatry, paganism, to prevent the possession by Jews of Christian slaves. With what success we do not know. Unsuccessful certainly he was when he urged Theodoric and Theodebert to restore to the Bishop of Turin the parishes which he had lost during the barbarian invasion, and which the Frankish kings were by no means willing should be under the control of a foreign bishop. But with Brunhild he seems always to have held the most cordial relations. She asked his advice and assistance in matters of religion and politics, in regard to a question of marriage law and to the relation of the Franks with the empire in the East. And throughout his pontificate the attitude of the kings was one of deep respect, that of the Pope, that of Father by counsel, which easily wore the cloak of authority. It was thus that early in his pontificate Gregory warned Childebert and Brunhild, as he warned Virgilius and the bishops of Childebert's realm, of the need of instant action against the gross simony which was eating away the spiritual life of the Church. Young men, evil livers, laymen snatched from the business or pleasures of the world, were hurriedly ordained or hurriedly promoted and thrust into the high places of the Church. In 599 he addressed the bishops of Arles, Autun, Lyon, and Vienne in vigorous protest, laying to their charge at least the acquiescence which made gross abuses possible. Ready though he was to submit to lawful exercise of the royal power in nomination, he utterly forbade the ordination of laymen in high office as inexcusable and indefensible. The Church was to be strengthened against the world by total prohibition of marriage to the clergy and by the summoning of yearly councils for the confirmation of faith and morals. In the councils, everything was to be condemned which was contrary to the canons, and 2 prelates should represent him and inform him of what was done. The abbot Cyriacus was sent on a special mission with letters to bishops, to kings, and to the Queen Brunhild to bring discipline to the Gallican Church, but the murderous uncertainty of dynastic intrigues set every obstacle in the way of a reform which might make the bishops less the creatures of the kings. To Theodoric, at one moment, thanks were given for his submission to papal commands, and he was directed to summon a council. At another, a special envoy was sent to indicate and insist on reform. At another, letter after letter in vehement exhortation was addressed to Brunhild, apparently the real ruler of the distracted realm. Bishops were again and again reproved, exhorted, reproached, but it is difficult, perhaps through the scanty nature of the historical materials of the period, to discover cases of definite submission to the papal authority. It was asserted with all the moral fervor and all the sagacious prudence which belonged to the great man who sat in the papal church. It was not repudiated by Frankish kings and bishops. Rather, the assertion was received with judicious politeness and respect. But beyond this, the evidence does not carry us. That the policy of the Frankish state was affected, or that the character of the kings, the ministers of the crown, or even the bishops was molded by the influence of the papacy, it would be impossible to say. Tyrannous and fratricidal, the Merovingian kings lived their evil lives unchecked by more than a nominal regard for the teaching of Christian moralists. But Gregory's continual interest in the Frankish Church was not in vain. He had established a personal relation with the barbarous kings. He had created a papal vicar in the kingdom of the south. In granting the pallium to the Bishop of Hutton, he had at least suggested a very special authority over the lands of the Gauls. He had claimed that the Roman Church was their mother, to whom they applied in time of need. If the practical result was small, if the Frankish Church maintained a real independence of Rome, and Arles never became a papal vicariate, yet Frankish monks, priests, poets, as well as bishops and kings, began to look to Rome as patron and guide. Verrantius Fortunatus, Columbanus, Gregory of Tours, in their different ways, show how close was the relation of Gregory the Great to the religion of the Franks. Brighter was the prospect when Gregory turned from the moral chaos of Gaul to the growing unity of Spain. The Visigothic race had produced a great warrior in Leovigild, whose power as king of all the Goths extended from Seville to Nimes. He obtained for his son Hermenegild in Gundis, the daughter of Brunhild, herself the child of Athanagild, Leovigild's predecessor as Visigothic king, and the Frankish king Sigibert. From Gregory's letters, we learn a story of martyrdom as to which there is no reason to believe that he was deceived. In Gundis, beset by Arian teachers who had obtained influence over Leovigild, not naturally a persecutor, a tyrant, or a fanatic, remained firm in her faith, and when her husband was given rule at Seville, she succeeded with the aid of his kinsman Leander, bishop of Seville and friend of Gregory, in converting him to the Catholic belief. War was the result. Leovigild attacked his son, says John of Beclar, for rebellion and tyranny. Hermenegild sought the aid of the Catholic Sueves and the Greeks, the imperial garrisons which had remained since the partial reconquest of Spain by Justinian. But Leovigild proved the victor. The Suevic kingdom was extinguished, and Hermenegild was thrown into prison. Ingundis escaped with the Greeks and died at Carthage on her way to Constantinople. Hermenegild was killed at Tarragona by Sigisbert, is the simple statement of John of Beclar, Catholic bishop of Girona. Gregory, in his dialogues, tells the tale more fully. On Easter Eve, 585, he was offered communion by an Arian bishop, and when he refused to receive it at his hands, he was murdered by the order of his father. He was regarded as a martyr, and 13 April was observed throughout all Spain. His blood proved the seed of the faith. A year later, his brother Ricarid became king and accepted Catholicism. No wonder, says Gregory, that he became a preacher of the true faith, for his brother was a martyr, by whose merits he is aided in bringing back many souls to the bosom of God. Nor could this have happened had not Hermenegild the king laid down his life for the truth. So one Visigoth died that many might live. In a great synod at Toledo, Recared abjured Arianism, and in May 589 was summoned the council which was to confirm the Catholicism of Spain. Leander preached the sermon which concluded the assembly and reported to the Pope the orthodox speech of Recared, the acceptance of the creeds and decisions of the 4 general councils, and the enactment of canons to regulate the lives and professions of the now Catholic people. Leander's letter was a veritable song of triumph for a victory to civilization as well as religion, and as such, Gregory accepted it with delight. In later years, the Pope corresponded with Recared himself, wisely refraining from mixing himself up in the Visigothic relations with Constantinople, where Athanagild, son of the martyred Hermenegild, was being brought up, but praising him warmly for his devotion and pointing him, as was his wont, for warning and encouragement to the day of doom which was always in his own thoughts. To Leander he wrote frequently to the end of his life. He had sent him a pallium through King Recared as a recognition of ancient custom and of the merits of both king and prelate. He advised him, as he advised Augustine, in important matters of doctrine and practice. He gave him his pastoral care and his moralia, and he remained his friend to the end of his life. At the exercise of authority over the Spanish Church, Gregory made no attempt. He was content to recognize the great miracle, as he called it to Recared, of the conversion of a people, and to leave to their kings and bishops the direction of their church. But outside the Gothic dominions, his letters dealt with a case in which he believed that injustice had been done to a bishop of Malaga, with great explicitness, and claimed an authority which was judicial and political as well as ecclesiastical. If the documents are genuine, as is probable, they show that Gregory was prepared not only to use to the full the powers of the empire, when it was in agreement with him, for the redress of injustice in church as well as state, but to extend by their means the jurisdiction and authority of the papal see. But equally clear is it that when he did so, it was justice he sought to establish, not personal power. Spain for a long while remained to a considerable extent apart from the general current of life in the Western Church. In June 603, the long agony with which the great Pope had so bravely struggled came to an end. The Romans to whom he had devoted his life paid no immediate honor to his memory, but a legend in later days, based perhaps on a statement of his Archdeacon Peter, attributed to him a special inspiration of the Holy Spirit, and gave rise to his representations in art with a dove hovering over his head. His enormous energy had bequeathed to the Church a mass of writings which placed him among her 4 great doctors and exercised a powerful influence on the theology of the following centuries. For long, Gregory was regarded as the great Christian philosopher and moralist, the interpreter of Holy Scripture, the teacher of the rulers of the Church. His sermons, his music, his dogmatic theology, and his method of interpretation were for long the models which the Western Church followed unquestioningly. But the historical importance of his life would be as great as it is had he never written a single theological treatise. The influence of his career came from his personal character, the intense power of the active Christianity which radiated from his sickbed as from his throne. Gregory emerges from the darkness of his age as a figure whom men can plainly see. His letters reveal him as few other heroes of the Middle Age are revealed. Hardly any great ecclesiastics, save Bernard and Becket, are so intimately known. We recognize him as a stern Roman, hating the barbarians as unclean, despising the Greeks as unworthy of their share in the empire which had sheltered them with its name. He was a passionate advocate of justice between man and man, a guardian of men's rights, a governor set to repress wrong and to preserve the stability of the ancient state. He was eminently practical, as a builder, an administrator, a philanthropist, and a patriot. No doubt his fame is due partly to the weakness of his predecessors in the papacy and partly to the insignificance and wickedness that followed. But his fame is due still more to the real achievement of his life. He gave to the papacy a policy and a position which were never abandoned or lost. The primacy of the See of Rome was by him translated into a practical system as well as a theory and a creed. His personal character and that passion of his for a justice more righteous even than that of the old Roman law made his claim to hear appeals, to be judge as well as arbiter, seem more than tolerable, even natural and inevitable. In the decay of old civilization, when the empire, east and west, could scarce hold its own, there remained in Rome, preserved through all dangers, a center of Christian authority which could exercise, in the person of Gregory, wisely, loyally, tactfully, the authority which it claimed. Gregory was indeed, as John the Deacon calls him, Argus Luminosimus. He could admonish princes and rebuke tax-gatherers. Nothing seemed too small or too great for the exactness of his survey. And, after the example of all great rulers, he founded a tradition of public service which could be passed on even by weak hands and incompetent brains. He made Christian Rome a center of justice. He gave to the papacy a policy of attracting to itself the best in the new nations which were struggling for the sovereignty of Italy. If it was impossible for the empire to fight the barbarians, peace must be made with them, and if peace, a lasting peace. In any case, the church should be their home, and tyranny should be turned into love. This was his ideal for Italian and Lombard alike, and his principles of even-handed justice, of patriotism, of charity, were the bases on which he endeavored to erect a fabric of papal supremacy. From his letters, as from a storehouse of political wisdom, there came in time rules in the canon law, and powers were claimed far beyond what he had dreamed of. Where he was disinterested, lesser men were greedy and encroaching. Where he strove to do justice, others tried to make despotic laws. All over the Christian world, Gregory had taught men to look to the Pope as one who could make peace and ensue it. On this foundation, the medieval papacy was founded. Not long was it contented so to rest. End of section 39. Section 40 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ted Lienhart. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 2. The Rise of the Saracens and the Foundation of the Western Empire. The Successors of Justinian, Part 1, by Norman H. Baynes. With the death of Justinian, we enter on a period of transition. The magnificent dream of extending the Roman Empire to its ancient limits seemed all but realized, for by the campaigns of Belisarius and Narses, Africa, Spain, and Italy had been recovered, but the triumph had crippled the conqueror. Already ruinous overdrafts had anticipated the resources which might have safeguarded the fruits of victory. Rome relaxed her grasp, exhausted. Time was wringing out the old and ringing in the new. The next century was to fix in broad outlines the bounds within which, for the future, the empire was to be contained. Now, if we will, the Roman world becomes Byzantine. The secular struggle with Persia ends in the exaltation of the cross over the worship of the sacred fire. The Sassanids fall before the Arab enthusiasts, and in the east, Constantinople must meet changed conditions and an unexpected foe. In the west, while Spain is lost and but a harassed fraction of Italy remains, the outstanding fact is the settlement of the Slav tribes in the lands south of the Danube and their recognition of the overlordship of the empire. A new Europe and a new Asia are forming. The period marks at once a climax and a beginning. During his lifetime, Justinian had clothed no colleague with the purple, but he had constantly relied upon Justin's counsel, and his intended succession was indicated by his appointment to the post of Curopalates. Even on his lonely deathbed, the emperor made no sign, but the senators were agreed. It was their secret that Justinian's days were numbered, and they kept it well, prepared to forestall every rival. Through the long winter night, Justin and his consort Sophia, seated at their window, looked over the sea and waited. Before the dawn, the message came. The emperor was dead, and the Roman world expected a new monarch. The court poet paints Justin's tears as he refused the throne which the senators offered him. Ibo paternus tristis in exequias regalia signa recuso. The formalities satisfied, he was easily overpersuaded, and walked through the silent city to the palace which was closely guarded by the household troops under the future Emperor Tiberius, 14 November 565. Later, with a purple over his shoulders and wearing the gems which Belisarius had won from the Goths, Justin was raised aloft on a shield as the elect of the army. Then the church gave its approval. Crowned with a diadem and blessed by the patriarch, he turned to the Senate. During the old age of his uncle, much had been neglected, the treasury exhausted, and debts unpaid. All Justinian's thought and care had been set upon the world to come. The empire shall rejoice to find the old wrongs righted under Justin's sway. In the company of Badorius, his son-in-law, newly appointed Curopalates, and escorted by the Senate, the emperor then entered the circus where gifts were distributed while the populace acclaimed their chosen ruler. The proceedings appear to have been carefully planned. Justin met the debts of those who had lent money to his uncle and set free all prisoners. At midday he returned to the palace. The last honors to the dead had yet to be paid, in solemn procession, with candles burning and the choir of virgins answering to the chanting of the priests. The embalmed body of Justinian was borne through mourning crowds to its golden sepulchre in the church of the 12 Apostles. Forthwith, the city gave itself to rejoicing in honor of the emperor's accession, amidst greenery and decorations, with dance and gaiety. The cloud of Justinian's gloomy closing years was dispelled, while Corippus sang, "The world renews its youth." The In Laudem Justini of this poet laureate is indeed a document of great interest, for it paints the character and policy of Justin as he himself wished them to be portrayed. His conception of his imperial duty was the ideal of the unbending Roman whom nothing could affright. This spirit of exalted self-possession had been shown at its height when the Senate was leader of the state, and it was not without a definite purpose that the role of the Senate is given marked prominence in the poem of Corippus. Unfortunately for this lofty view of the empire's task and of the obligations of the nobility, it was precisely in the excessive power of the corrupt aristocracy that the greatest dangers lay. Office was valued as an opportunity for extortion, and riches gained at the expense of the Commonwealth secured immunity from punishment. When all the armies of the empire were engaged in the struggle with Persia, the government was forced to permit the maintenance in the European provinces of bodies of local troops. This was apparently also the case in Egypt, and again we see from the pages of John of Nikiu that the command of such military force was employed as an engine of oppression against helpless provincials. An unscrupulous captain would openly defy law and authority and had no hesitation in pillaging unoffending villagers. While freely admitting that these accounts of the condition of affairs in Egypt hardly justify inferences as to the character of the administration in other parts of the empire, yet stories related by chroniclers who wrote in the capital suggest that elsewhere also the ordinary course of justice was powerless to prevent an aristocracy of office from pursuing unchecked its own personal advantage. Justin, who scorned to favor either of the popular parties amongst the demes, looked to the nobles to maintain his high standard and was disappointed. Similar views underlay all his foreign policy. Rome could make no concessions, for concessions were unworthy of the mistress of the world, before whom all barbarian tribes must bow in awe. We will not purchase peace with gold, but win it at the sword's point. Justini nutu gentes et regna tremiscunt, omnia terrificat rigidus vigor, fastus non patimus. Here lies the poignant tragedy of his reign. He would have had Rome inspired anew with the high ardors of her early prime, and she sank helpless under the buffets of her foes. For himself, his will was that men should write of him, est virtus roberce tibi praestentor aetas, prudens consilium stabilis mens sancta voluntas. And yet within a few years his attendants, to stay his frenzied violence, were terrifying him as a nurse her naughty child with the dread name of a border sheik upon the Arabian frontier. It is in fact of cardinal importance to realize that Justin at first shared the fate of Shakespeare's bastard. Come the three corners of the world in arms, and we shall shock them. But if this policy were to be realized, there must be no internal dissension, and the theological strife of Justinian's last years must be set at rest. In concert with John, his courtier patriarch, Justin strove long and anxiously for union. John the patrician, on his embassy to Persia, was charged with the reconciliation of the Monophysites. Exiled bishops were in due course to return to their sees, and Zechariah, archdeacon and court physician, drew up an edict which should heal the divisions between the friends and foes of the Council of Chalcedon. But the fanaticism of the monks at Callinicum defeated John's diplomacy, and the renewed efforts of the emperor were rendered fruitless when Jacob Baradius refused to accept an invitation to the capital. Justin's temper could no longer brook opposition, and in the 7th year of his reign, 571 to 572, he began in exasperation that fierce persecution of the Monophysites which is depicted for us by one of the sufferers in the pages of John of Ephesus. Such, then, were the aims and policy of the new monarch. With the haughty pride of a Roman aristocrat, with his ill-timed obstinacy and imperious self-will, Justin flung defiance at his enemies, and he failed to make good the challenge. 7 days after his accession, he gave audience to Targases, an Avar ambassador, who claimed the annual payment which Justinian had granted. Did they not merit a reward, the envoy argued, for driving from Thrace the tribes which had endangered the capital? Would it not indeed be perilous to refuse their request? Plea and threat were alike of no avail. Surrounded by the gorgeous pageantry of a court reception, Justin offered the barbarians the choice of peace or war. Tribute he would not pay. It were prodigality to lavish on barbarians the gold which the empire could ill spare. He met their murmurs with immediate action, shipped the Avars across the street to Chalcedon, and only after 6 months dismissed them, 300 strong, to their homes. For a time, indeed, the emperor's proud words appeared to have had their effect, but in truth the Avars were busy in Thuringia, waging successful war with the Frankish Sigebert. Their revenge for Rome's insult was perforce postponed, and Justin was free to turn his attention to the east. John Comentiolus, who bore to the Persian court the news of Justinian's death and of his nephew's accession, was given instructions to raise the question of Saunia. Under the terms of the 50 years' peace which had been concluded between the two empires in 561, Chosroes had agreed to evacuate Lazica. The Romans contended that Saunia was part of Lazica and must also be relinquished. Persia had not admitted this construction of the agreement, and the question still remained undecided. Saunia, indeed, was in itself of no particular value. Its importance lay in its strategic situation, for through it the Persians could attack the Roman frontier in Colchis. The possession of Sarnia would secure Rome's position in the east of the Euxine. The embassy was detained upon its journey, and John found that Saracen tribesmen who acknowledged Persia's overlordship had arrived before him at the court of Modane. Justinian had granted them money payments on condition that they should not ravage the Roman frontiers, but these payments Justin had discontinued, contending that they were originally voluntary gifts, or that, even if they had been made under a binding engagement, the obligation ceased with the death of the giver. The unwisdom of the dead, even though he were an emperor, could not bind the living, and the days of weakness were now past. The Saracen claims were supported by Chosroes, but the matter was allowed to drop, while the emperor, by his envoy, expressed his strong desire for peace with Persia and for the maintenance of the treaty between the two peoples. John casually remarked that, if Lazica was evacuated, Sarnia by right should also fall to Rome. The king apparently accepted this view, but professed himself bound to refer the question to his ministers. The latter were willing to yield the territory for a price, but added conditions so humiliating to the empire that John felt himself unable to accept the proposed terms. The king's counselors, in fact, sought by diplomatic delays to force Rome to take action in Sarnia, so that they might then object that the people themselves refused to be subjected to the empire. The plan succeeded, and John foolishly entered into correspondence with the king of Sarnia. By this intervention, Persia had secured a subject for negotiation, and now promised that an ambassador should be sent to Constantinople to discuss the whole situation. Justin disgraced his envoy, Anzich, who, besides bearing the congratulations of Persia, was charged with proposals as to Sarnia, was stopped at Nisibis. Justin returned thanks for the greetings of Chosroes, but stated that as to any other matters, Rome could not admit discussion. On Zich's death, Mebodes was sent to Constantinople, and with him came the Saracen chiefs for whom he craved audience. Justin showed himself so arbitrary and unapproachable that Mebodes, though abandoning his patronage of the Saracens, felt that no course was open to him save to ask for his dismissal. The question of Sarnia was not debated, and Ambrose, the Arab chieftain, gave orders to his brother Cambosis to attack Alamundar, the head of the Saracen tribesmen who were allied to Rome. From the detailed account of these negotiations given by Menander, the reader already traces in Justin's overbearing and irritable temper a loss of mental balance and a willful self-assertion which is almost childish in its unreasoning violence. Meanwhile, the emperor could not feel secure so long as his cousin Justin, son of the patrician Germanus, was at the head of the forces on the Danube, guarding the passes against the Avars. The general was banished to Alexandria and there assassinated. It seems probable that Justin's masterful wife was mainly responsible for the murder. About the same time, Aetherius and Adius, senators and patricians, were accused of treason and executed, 3 October 566. In the West, the influence of the quaestor of the palace, Anastasius, a native of Africa, would naturally direct the emperor's attention to that province. Through the prefect, Thomas, peace was concluded with the Berber tribesmen, and new forts were erected to repel assaults of the barbarians. But these measures were checked by the outbreak of hostilities in Europe between the Lombards and the Gepids. In the war which ensued, the Lombards gained the advantage, and the Gepids then sought to win the alliance of Justin by the splendor of their gifts. Baduarius, commanding in Scythia and Moesia, received orders to aid Cunimund, and the Roman forces won a victory over Albuin. The latter, looking around for allies in his turn, appealed to Bevan, the Kagan of the Avars, who had just concluded a peace with Sigebert. The Lombards, Albuin urged, were fighting not so much against the Gepids as against their ally Justin, who but recently had refused the tribute which Justinian had conceded. Avars and Lombards united would be irresistible. When Scythia and Thrace were won, the way would be open for an attack upon Constantinople. Baynes at first declined to listen to the Lombard envoys, but he finally agreed to give his assistance on condition that he should at once receive 1/10 of all the animals belonging to the Lombards, that half the spoil taken should be his, and that to him should fall the whole territory of the conquered Gepids. The latter were accused before Justin by a Lombard embassy of not having kept the promises which had been the price of the Roman alliance. This intervention secured the neutrality of the emperor. We know nothing of the struggle save its issue. The Gepids were defeated on the Danube and driven from their territory, while Cunimund was slain. But his grandson Reptilanus carried the royal treasure in safety to Constantinople, while it would seem that the Roman troops occupied Sirmium before the Avars could seize the city. Justin dispatched Vitalian, the interpreter, and Commodus as ambassadors to Bayern. They were kept in chains while the Avar leader attacked Boulais in Sirmium. This city, Baynes claimed, was his by right. It had been in the hands of the Gepids and should now devolve upon him as spoils of the victory. At the same time, he offered conditions of peace which were remarkable for their extreme moderation. He only demanded a silver plate, some gold, and a Scythian toga. He would be disgraced before his allies if he went empty-handed away. These terms Boulais and the Bishop of Sirmium felt that they had no authority to accept without the emperor's approval. For answer, Baynes ordered 10,000 Cotriger Huns to cross the Save and ravage Dalmatia, while he himself occupied the territory which had formerly belonged to the Gepids. But he was not anxious for war, and there followed a succession of attempts at negotiation. The Roman generals on the frontier were ready to grant the Avars conditions, but the autocrat in the capital held fast to his doctrinaire conceptions of that which Rome's honor would not allow her to concede. Targetius and Vitalian were sent to Constantinople to demand the surrender of Sirmium, the payment to Bayern of sums formerly received from Justinian by the Cotriger and Utigor Huns, who were now tributary to the Avars, and the delivery of the person of Ustibad, a Gepid fugitive. The emperor met the proposals with high-sounding words, and Boulais was bidden to prepare for war. No success can have attended the Roman arms, for in his second embassy, Targetius added to his former demands the payment of arrears by the empire. Boulais was clearly incapable, argued Justin, and Tiberius was accordingly sent to arrange terms. After some military successes, it would seem he concurred with Apsich in a proposal that land should be furnished by the Romans for Avar settlement, while sons of Avar chieftains should be pledges for the good faith of their fellow countrymen. Tiberius went to Constantinople to urge the acceptance of these terms, but Justin was not satisfied. "Let Baynes surrender his own sons as hostages," he retorted, and once more dispatches to the officers in command ordered vigorous and aggressive action. Tiberius returned to be defeated by the Avars, and when yet another mission reached the palace, the emperor realized that the honor of Rome must give place to the argument of force. Peace was concluded, and the Avars retired. End of 570. The course of the negotiations throws into clear relief the views and aims of Justin, while the experience thus gained by Tiberius served to mold his policy as emperor. End of section 40. Section 41 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ted Lienhart. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 2, The Rise of the Saracens and the Foundation of the Western Empire. The Successors of Justinian, Part 2, by Norman H. Baynes. For the rest of the reign, the East absorbed the whole energy of the state. In order to understand clearly the causes which led to the war with Persia, it is necessary to return to the year 568, when Constantinople was visited by an embassy from the Turks. This people, who had only recently made their appearance in Western Asia, had some 10 years before overthrown the nation of the Ephthalites, and were now themselves the leading power in the vast stretch of country between China and Persia. The Western Chinese kingdom was at times their tributary, at other times their ally. With a vision of the possibilities which their geographical position offered, they aspired to be the intermediaries through whose hands should pass the commerce of West and East. Naturally enough, they first appealed to Persia, but the counsels of a renegade Ephthalite prevailed. The Turks were, he urged, a treacherous people. It would be an evil day for Persia if she accepted their alliance. Disabul, however, Khan of the Western Turks under the suzerainty of the great Mokan, only relinquished the project when he discovered that the members of his second embassy had been poisoned by Persian treachery. Then it was that his counselor, Maniach, advised that envoys should be sent to the Roman capital, the greatest emporium for the silk of China. It was a remarkable proposal. The emperors had often sought to open up a route to the east which would be free from Persia's interference. Justinian, for example, had with this object entered into relations with the Ethiopian court, but no great success had attended their efforts, and now it was a Turk who unfolded a scheme whereby the products of East and West should pass and repass without entering Persian territory, while the Turks drew boundless wealth as the middlemen between China and Rome. Obviously, such a compact would not be acquiesced in by Persia, but Persia was the common foe. Turk and Roman must form an offensive and defensive alliance. Rome was troubled in her European provinces by the raids of Avar tribes, and these tribesmen were fugitives from the Turk. Roman and Turk united could free the empire from the scourge. Such was the project. The attitude of Rome's ministers was one of benevolent interest. They desired information but were unwilling to commit themselves. An embassy was accordingly dispatched to assure Disabul of their friendship, but when the Khan set off upon a campaign against Persia, Ximarchus, with the Roman forces, began the long march back to Constantinople. On the journey, he was forced to alter his route through fear of Persian ambushes in Swania. Suspicions were clearly already aroused, and it would seem that for a time the negotiations with the Turks were dropped. More than this was needed to induce Chosroes to declare war. In 571, Persian Armenia revolted and appealed to the empire. It would seem that Justin had been attempting to force upon his Armenian subjects acceptance of the orthodox Chalcedonian doctrine, and Chosroes, in turn, on the advice of the Magi, determined to impose the worship of the sacred fire upon the whole of Perse Armenia. The Serena, with 2,000 armed horsemen, was sent to Dovan with orders to establish a fire temple in the city. The Catholicos objected that the Armenians, though paying tribute to their Persian overlord, were yet free to practice their own religion. The building of the temple was, however, begun in spite of protests, but 10,000 armed Armenians implored the Serena to lay the matter before Chosroes, and in face of this force he was compelled to withdraw. Meanwhile, it appears, the Armenians had secured from Justin a promise that they would be welcomed within the boundaries of the empire, and that religious toleration would be granted them. On the return of the Serena in command of 15,000 men with directions to carry into execution the original design, 20,000 Armenians scattered the Persian forces and killed the Serena, and his severed head was carried to the patrician Justinian, who was in readiness on the frontier at Theodosiopolis. At the same time, the Iberians, with their king Gorgians, went over to the Romans. The fugitives were well received. The nobles were given high positions and estates, while the Roman province was excused 3 years' tribute. It was just at this time, 571 to 572, that a new payment to Persia fell due under the terms of the peace of 561 to 562, Chosroes having insisted that previous installments should be paid in advance. Sebokthus arrived, probably early in 572, to remind the emperor of his obligations. In the judgment of Chosroes, it was to Persia's present advantage that the peace should remain unbroken. The disagreeable question of Swania was shelved for the time, and Rome's claims were quietly ignored. Sebokthus preserved a studied silence in relation to the disturbances in Armenia, and when Justin mentioned that country, even appeared willing to recognize the rights of the Christian inhabitants. On dismissal, however, he was warned by the emperor that if a finger was raised against Armenia, it would be regarded as a hostile act. Justin, indeed, seems to have been anxious to force Persia to take the aggressive. He chose this moment of diplomatic tension to send the Magistrianus Julian on a mission to Arathis, then reigning in Abyssinia over the Aksumite kingdom. The envoy persuaded Arathis to break faith with his Persian suzerain, to send his merchandise through the country of the Homerites by way of the Nile to Egypt, and to invade Persian territory. At the head of his Saracens, the king made a successful foray and dismissed Julian with costly gifts and high honor. Evidently, Justin considered that Chosroes was only waiting until the Roman gold had been safely received, and that he would then declare war on the first favorable opportunity. The emperor determined to strike the first blow. The continuance of the peace entailed heavy periodical payments, and throughout his reign, Justin was consistently opposed to enriching the empire's enemies at the expense of the national treasury. Though the subsidies paid to Persia were to be devoted to the upkeep of the northern forts and the guarding of the passes against eastern invaders, it was easy for any unkindly critic to represent them as tribute paid by Rome to her rival. Again, Justin had welcomed the Turkish overtures. The power which had overthrown the Ephilites would, he thought, be a formidable ally in the coming struggle. Further, through the mistakes in diplomacy of his own envoy, Swania had remained subject to Chosroes, and it was now additionally necessary that the country should belong to the empire, since Persian ambushes rendered insecure the trade route to Turkish territory from which so much was hoped. But above all, the capital had been deeply stirred by the oppression of the Armenians. Justin was resolved to champion their cause and, as a Christian monarch, to challenge the persecutor in their defense. When the ambassadors of the Frankish Sigebert returned to Gaul early in 575, they were full of the sufferings of the Armenians. It was to this cause, they told Gregory of Tours, that the war with Persia was due. The decisive step was taken in the late summer of 572, when, without warning, Marcianus, a first cousin of the emperor on his mother's side, invaded Arzanene. Justin had given orders for an immediate attack on Nisibis, but precious time was wasted in fruitless negotiations with the Persian Marspan. While Chosroes was informed of the danger, Nisibis victualled and the Christians expelled. Very early in 573, Marcianus, at the head of troops raised from Rome's Caucasian allies, won some slight successes, but dispatches from the capital insisted on the immediate investment of Nisibis. The army encamped before the city at the end of April 573. The emperor, however, suspecting his cousin's loyalty, appointed Acacius Archelaus as his successor. Although Nisibis was about to capitulate, the new commander on his arrival brutally overthrew the tent and standard of Marcianus, while the general himself, with rude violence, was hurried away to Dara. The army, thinking itself deserted, fled in wild confusion to Mardis, while Chosroes, who had hastened to relieve Nisibis, now advanced to besiege Dara. At the same time, Adarmaynes marched into the defenseless province of Syria, captured Antioch, Apamia, and other towns, and rejoined Chosroes with a train of 292,000 prisoners. After an investment of more than 5 months, on 15 November 573, Dara fell through the negligence or treachery, men said, of John, son of Timostratus. The city had been regarded as impregnable. Men seeking security in troublous times had made it the treasure house of the Roman East, and the booty of the victors was immense. On the news of this terrible disaster, Justin ordered the shops to be shut and all trade to cease in the capital. He himself never recovered from the shock, but became a hopeless and violent imbecile. It seems that for 5 years, presumably since 569, Justin had been ailing and suffering from occasional mental weakness, but it was now clear that he was quite incapable of managing the empire's affairs. Through the year 574, the empress, in concert with Tiberius, the comes excubitorum, carried on the government. They were faced with a difficult problem. Rome had been the aggressor. Could she be the first to propose terms of peace? Persia, however, intervened and sent a certain Jacobos, who knew both Greek and Persian, to conclude a treaty. Rome, Chosroes argued, could not be further humbled. She must accept the victor's conditions. The letter was sent to the empress owing to Justin's incapacity, and it was her reply that Zacharias bore to the Persian court. Rome would pay 45,000 numismata, metal valued about 25,000 pounds, to secure peace for a year in the east, though Armenia was not included in this arrangement. If the emperor recovered, a plenipotentiary should be sent to determine all matters in dispute and to end the war. But Justin did not recover, and by the masterful will of the empress, Tiberius was adopted as the emperor's son and created Caesar in the presence of the patriarch John and of the officials of the court. Friday, 7 December 574. It was a scene which deeply impressed the imagination of contemporary historians. Justin, in a pathetic speech, confessed with sincere contrition his failure, and in this brief interval of unclouded mental vision warned his successor of the dangers which surrounded the throne. Tiberius, his position now established, at once busied himself with the work of reorganization. His assumption of power marks a change of policy which is of the highest importance. The new Caesar, himself by birth a Thracian, had seen service on the Danube and realized that from the military standpoint, the intransigent imperialism of Justin was too heroic an ideal for the exhausted empire. Years before, he had approved of terms of peace which would have given the Avars land on which to settle within Rome's frontiers. Greek influence was everywhere on the increase. At all costs, it was the Greek-speaking Asiatic provinces which must be defended and retained. Persia was a formidable foe, and it was her rivalry which was the dominating factor in the situation. Tiberius had indeed, with practical insight, comprehended Rome's true policy. Syrian chroniclers of a later day rightly appreciated this. To them, Tiberius stands at the head of a new imperial line. They know him as the first of the Greek emperors. But if, in his view, the empire, though maintaining its hold on such bulwark cities as Sirmium, was in the future to place no longer its chief reliance on those European provinces from which he had himself sprung, the administration must scrupulously abstain from arousing the hostility of the Eastern nationalities. Religious persecution must cease, and it must be unnecessary for his subjects to seek under a foreign domination a wider tolerance and a more spacious freedom for the profession of their own faith. The Monophysites gratefully acknowledged that during his reign they found in the emperor a champion against their ecclesiastical oppressors. This was not all. There are hints in our authorities which suggest that he regarded as ill-timed the aristocratic sympathies of Justin, and strove to increase the authority of the popular elements in the state. It is possible that the demesmen, suppressed by Justinian after the Nika sedition and cowed by Justin, owed to the policy of Tiberius some of the influence which they exercised towards the close of the reign of Maurice. Even at the risk of what might be judged financial improvidence, the autocrat must strive to win the esteem, if not the affection, of his subjects. Tiberius forthwith remitted a year's taxation and endeavored to restore the ravages which Adarmanes had inflicted on Syria. At the same time, he began to remodel the army, attracting to the service of the state sturdy barbarian soldiers wherever such could be found. Obviously, the immediate question was the state of affairs in the East. In the spring of 575, Tiberius sent Trajan, quaestor and physician, with a former envoy Zacharias to obtain a cessation of hostilities for 3 years both in the East and Armenia. If that was not possible, then in the East excluding Armenia. Persia, however, insisted that no truce could be granted for any less period than 5 years, and the ambassadors therefore consented, subject to the approval of the emperor, to accept a truce of 5 years in the East alone, Rome undertaking to pay annually 30,000 gold numismata. These terms Tiberius rejected. He wanted a truce for 2 years if possible, but in no event would he accept an agreement which would tie his hands for more than 3 years. By that time, he hoped to be able successfully to withstand Persia in the field. At last, Chosroes agreed to a 3 years treaty, which was only to affect the East and was not to include Armenia. Meanwhile, before the result of the negotiations was known, Justinian, son of the murdered Justin, was appointed general of the East. Early in the summer, however, Chosroes, with unexpected energy, marched north and invaded Armenia. Perse Armenia returned to its allegiance, and by way of the canton of Bagravand, he advanced into the Roman province and encamped before Theodosiopolis. This city, the key of Perse Armenia and Iberia, he resolved to capture, and thence to proceed to Caesarea, the metropolis of Cappadocia. The siege, however, was soon abandoned, and near Sebaste the Persians met the Roman army under Justinian, who had now assumed command in Armenia. Personal jealousies paralyzed the action of the imperial troops, and the enemy was thus able to capture and burn Melitene. Then the fortune of war turned. Chosroes was forced to flee across the Euphrates, and, with the Romans in hot pursuit, only escaped with great loss over the mountains of Karcha. Justinian followed up this advantage by spending the winter on Persian soil. His troops pillaged and plundered unchecked, and in the spring of 576 he took up his position on the frontier. The shame of the flight from Melitene was a severe shock to Persian pride, and there seemed every prospect that now at last peace would be concluded. At Athrelan, near Dara, Mebodes met Rome's envoys John and Peter, patricians and senators, together with Zacharias and Theodore, count of the treasury. During the negotiations, however, Tamchosro defeated Justinian in Armenia, 576. Elated by this victory, the Persians withdrew the concessions which they had already made. Still, all through the years 576 to 577, the plenipotentiaries discussed terms. 2 points stood in the way of a final settlement. Persia claimed the right to punish those Armenian fugitives who in 571 had fled to the empire, and these Rome absolutely declined to surrender, while Chosroes in turn persisted in his refusal to consider the cession of Dara, which Tiberius demanded. In 578, when the 3 years' truce had all but expired, a new embassy headed by Trajan and Zacharias began the task afresh. Meanwhile, in 578, to put a stop to the mutual dissensions of the Roman generals, Tiberius appointed as commander-chief of the eastern troops Maurice, a Cappadocian of Arabisus, descended, it was said, from the aristocracy of old Rome, who had formerly served as the emperor's notarius, and whom, on becoming Caesar, he had created comes excubitorum. With the means supplied to him by Tiberius, Maurice at once began to raise a formidable army. He enrolled men from his own native country and enlisted recruits from Syria, Iberia, and the province of Hanzit. With these forces, he successfully invaded Arzanene, captured the strong fortress of Alphaumon, and carried back with him thousands of Persians and much spoil. In the autumn of this year, 578, Justin, who had temporarily recovered his reason, crowned Tiberius emperor, 26 September, and 8 days later, on 4 October, his troubled life was ended. End of section 41. Section 42 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ted Lienhart. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 2, The Rise of the Saracens and the Foundation of the Western Empire. The Successors of Justinian, Part 3, by Norman H. Baynes. Tiberius, now as ever, sought military triumphs only as a means to diplomatic ends. In consequence of the victories of the summer, he had in his hands numerous important captives, some of them even connections of the royal house. He at once dispatched Zacharias and a general, Theodore by name, giving them full powers to conclude peace and offering to return the prisoners of war. The emperor professed himself prepared to surrender Iberia and Perse Armenia, but not those refugees who had fled to the shelter of the empire, to evacuate Arzanene and to restore the fortress of Afuman, while in return Dara was to be given back to the empire. Tiberius was desirous of arriving at a speedy agreement so that the enemy might not gain time for collecting reinforcements. Despite the delay of a counter-mission from Persia, there was every prospect that Rome's conditions would be accepted when in the early spring of 579, Chosroes died and was succeeded on the throne by Ormizd. Though the emperor was willing to offer the same terms, Ormizd procrastinated while making every effort to provision Dara and Nisibis and to raise fresh levies. At length, he definitely refused to surrender Dara and stipulated anew for an annual money payment, summer 579. The military and diplomatic operations of the years 579 to 581, though interesting enough in themselves, did not really alter the general position of affairs. Thus inconclusively dragged on the long hostilities between the rival powers in the East, but in Europe the Avars had grown discontented with the empire's subsidies. Targitius was sent in 580 to receive the tribute, but immediately after the envoy's departure, Baynes started with his rude flotilla down the Danube and, marching over the neck of country between that river and the Save, appeared before Sirmium and there began to construct a bridge. When the Roman general in the neighboring fortress of Singidunum protested at this violation of the peace, the Kagan claimed that his sole aim was to cross the Save in order to march through the territory of the empire, recross the Danube with the help of the Roman fleet, and thus attack the common enemy, the Slav invaders, who had refused to render to the Avars their annual tribute. Sirmium was without stores of provisions and had no effective garrison. Tiberius had relied upon the continuance of the peace, and all his available troops were in Armenia and Mesopotamia. When Baynes' ambassador arrived in the capital, the emperor could only temporize. He himself was preparing an expedition against the Slavs, but for the present he would suggest that the moment was ill chosen for a campaign, since the Turks were occupying the Chersonese. Bosporus had fallen into their hands in 576, and might shortly advance westward. The Avar envoy was not slow to appreciate the true position, but on the return journey he and the attendant Romans were slain by a band of Slav pillagers. This fact, casually mentioned, gives us some idea of the condition at this time of the open countryside in the Danubian provinces. Meanwhile, Baynes had been pressing forward the building of the bridge over the Save, and Solachos, the new Avar ambassador, now threw off the mask and demanded the evacuation of Sirmium. "I would sooner give your master," Tiberius replied, "one of my 2 daughters to wife, than I would of my own free will surrender Sirmium." The Danube and the Save were held by the enemy, and the emperor had no army, but through Illyria and Dalmatia, officers were sent to conduct the defense. On the islands of Cassia and Carbonaria, Theognis met the Kagan, but negotiations were fruitless. For 2 years, despite fearful hardships, the city resisted, but the governor was incompetent, and the troops under Theognis inadequate, and at last, some short time before his death, Tiberius, to save the citizens, sacrificed Sirmium. The inhabitants were granted life, but all their possessions were left in the hands of the barbarians, who also exacted the sum of 240,000 nomismata as payment for the 3 years' arrears, 580 to 582, due under the terms of the former agreement, which was still to remain in force. It was during the investment of Sirmium that the Slavs seized their golden hour. They poured over Thrace and Thessaly, scouring the Roman provinces as far as the long walls, a flood of murder and of ravage. The black horror of their onset still darkens the pages of John of Ephesus. In the year which saw the fall of Sirmium, 582, Tiberius died. Feeling that his end was near, on 5 August he created Maurice Caesar and gave to him the name of Tiberius. At the same time, the emperor's elder daughter was named Constantina and betrothed to Maurice. 8 days later, before an assemblage of representatives of army, church, and people, Tiberius crowned the Caesar emperor, 13 August, and on 14 August, 582, in the palace of the Hebdomon, he breathed his last. The marriage of Maurice followed hard on the funeral of his father-in-law. We would gladly have learned more of the policy and aims of Tiberius. We can but dimly divine in him a practical statesman who, with sure prescience, had seen what was possible of achievement and where the empire's true future lay. He fought not for conquest, but for peace. He struggled to win from Persia a recognition that Rome was her peer, that on a basis of security the empire might work out its internal union and concentrate its strength around the shores of the eastern Mediterranean. The sins of men, says the chronicler, were the reason for his short reign. Men were not worthy of so good an emperor. "Make your rule my fairest epitaph," were the words of Tiberius to Maurice, and the new monarch undertook his task in a spirit of high seriousness. At his accession, Maurice appointed John Mysticon commander-in-chief of the eastern armies, and this position he held until 584, when he was superseded by Philippicus, the emperor's brother-in-law. The details of the military operations during the years 582 to 585 cannot be given here. It may be sufficient to state that their general result was indecisive. Most of the time was spent in the capture or defense of isolated fortresses or in raids upon the enemy's territory. No pitched battle of any importance occurred till 586. Philippicus had met Mebodes at Amida in order to discuss terms of peace, but Persia had demanded a money payment, and such a condition Maurice would not accept. The Roman general, finding that negotiations were useless, led his forces to Mount Izala, and at Solochon the armies engaged. The Persians were led by Carderigan, while Mebodes commanded on the right wing, and Euphrates, a cousin of Carderigan, on the left. Philippicus was persuaded not to adventure his life in the forefront of the battle, so that the Roman center was entrusted to Heraclius, the father of the future emperor. Vitellius faced Euphrates, while Wilfrid, the prefect of Amasa, and Apsich the Hun opposed Mebodes. On a Sunday morning, the engagement began. The right wing routed Euphrates, but was with difficulty recalled from its capture of the Persian baggage. The defeated troops now strengthened the enemy's center, and some of the Roman horse were forced to dismount to steady the ranks under Heraclius. But during a desperate hand-to-hand struggle, the cavalry charged the Persians, and the day was won. The left wing pursued the troops under Mebodes as far as Dara. Philippicus then began the siege of the fortress of Clomara, but his position was turned by the forces under Carderigan. A sudden panic seized the Roman commander, who fled precipitately under cover of night to Afumon. The enemy, suspecting treachery, advanced with caution, but encountered no resistance, while the seizure of the Roman baggage train relieved them from threatened starvation. Across the Nymphaeus by Amida to Mount Izala, Philippicus retreated. Here the forts were strengthened and the command given to Heraclius, who in late autumn led a pillaging expedition across the Tigris. The flight of Philippicus may well have been due, at least in part, to a fresh attack of illness, for in 587 he was unable to take the field, and when he started for the capital, Heraclius was left as commander in the east and at once began to restore order and discipline among the Roman troops. Maurice's well-intentioned passion for economy had led him to issue an order that the soldiers' pay should be reduced by a quarter. Philippicus clearly felt that this was a highly dangerous and inexpedient measure. The army's anger might lead to the proclamation of a rival emperor. He delayed the publication of the edict, and it was probably with a view of explaining the whole situation to his master that, despite his illness, he set out for Constantinople. On his journey, however, he learned that he had been superseded and that Priscus had been appointed commander-in-chief. If Maurice had ceased to trust his brother-in-law, let the new general do what he could. Philippicus would no longer stay his hand. From Tarsus he ordered Heraclius to leave the army in the hands of Narses, governor of Constantina, and himself to retire to Armenia. He further directed the publication of the fatal edict. Early in 588, Priscus arrived in Antioch. The Roman forces were to concentrate in Monocarton, and from Edessa he made his way, accompanied by the bishop of Damascus, towards the camp with a view of celebrating Easter amongst his men. But when the troops came forth to meet him, his haughtiness and failure to observe the customary military usages disgusted the army, and at this critical moment a report spread that their pay was to be reduced. A mutiny forced Priscus to take refuge in Constantina, and the fears of Philippicus proved well-founded. Germanus, commander in the Lebanon district of Phoenicia, was against his own will proclaimed emperor, though he exacted an oath that the soldiers would not plunder the luckless provincials. A riot at Constantina, where the emperor's statues were overthrown, drove the fugitive Priscus to Edessa, and thence he was hounded forth to seek shelter in the capital. Maurice's only course was to reappoint Philippicus to the supreme command in the east, but the army, which had elected its own officers, was not to be thus easily pacified. The troops solemnly swore that they would never receive the nominee of an emperor whom they no longer acknowledged. Meanwhile, as was but natural, Persia seized her opportunity and invested Constantina, but Germanus prevailed upon his men to take action, and the city was relieved. The soldiers' resentment was lessened by the skillful diplomacy of Aristobulus, who brought gifts from Constantinople, and Germanus was able to invade Persia with a force of 4,000 men. Though checked by Maruzus, he retired in safety to the Nymphaeus, and at Martyropolis, Maruzus was defeated and killed by the united Roman forces. 3,000 captives were taken, among them many prominent Persians, while the spoils and standards were sent to Maurice. This was the signal that the army was once more prepared to acknowledge the emperor, and all would have been well had not Maurice felt it necessary to insist that Philippicus should again be accepted by the troops as their general. This, however, they refused to do, even when Andreas, captain of the imperial shield-bearers, was sent to them, and only after a year's cessation of hostilities, 588 to 589, was the army, through the personal influence of Gregory, bishop of Antioch, persuaded to obey its former commander, Easter 590. Philippicus did not long enjoy his triumph. About this time, Martyropolis fell by treachery into Persian hands, and with the spring of 590, the Roman forces marched into Armenia to recover the city. When he failed in this, Philippicus was superseded by Commentiolus, and although the latter was unsuccessful, Heraclius won a brilliant victory and captured the enemy's camp. It is at first sight somewhat surprising that the Persians had remained inactive during the year 589, but we know that they were fully engaged with internal difficulties. The violence of Ormizd had, it seems, caused a dangerous revolt in Khuzestan and Kerman, and in face of this peril, Persia accepted an offer of help from the Turks. Once admitted into Khorasan, Shaweh Shah disregarded his promises and advanced southwards in the direction of the capital, but was met by Bahram Koban, the governor of Media, and was defeated in the mountains of Gilan. The power of the Turks was broken. They could no longer exact, but were bound to pay an annual tribute. After this signal success, Bahram Koban undertook an invasion of Roman territory in the Caucasus district. The Persians encountered no resistance, for the imperial forces were concentrated in Armenia. Maurice sent Romanus to engage the enemy in Albania, and in the valley of one of the streams flowing into the Araxes, Bahram was so severely worsted that he was in consequence removed from his command by Ormizd. Thus disgraced, he determined to seize the crown for himself, but veiled his real plan under the pretext of championing the cause of Chosroes, Ormizd's eldest son. At the same time, a plot was formed in the palace, and Bahram was forestalled. The conspirators dethroned the king, and Chosroes was crowned as Ctesiphon. But after the assassination of Ormizd, the new monarch was unable to maintain his position. His troops deserted to Bahram, and he was forced to throw himself upon the mercy of the emperor. As a helpless fugitive, the King of Kings arrived at Circesium and craved Rome's protection, offering in return to restore the lost Armenian provinces and to surrender Martyropolis and Dara. Despite the counsels of the Senate, Maurice saw in this strange reversal of fortune a chance to terminate a war which was draining the empire's strength. His resolve to accede to his enemy's request was at once a courageous and a statesmanlike action. He furnished Chosroes with men and money. Narses took command of the troops, and John Mysticon marched from Armenia to join the army. The two forces met at Sargana, probably Sirgan, in the plain of Ushne, and in the neighborhood of Ganzaka, Takhti Soliman, defeated and put to flight Bahram, while Chosroes recovered his throne without further resistance. The new monarch kept his promises to Rome and surrounded himself with a Roman bodyguard, 591. By this interposition, Maurice had restored the empire's frontier and had ended the long-drawn struggle in the east. In 592, therefore, he could transport his army into Europe and was able to employ his whole military force in the Danubian provinces. Maurice himself went with the troops as far as Anchialis, when he was recalled by the presence of a Persian embassy in the capital. The chronology of the next few years is confused, and it is impossible to give here a detailed account of the campaigns. Their general object was to maintain the Danube as the frontier line against the Avars and to restrict the forays of the Slavs. In this, Priscus met with considerable success, but Peter, Maurice's brother, who superseded him in 597, displayed hopeless incompetency, and Priscus was reappointed. In 600, Commiantolus, who was, it would appear, in command against his own will, entered into communications with the Kagan in order to secure the discomfiture of the Roman forces. He was, in fact, anxious to prove that the attempt to defend the northern frontier was labor lost. He ultimately fled headlong to the capital, and only the personal interference of the emperor stifled the inquiry into his treachery. On this occasion, the panic in Constantinople was such that the city guard, the blank, were sent by Maurice to man the long walls. End of section 42. Section 43 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ted Lienhart. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 2, The Rise of the Saracens and the Foundation of the Western Empire. The Successors of Justinian, Part 4, by Norman H. Baynes. On the return of Commentiolus to the seat of war in the summer of 600, Priscus, in spite of his colleagues' inactivity, won a considerable victory, but the autumn of 601 saw Peter once again in command and conducting unsuccessful negotiations for a peace. Towards the close of 602, the outlook was brighter, for conditions had changed in favor of Rome. The Ante had acted as her allies, and when Apsich was sent by the Kagan to punish this defection, numbers of the Avars themselves deserted and joined the forces under Peter. Maurice would seem to have thought that this was the moment to drive home the advantage which fortune offered, for if the soldiers could support themselves at the expense of the enemy, the harassed provincials and the overburdened exchequer might be spared the cost of their maintenance. Orders were sent that the troops were not to return, but should winter beyond the Danube. The army heard the news with consternation. Barbarian tribes were ranging over the country on the further side of the river. The cavalry was worn out with the marches of the summer. Their booty would purchase them the pleasures of civilized life. The Roman forces mutinied, and disobeying their superiors, crossed the river and reached Palestolum. Peter withdrew from the camp in despair, but meanwhile the officers had induced their men to face the barbarians once again, and the army had returned to Securiska, near Nicopol. Floods of rain, however, and extreme cold renewed the discontent. 8 spokesmen, among whom was Phocas, covered the 20 miles between Peter and the camp and demanded that the army might return home to winter quarters. The commander-in-chief promised to give his answer on the following day. Between the rebellious determination of the troops and the imperative dispatches of his brother, he could see no loophole of escape. Of one thing alone he was assured. That day would start a train of ills for Rome. True to his promise, he joined his men, and to their representatives he read the emperor's letter. Before the tempest of opposition which this evoked, the officers fled, and on the following day, when the soldiers had twice assembled to discuss the situation, Phocas was raised upon a shield and declared their leader. Peter carried the news with all speed to the capital. Maurice disguised his fears and reviewed the troops of the Dems. The Blues, on whose support he relied, numbered 900, the Greens 1,500. On the refusal of Phocas to receive the emperor's ambassadors, the Demsmen were ordered to man the city walls. Phocas had been chosen as champion of the army, not as emperor. The army had refused allegiance to Maurice personally, but not to his house. Accordingly, the vacant throne was offered to Theodosius, the emperor's eldest son, or should he decline it, to his father-in-law, Germanus, both of whom were hunting at the time in the neighborhood of the capital. They were at once recalled to Constantinople. Germanus, realizing that he was suspected of treason, armed his followers and, surrounded by a bodyguard, took refuge in the cathedral church. He had won the sympathies of the populace, and when the emperor attempted to remove him by force from St. Sophia, riots broke out in the city, while the troops of the Dems deserted their posts on the walls to join in the abuse of emperor and patriarch. Maurice was denounced as a Marcionist, and ribald songs were shouted against him through the streets. The house of the Praetorian prefect, Constantine Lardes, was burned to the ground, and at the dead of night, with his wife and children, accompanied by Constantine, the emperor, disguised as a private citizen, embarked for Asia, 22 November 602. A storm carried him out of his course, and he only landed with difficulty at the shrine of Autonomus the martyr. Here an attack of gout held him prisoner, while the Praetorian prefect was dispatched with Theodosius to enlist the sympathy of Chosroes on behalf of his benefactor. The emperor fled. The Greens determined to espouse the cause of Phocas and rejected the overtures of Germanus, who now made a bid for the crown and was prepared to purchase their support. They feared that, once his end was gained, his well-known partiality for the Blues would reassert itself. The disappointed candidate was driven to acknowledge his rival's claims. Phocas was invited to the Hebdomon, McReynolds, and thither trooped out the citizens, the Senate, and the Patriarch. In the church of St. John the Baptist, the rude, half-barbarian centurion was crowned sovereign of the Roman Empire and entered the capital in a golden shower of royal gifts. But the usurper could not rest while Maurice was alive. On the day following the coronation of his wife Leontia, upon the Asian shore at the harbor of Eutropius, 5 sons of the fallen emperor were slain before their father's eyes, and then Maurice himself perished, calling upon God and repeating many times, "Just art thou, O Lord, and just is thy judgment." From the beach men saw the bodies floating on the waters of the bay, while Lilius brought back to the capital the severed heads, where they were exposed to public view. Maurice was a realist who suffered from an obstinate prejudice in favor of his own projects and his own nominees. He could diagnose the ills from which the empire suffered, but did not always choose aright the moment for administering the remedy. He had served a stern apprenticeship in the Eastern wars, and saw clearly that while Rome in many of her provinces was fighting for existence, the importance of the leader of armies outweighed that of the civil governor. In some temporary instances, Justinian had entrusted to the prefect the duties of a general, and had thus broken through the sharp distinction between the 2 spheres drawn by the Diocletian-Constantinian reforms. Maurice, however, did not follow the principle of Justinian's tentative innovations. He chose to give to the military commander a position in the hierarchy of office superior to that of the civil administration, conferring on the old magistri militium of Africa and Italy the newly coined title of exarch. This supreme authority was to be the emperor's vice-regent against Berber and Lombard. It was the first step towards the creation of the system of military themes. It was doubtless also considerations of practical convenience and a recognition of the stubborn logic of facts which led to Maurice's scheme of provincial redistribution. Tripolitania was separated from Africa and joined, like its neighbor, Cyrenaica, to the Diocese of Egypt. Citafensis and Caesariensis were fused into the single province of Mauritania Prima, while the fortress of Septim and the sorry remnants of Tingitana were united with the imperial possessions in Spain and the Balearic Isles to form the province of Mauritania too, thus solidifying, under one government, the scattered Roman territories in the extreme west. Similar motives probably determined the new arrangements after the treaty with Persia in 591 on the eastern frontier. It was again Maurice the realist who disregarded the counsels of his ministers and made full use of the unique opportunity which the flight of Chosroes offered to the empire. In Italy, the incursion of the Lombards presented a problem with which the wars on the Danube and in Asia rendered it difficult for Maurice to cope. Frankish promises of help against the invaders were largely illusory, even though the young West Gothic prince Athenigild was held in Constantinople as a pledge for the fulfillment by his Merovingian kinsfolk of their obligations. It was further unfortunate that the relations between Pope and Emperor were none of the best. Many small disagreements culminated in the dispute concerning the title of ecumenical patriarch, which John the Faster had adopted. The contention between Gregory and Maurice has certainly been given a factitious importance by later historians. The oversensitive Gregory alone seems to have regarded the question as of any vital moment, and his successors quietly acquiesced in the use of the offending word. But the disagreement doubtless hampered the emperor's reforms. When he endeavored to prevent soldiers from deserting and retiring into monasteries, the Pope seized on the measure as a new ground of complaint and raised violent protest in the name of the Church. As general in Asia, Maurice had restored the morale of the army, and throughout his life he was always anxious to effect improvements in military matters. He was the first emperor to realize fully the importance of Armenia as a recruiting ground, and it may well be from this fact that late tradition traced his descent from that country. It was just in this sphere of military reform, however, that he displayed his fatal inability to judge the time when he could safely insist on an unpopular measure. His demand that the army should winter beyond the Danube cost him alike throne and life. It was further an ill-advised step when Maurice in his later years, 598 or 599, reverted, as Justin had done before him, to a policy of religious persecution. By endeavoring to force Chalcedonian orthodoxy on Mesopotamia, he effected little save the alienation of his subjects. It was left to Heraclius to follow Tiberius in choosing the better part and endeavoring by conciliation to introduce union amongst the warring parties. But the great blot on the reign of Maurice is his favoritism towards incapable officials. The ability of men like Narses and Priscus had to give place to the incompetency of Peter and the treachery of Comentiolus. Time and again, their blunders were overlooked and new distinctions forced upon them. The fear that a victorious general of today might be the successful rival of tomorrow gave but a show of justification to this ruinous partiality. But despite all criticisms, Maurice remains a high-minded, conscientious, independent, hard-working ruler, and if other proof of his worth were lacking, it is to be found in the universal hatred of his murderer. Other executions followed those of Maurice and his sons. Comentiolus and Peter were slain, while Alexander dragged Theodosius from the sanctuary of Autonomus and killed both him and the prefect Constantine. Constantina and her 3 daughters were confined in a private house. Phocas was master of the capital. But elsewhere throughout the empire, men refused to ratify the army's choice. Through Anatolia and Cilicia, through the Roman province of Asia and in Palestine, through Illyricum and in Thessalonica, civil war was raging. On every side, the citizens rose in rebellion against the assassin whom Pope Gregory and the older Rome delighted to honor. Even in Constantinople itself, a plot hatched by Germanus was only suppressed after a great part of the city had been destroyed by fire. The ex-empress, as a result of these disorders, was now immured with her daughters in a convent, while Philippicus and Germanus were forced to become priests. A persistent rumor affirmed that Theodosius was still alive. For a time, Phocas himself must have believed the report, for he put to death his agent Alexander. Furthermore, Chosroes was thus furnished with a fair-sounding pretext for an invasion of the empire. He came as avenger of Maurice, to whom he owed his throne, and as restorer of Maurice's heir. When in the spring of 603, Phocas dispatched Lilius to the Persian court to announce his accession, the ambassador was thrown into chains, and in an arrogant letter, Chosroes declared war on Rome. About this time, also, 603, Narses revolted, seized Edessa, and appealed to Persia for support. Germanus, now in command of the eastern army, marched to Edessa with orders to recover the city. In the spring of 604, Chosroes led his forces against the empire, and while part encamped round Dara, he himself made for Edessa to attack the Romans who were themselves besieging Narses. As day broke, the Persians fell upon Germanus, who was defeated and 11 days later died of his wounds in Constantina. His men fled in confusion. Chosroes, it would appear, entered Edessa, and according to the Armenian historian Sebios, Narses introduced to the Persian king a young man whom he represented to be Theodosius. The pretender was gladly welcomed by Chosroes, who then retired to Dara, where the Romans still resisted the besiegers. On the news of the death of Germanus, Phocas realized that all the forces which he could raise were needed for the war in Asia. He increased the annual payments to the Avars and withdrew the regiments from Thrace, 605. Some of the troops under the command of the eunuch Leontius were ordered to invest Edessa, though Narses soon escaped from the city and reached Hierapolis. The rest of the army marched against Persia, But at Arxamon, between Edessa and Nisibis, Chosroes won a great victory and took numerous captives. About this time, after a 1.5 year siege, the walls of Dara were undermined, the fortress captured, and the inhabitants massacred. Laden with booty, the Persian monarch returned to Ctesiphon, leaving Zongos in command in Asia. Leontius was disgraced, and Phocas appointed his cousin Domentiolus Curopalates and general-in-chief. Narses was induced to surrender on condition that no harm should be done to him. Phocas disregarded the oath, and Rome's best general was burned alive in the capital. Meanwhile, Armenia was devastated by civil war and Persian invasion. Karen opened its gates to the pretended son of Maurice, and Chosroes established a Marspon in Dovin. In the year after the siege of Dara, 606, Sarbaraz and Kardaragan entered Mesopotamia and the country bordering on the frontier of Syria. Among the towns which surrendered were Amida and Resana. In 607, Syria, Palestine, and Phoenicia were overrun. In 608, Kardaragan, in conjunction, it seems, with Sahin, marched northwest, and while the latter occupied Cappadocia, spending a year, 608 to 609, in Caesarea, which was evacuated by the Christians, the former made forays into Paphlagonia and Galatia, penetrating even as far west as Chalcedon. In fact, the Roman world at this time fell into a state of anarchy, and passions which had long smoldered burst into flame. Blues and greens fought out their feuds in the streets of Antioch, Jerusalem, and Alexandria, while on every side men easily persuaded themselves that Theodosius yet lived. Even in Constantinople, Germanus thought that he could turn to his own profit the popular belief. Our authorities are unsatisfactory, but it would seem that 2 distinct plots with different aims were set on foot. There was a conspiracy among the highest court officials headed by the Praetorian prefect of the East, Theodorus. Elpidius, governor of the imperial arsenal, was willing to supply arms, and Phocas was to be slain in the hippodrome. Theodorus himself would then be proclaimed emperor. Of this plan, Germanus obtained warning, and for his part determined to anticipate the scheme by playing upon the public sympathy for the house of Maurice. While nominally championing the cause of Theodosius, he doubtless intended to secure for himself the supreme power. Through a certain Petronia, he entered into communication with Constantina, but Petronia betrayed the secret to Phocas. Under torture, Constantina accused Germanus of complicity, and he in turn implicated others. The rival plot met with no better success. Anastasius, who had been present at the breakfast council where the project was discussed, repented of his treason and informed the emperor. On 7 June 605, Phocas wreaked his vengeance on the court officials, and about the same time Germanus, Constantina, and her 3 daughters met their deaths. Alarms and suspicions haunted the emperor, and terror goaded him to fresh excesses. In 607, it would seem, his daughter Domentia was married to Priscus, the former general of Maurice, and when the demesmen raised statues to bride and bridegroom, Phocas saw in the act new treason and yet another attempt upon his throne. It was in vain that the authorities pleaded that they were but following long-established custom. It was only popular clamor that saved the demarchs Theophanes and Pamphilus from immediate execution. Even loyalty was proved dangerous, and anxiety for his personal safety made of his son-in-law a secret foe. The capital was full of plague and scarcity and executions. Commentiolus and all the remaining kindred of Maurice fell victims to the panic fear of Phocas. The Greens themselves turned against the emperor, taunting him in the circus with his debauchery and setting on fire the public buildings. Phocas retorted by depriving them of all political rights. He looked around for allies. At least he would win the sympathies of the Orthodox in the East, as he had from the first enjoyed the support of Rome. Anastasius, Jacobite Patriarch of Alexandria, was expelled. Syria and Egypt, he decreed, should choose no ecclesiastical dignitary without his authorization. Before the common attack, Monophysite Antioch and Alexandria determined to sink their differences. In 608, the patriarchs met in the Syrian capital. The local authorities interfered, but the Jacobite populace was joined by the Jews in their resistance to the imperial troops. The Orthodox patriarch was slain, and the rioters gained the day. Phocas dispatched Cotton and Bonosus, Count of the East, to Antioch. With hideous cruelty, their mission was accomplished, and the emperor's authority with difficulty reestablished. Thence Bonosus departed for Jerusalem, where the faction fights of blues and greens had spread confusion throughout the city. The tyrant was still master within the capital, but Africa was preparing the expedition which was to cause his overthrow. In 607, or at latest 608, Heraclius, formerly general of Maurice and now exarch, with his Gregory, was planning rebellion. The news reached the ears of Priscus, who had learned to fear his father-in-law's animosity, and negotiations were opened between the Senate and the Pentapolis. The aristocracy was ready to give its aid should a liberator reach the capital. Obviously, such a promise was of small value, and Heraclius was forced to rely upon his own resources. But he was at this time advanced in life, and to his son Heraclius and to Gregory's son Nicetas was entrusted the execution of the plot. It is only of recent years, through the discovery of the Chronicle of John of Nicaea, that we have been able to construct the history of the operations. First, Nicetas was to invade Egypt and secure Alexandria. Then Heraclius would take ship for Thessalonica, and from this harbor as his base he would direct his attack upon Constantinople. During the year 608, 3,000 men were raised in the Pentapolis, and these, together with Berber troops, were placed under the command of Bonacus, a spelling which doubtless hides a Roman name, who defeated with difficulty the imperial generals. Leontius, the prefect of Mareotis, was on the side of Heraclius, and the governor of Tripolis arrived with reinforcements. High officials were conspiring to support the rebels in Alexandria itself when the plot was revealed to Theodore, the imperialist patriarch. When the news reached Phocas, he forthwith ordered the prefect of Byzantium to convey fresh troops with all speed to Alexandria and the Delta fortresses, while Bonosus, who was contemplating a seizure of the Patriarch of Jerusalem, was summoned to leave the holy city and to march against Nicetas. On the latter's advance, Alexandria refused to surrender, but resistance was short-lived, and the Patriarch and general met their deaths. Treasure, shipping, the island and fortress of Pharos all fell into the hands of Nicetas, while Bonacus received the submission of many of the Delta towns. At Caesarea, where Bonosus took ship, he heard of the capture of Alexandria, and while his cavalry pursued the land route, his fleet in 2 divisions sailed up the Nile by the Peloponnesian Channel and by the main eastern arm of the river. At first, Bonosus carried all before him and inflicted a crushing defeat near Manuf on the generals of Heraclius, thereby reconquering the Delta for Phocas. But he was repulsed from Alexandria with heavy loss and suffered so severely in a fresh advance from his base at Nicaea that he was forced to abandon Egypt and to flee through Asia to Constantinople. The imperialist resistance was at an end, and the new rule was established in Egypt, apparently end of 609. End of section 43. Section 44 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ted Lienhart. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 2. The Rise of the Saracens and the Foundation of the Western Empire. The Successors of Justinian, Part 5, by Norman H. Baynes. We have no certain information as to what the younger Heraclius was doing during the year 609, but it seems not unlikely that it was at this time that he occupied Thessalonica, for here he could draw reinforcements from the European malcontents. It is at least clear that, when he finally started in 610 on his voyage to Constantinople, he gathered supporters from the seaside towns and from the islands on his route. At the beginning of September, it would seem, he cast anchor at Abydos in Mysia, where he was joined by those whom Phocas had driven into exile. Crossing the Propontis, he touched at Heraclea and Selymbria, and at the small island of Calonimus the church, through the bishop of Cyzicus, blessed his enterprise. On Saturday, 3 October, the fleet, with images of the Virgin at the ship's mastheads, sailed under the sea walls of the capital. But in face of the secret treachery of Priscus and the open desertion of the demesman of the Green Party, the cause of Phocas was foredoomed. Heraclius waited upon his ship until the tyrant's own ministers dragged his enemy before him on the morning of 5 October. "Is it thus, wretch, that you have governed the state?" asked Heraclius. "Will you govern it any better?" retorted the fallen emperor. He was forthwith struck down, and his body dismembered and carried through the city. Domentiolus and Leontius, the Syrian minister of finance, shared his fate, and their bodies, together with that of Bonosus, were burned in the Ox Forum. In the afternoon of the same day, Heraclius was crowned emperor by Sergius the Patriarch. People and Senate refused to listen to his plea that Priscus should be their monarch. They would not see in their liberator merely the avenger of Maurice, nor suffer him to return whence he came. On the same day, Heraclius married Eudocia. As his betrothed, Fabia, daughter of Rogatus of Africa, was renamed, who became at once bride and empress. 3 days later, in the Hippodrome, the statue of Phocas was burned, and with it the standard of the Blues. During 610, the Persians had been advancing westwards in the direction of Syria. Callinicum and Circesium had fallen, and the Euphrates had been crossed. After his accession, Heraclius sent an embassy to Persia. Maurice was now avenged, and peace could be restored between the two empires. Chosroes made no reply to the embassy. He had proved all too conclusively Rome's weakness and was not willing to surrender his advantage. Meanwhile, Priscus was appointed general and sent to Cappadocia to undertake the siege of Caesarea, which was at this time in the occupation of the Persians. For a year the enemy resisted, but at last, in the late summer of 611, famine drove them to evacuate the city. They cut their way through the Roman troops, inflicting serious loss, and retired to Armenia, where they took up winter quarters. In the same year, Emesa was lost to the empire. In 612, on the news that the Persians were once more about to invade Roman territory in force, Heraclius left the capital to confer with Priscus in Caesarea. The general pleaded illness and treated the emperor with marked coolness and disrespect. His ambitions were thwarted. He had gained nothing by the revolution and objected that the emperor's place was in Constantinople. It was no duty of his to intermeddle personally with the conduct of the war. For the moment, Heraclius had no forces with which to oppose Priscus. He was condemned to inaction and compelled to await his opportunity. In the summer, Sahin led his army to Caran and reduced Melitene to submission, afterwards joining Sarbaraz in the district of Dovan. The Persians were masters of Armenia. In 611, Eudocia had given birth to a daughter, and in May 612 a son was born. But on 13 August, the empress died. In 613, the emperor, despite the protests of the church, married his niece Martina. In the autumn of 612, Nicetas came to Constantinople, doubtless to confer with Heraclius as to the methods which were to be adopted in the government of Egypt. Priscus also made his way to the capital to honor the arrival of the emperor's cousin, and was invited by Heraclius to act as sponsor to his son's christening. which took place, it would seem, on 5 December 612. Here the emperor charged his general with treason and forced him to enter a monastery. In Constantinople, Priscus could no longer rely on the support of an army, and resistance was impossible. Heraclius appealed to the troops then in the capital and was enthusiastically greeted as their future captain. Nicetas succeeded Priscus as comes excubitorum, while the emperor appointed his brother Theodore curo palates. He also induced Philippicus to leave the shelter of a religious house and once more to undertake a military command. In the following year, 613, Heraclius was free to carry out his own plan of campaign. He determined to oppose the enemy on both their lines of attack. Philippicus was to invade Armenia, while he himself and his brother Theodore would check the Persian advance on Syria. The aim of Chosroes was clearly to occupy the Mediterranean coastline. A battle took place under the walls of Antioch, and there, after their army had been strengthened by reinforcements, the Persians succeeded in routing the Greeks. The road was now open for the southward march, and in this year Damascus fell. Further to the north, the Roman troops held the defiles, which gave access to Cilicia. Though at first victorious, in a second engagement they were put to flight. Cilicia and Tarsus were occupied by the enemy. Meanwhile, in Armenia, Philippicus had encamped at Valarsapat, but was compelled to beat a hurried retreat before the Persian forces. The Romans were repulsed on every side. But the worst was not yet. With the year 614 came the overwhelming calamity of the fall of the Holy City. Advancing from Caesarea along the coast, the Persians under Sarbaraz arrived before Jerusalem in the month of April. Negotiations were put an end to by the violence of the circus factions, and the Roman relief force from Jericho, which was summoned by Modestus, was put to flight. The Persians pressed forward the siege, bringing up towers and rams, and finally breaching the walls on the 21st day from the investment of the city. 3 or 5 May, 614. For 3 days the massacres lasted, and the Jews joined the victors in venting their spite on their hated oppressors. We hear of 57,000 killed and 35,000 taken captive. Churches went up in flames. The patriarch Zacharias was carried into Persia, and with him, to crown the disaster, went the Holy Cross. At the news, Nicetas seems to have hastened to Palestine with all speed, but he could do no more than rescue the Holy Sponge and the Holy Lance, and these were dispatched for safe custody to the capital. It was true that, when once Jerusalem was in his power, Chosroes was prepared to pursue a policy of conciliation. He deserted his former allies, and the Jews were banished from the city, while leave was accorded to rebuild the ruined churches, but this did little to assuage the bitterness of the fact that a Christian empire had not been able to protect its most sacred sanctuary from the violence of the barbarian fire worshipper. In 615, the Persians began afresh that occupation of Asia Minor, which had been interrupted by the evacuation of Caesarea in 611. When Sahin marched toward Chalcedon, Philippicus invaded Persia, but the effort to draw off the enemy's forces proved unsuccessful. Asia Minor, however, was not Syria, and Sahin realized that his position was insecure. He professed himself ready to consider terms of peace. Heraclius sailed over to the enemy's camp, and from his ship carried on negotiations with the Persian general. Olympius, praetorian prefect, Leontius, prefect of the city, and Anastasius, the treasurer of St. Sophia, were chosen as ambassadors, while the Senate wrote a letter to the Persian monarch in support of the emperor's action. But as soon as Sahin had crossed the frontier, the Roman envoys became prisoners, and Chosroes would hear no word of peace. Thus, while Syria was lost to the empire, and while Slavs were ranging at will over the European provinces, Heraclius had to face the overwhelming problem of raising the necessary funds to carry on the war. Even from the scanty records which we possess of this period, we can trace the emperor's efforts towards economy. He reduced the number of the clergy who enjoyed office in the capital, and if any above this authorized number desired residence in Constantinople, they were to buy the privilege from the state, 612. 3 years later, the coins in which the imperial largesse was paid were reduced to half their value. But in June 617, yet another disaster overtook Heraclius. The Kagan of the Avars made overtures for peace, and Athanasius, the patrician, and Cosmos, the questor, arranged a meeting between the emperor and the barbarian chief at Heraclea. Splendid religious rites and a magnificent circus display were to mark the importance of the occasion, and huge crowds had poured forth from the city gates to be present at the festivities. But it was no longer increased money payments that the Kagan sought. He aimed at nothing less than the capture of Constantinople. At a sign from his whip, the ambushed troops burst forth from their hiding places about the long walls. Heraclius saw his peril. Throwing off his purple, with his crown under his arm, he fled at a gallop to the city and warned its inhabitants. Over the plain of the Hebdomon and up to the Golden Gate surged the Avar host. They raided the suburbs. They pillaged the church of Saints Cosmos and Damian in the Hebdomon. They crossed the Golden Horn and broke in pieces the holy table in the church of the Archangel. Fugitives who escaped reported that 270,000 prisoners, men and women, had been swept away to be settled beyond the Danube, and there was none to stay the Kagan's march. In 618, those who were entitled at the expense of the state to share in the public distribution of loaves of bread were forced to make a contribution at the rate of 3 numismata to the loaf, and a few months later, August 618, the public distribution was entirely suspended. Even such a deprivation as this was felt to be inevitable. The chronicle of events in the capital does not record any popular outbreak. It was probably in the spring of 619 that the next step was taken in the Persian plan of conquest, when Sarbaraz invaded Egypt. He advanced by the coast road, capturing Pelusium and spreading havoc amongst its numerous churches and monasteries. Babylon, near Memphis, fell, and thence the Persians, supported by a strong flotilla, followed the main western branch of the Nile past Nikiu to Alexandria and began the siege of the Egyptian capital. All the emperor's measures were indeed of little avail when Armenia, Rome's recruiting ground, was occupied by Persia, and when Sarbaraz, encamped round Alexandria, had cut off the supply of Egyptian grain so that the capital suffered alike from pestilence and scarcity of food. The sole province which appeared to offer any hope to the exhausted treasury was Africa, and here only, it seemed, could an effective army be raised. It was with African troops that Nicetas had won Egypt in 609. Even now, with Carthage as a base of operations, the Persians might surely be repelled and Egypt regained. Thus reasoning, Heraclius prepared to set sail from Europe. 619. When his determination became known, Constantinople was in despair. The inhabitants refused to see themselves deserted, and the patriarch extracted an oath from the emperor that he would not leave his capital. The turbulence of New Rome itself seems to have been silenced in this dark hour. In Egypt, Nicetas, despairing of the defense of Alexandria, had fled from the city, and Persians, disguised as fisherfolk, had entered the harbor at dawn with the other fishing boats, cutting down any who resisted them, and had thrown open the gates to the army of Sarbaraz, June 619. It did indeed seem that Chosroes was to be master of the Roman world. About this time, too, we do not know the precise year, the Persians, having collected a fleet, attacked Constantinople by water. It may well have been that this assault was timed to follow close upon the raid of the Avar horde. But upon the sea, at least, the empire asserted its supremacy. The Persians fled. 4,000 men perished with their ships, and the enemy did not dare to renew the attempt. Heraclius realized that in order to carry war into Asia, there must at all costs be peace in Europe. He sacrificed his pride and concluded a treaty with the Kagan, 619. He raised 200,000 numismata and sent as hostages to the Avars his own bastard son John, or Athalaric, his cousin Stephanus, and John the bastard son of Bonus the Magister. Sergius had forced Heraclius to swear that he would not abandon Constantinople, and the church now supplied the funds for the new campaign. It agreed to lend at interest its vast wealth in plate that the gold and silver might be minted into money. For this was no ordinary struggle. It was a crusade to rescue from the infidel the holy city and the holy cross. Christian state and Christian church must join hands against a common foe. While Persian troops overran Asia, penetrating even to Bithynia and the Black Sea, Heraclius made his preparations and studied his plan of campaign. From Africa he had been borne to empire under the protection of the Mother of God, and now it was with a conviction of the religious solemnity of his mission that he withdrew into privacy during the winter of 621 before he challenged the might of the unbeliever. He himself, despite the criticism of his subjects, would lead his forces in the field. In the strength of the god of battles, he would conquer or die. On 4 April 622, Heraclius held a public communion. On the following day, he summoned Sergius the Patriarch and Bonus the Magister together with the Senate, the principal officials, and the entire populace of the capital. Turning to Sergius, he said, "Into the hands of God and of his mother, and into thine I commend this city and my son." After solemn prayer in the cathedral, the emperor took the sacred image of the Savior and bore it from the church in his arms. The troops then embarked, and in the evening of the same day, 5 April, the fleet set sail. Despite a violent storm on 6 April, the emperor arrived in safety at the small town of Pylae in the Bay of Nicomedia. Thence Heraclius marched into the region of the Themes, i.e., in all probability Galatia and perhaps Cappadocia. Here the work of concentration was carried out. The emperor collected the garrisons and added to their number his new army. In his first campaign, the object of Heraclius was to force the Persian troops to withdraw from Asia Minor. He sought to pass the enemy on the flank, to threaten his communications, and to appear to be striking at the very heart of his native country. The Persians had occupied the mountains, hoping thus to confine the imperial troops within the Pontic provinces during the winter, but by clever strategy Heraclius turned their position and marched towards Armenia. Sarbaraz endeavored to draw the Roman army after him by a raid on Cilicia, but realizing that Heraclius could thus advance unopposed through Armenia into the interior of Persia, he abandoned the project and followed the emperor. Heraclius at length forced a general engagement and won a signal victory. The Persian camp was captured and Sarbaraz's army almost entirely destroyed. Rumors of impending trouble with the western barbarians in Europe recalled Heraclius to the capital, and his army went into winter quarters. The emperor had freed Asia Minor from the invader. Chosroes now addressed a haughty letter to Heraclius, which the emperor caused to be read before his ministers and the patriarch. The dispatch itself was laid before the high altar, and all with tears implored the succors of heaven. In reply to Chosroes, Heraclius offered the Persian monarch an alternative. Either let him accept conditions of peace, or, should he refuse, the Roman army would forthwith invade his kingdom. On 25 March 623, the emperor left the capital and celebrated Easter in Nicomedia on 15 April, awaiting, it would seem, the enemy's answer. Here, in all probability, he learned that Chosroes refused to consider terms and treated with contempt the threat of invasion. Thus, 20 April, Heraclius set out on his invasion of Persia, marching into Armenia with all speed by way of Caesarea, where he had ordered his army to assemble. Chosroes had commanded Sarbaraz to make a raid upon the territory of the empire, but on the news of the sudden advance of Heraclius, he was immediately recalled and was bidden to join his forces to the newly raised troops under Sahin. From Caesarea, Heraclius proceeded through Charan to Dovan. The Christian capital of the province of Ararat was stormed, and after the capture of Nashkavan, he made for Ganzaka, Tahti Soleiman, since he heard that Chosroes was here in person at the head of 40,000 men. On the defeat of his guards, however, the Persian king fled before the invaders. The city fell, while the great temple which sheltered the fire of Usnasp was reduced to ruins. Heraclius followed after Chosroes and sacked many cities on his march, but did not venture to press the pursuit. Before him lay the enemy's country and the Persian army, while his rear might at any moment be threatened by the united advance of Sarbaraz and Sahin. Despite opposition, extreme cold, and scarcity of provisions, he crossed the Araxes in safety, carrying some 50,000 prisoners in his train. It was shrewd policy which dictated their subsequent release. It created a good impression, and as a result there were fewer mouths to feed. It was doubtless primarily as a recruiting ground that Heraclius sought these Caucasian districts, the home of hardy and warlike mountaineers, for the sorely harried provinces of Asia Minor were probably in no condition to supply him with large contingents of troops. This is not, however, the place to recount in detail the complicated story of the operations of the winter of 623 and of the year 624. Sahin was utterly discomfited at Tigranakert, but Heraclius was himself forced to retire into Armenia before the army of Sarbaraz, winter 623. With the spring of 624, we find Lazes, Abascus, and Iberians as Roman allies, though they subsequently deserted the emperor when disappointed in their expectations of spoil and plunder. Heraclius was once more unable to penetrate into Persia, but was occupied in Armenia, marching and countermarching between forces commanded by Sarablangus, Sarbaraz, and Sahin. Sarablangus was slain, and late in the year Van was captured, and Sarbar surprised in his winter quarters at Arsis or Arisa at the northeast end of Lake Van. The Persian general was all but taken prisoner, and very few of the garrison, 6,000 strong, escaped destruction. End of section 44. Section 45 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ted Lienhart. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 2, The Rise of the Saracens and the Foundation of the Western Empire. The Successors of Justinian, Part 6, by Norman H. Baynes. With the new year, 625, Heraclius determined to return to the west before he once more attempted a direct attack upon Persia. We can only conjecture the reasons which led him to take this step, but it would seem probable that the principal inducement was a desire to assert Roman influence in the south of Asia Minor and in the islands. The Persians had occupied Cilicia before the capture of Jerusalem. In 623, it would appear that they had made a raid upon Rhodes, had seized the Roman general and led off the inhabitants as prisoners, while in the same year we are told that the Slavs had entered Crete. There is some evidence which points to the conclusion that the emperor was at this time very anxious to recover the ground thus lost. There was considerable doubt, however, as to which route should be pursued, that through Tyranda or that by way of the Taurus chain. The latter was chosen despite its difficulty, as it was thought that provisions would be thus more plentiful. From Van, the army advanced through Martyropolis and Amida, where the troops rested, but meanwhile Sarbaraz, in hot pursuit, had arrived first at the Euphrates and removed the bridge of boats. The emperor, however, crossed by a ford and reached Samosata before March was out. As to the precise route which he followed on his march to the Saracens, there is considerable dispute, but there is no doubt that after a hotly contested engagement on that river, Heraclius forced the Persian general to beat a hasty retreat under cover of night. It seems probable that the emperor remained for a considerable time in this district, but our sources fail us here, and we know only that he ultimately marched to Sebastia and, crossing the Halys, spent the winter in that Pontic district where he had left his army at the end of the first campaign. The following year, 626, is memorable for the great siege of the capital by the united hordes of Avars, Bulgars, Slavs, and Gepids, acting in concert with a Persian force, which endeavored to cooperate with them from the Asiatic side of the strait. Sarbar's ill success on the Saracens led Chosroes, we are told, to withdraw from his command 50,000 men and to place them, together with a new army raised indiscriminately from foreigners, citizens, and slaves, under the leadership of Sahin. Sarbaraz, with the remainder of his army, took up his position at Chalcedon with orders to support the Khagan in his attack on Constantinople. Heraclius, in turn, divided his forces. Part were sent to garrison the capital, part he entrusted to his brother Theodore, who was to meet the golden lances of Sahin, and the rest the emperor himself retained. Of Theodore's campaign we know nothing save the result. With the assistance of a timely hailstorm, and by the aid of the Virgin, he so signally defeated Sahin that the latter died of mortification. Of the operations in Europe we are better informed. From the moment that Heraclius had left the capital on his crusade against Persia, the Khagan had been making vast preparations in the hope of capturing Constantinople. It was the menace from the Danubian provinces which had recalled Heraclius in the winter of 623, and now at last the Avar host was ready. On Sunday, 29 June, on the festival of St. Peter and St. Paul, the advance guard, 30,000 strong, reached the suburb of Melanthius and announced that their leader had passed within the circuit of the long walls. Early in the year, it seems, Bonus and Sergius had sent the patrician Athanasius as an ambassador to the Avar chief, virtually offering to buy him off at his own terms. But since the spring the walls had been strengthened, reinforcements had arrived from Heraclius, and his stirring letters had awakened in the citizens a new spirit of confidence and enthusiasm. Athanasius, who had been kept a prisoner by the Khagan, was now sent from Hadrianople to learn the price at which the capital was prepared to purchase safety. He was amazed at the change in public feeling, but volunteered to carry back the city's proud reply. On 29 July 626, the Avars and the countless forces of their subject tribesmen encamped before New Rome. The full story of the heroic defense cannot be related in this place, but one consideration is too important to be omitted. Had the Romans not been masters of the sea, the issue might well have been less favorable. But the small Slav boats were all sunk or overturned in the waters of the Golden Horn, while Sarbaraz at Chalcedon was doomed to remain inactive, for Persia possessed no transports, and the Roman fleet made it impossible for the besiegers to carry their allies across the straits. Thus, at the very time that the barbarian attack by sea collapsed in hopeless failure, the citizens had repulsed with heavy loss the assault on the land walls, which was directed mainly against that section where the depression of the Lycus Valley rendered the defenses most vulnerable. At length, on the 11th day after his appearance before Constantinople, the Khagan destroyed by fire his engines of war and withdrew, vowing a speedy return with forces even more overwhelming. As the suburbs of the city and the churches of Saints Cosmos and Damian and St. Nicholas went up in flames, men marked that the shrine of the Mother of God in Blachernay remained inviolate. It was but one more token of her power with God, with her Son, and in the general ordering of the world. The preservation of the city was the Virgin's triumph. It was her answer to the prayers of her servants, and with an annual festival the Church celebrated the memory of the great deliverance. Bonus and Sergius had loyally responded to their emperor's trust. This was indeed the furthest advance of the Avars. They had appeared in the Eastern Alps as early as 595 to 596, and had formally invested Thessalonica in 597. It would seem that the city was only saved through an outbreak of pestilence amongst the besiegers. After 604, there was no Roman army in the Danube provinces, and in the reign of Phocas and the early years of Heraclius must be placed the ravaging of Dalmatia by Avars and Slavs and the fall of Salonne and other towns. At this time, fugitives from Salonne founded the city of Spalato, and those from Epidaurus the settlement which afterwards became Ragusa. A contemporary tells how the Slavs in those dark days of confusion and ravage plundered the greater part of Illyricum, all Thessaly, Epirus, Achaea, the Cyclades, and a part of Asia. In another passage, the same author relates how Avars and Slavs destroyed the towns in the provinces of Pannonia, Moesia Superior, the two Dacias, Rhodope, Dardania, and Praevalus, carrying off the inhabitants into slavery. Fulmerier's famous contention that the Greek people was virtually exterminated is certainly an exaggeration, though throughout Hellas there must have been Slav forays, and many a barbarian band must have planted itself on Greek soil. But when all is said, the remarkable fact remains that while in the Danube provinces Roman influence was submerged, Hellenism within its native territory asserted its supremacy over the Slav invader and maintained alike its natural language and character. Thus, towards the close of our period, amongst the chaos of peoples making good their independence of the Avar overlordship, there gradually emerged certain settlements which formed the nucleus of nations yet to be. Not that Heraclius invited into the empire Croats and Serbs from a mythical Servia and Croatia somewhere in the north. Croats and Serbs had already won by force their own ground within the Roman frontier, but rather he recognized and legalized their position as vassals of the empire, and thus took up the proud task of educating the southern Slavs to receive civilization and Christianity. In 626, while the capital played its part, the emperor was making provision for striking a conclusive blow at Persia. He needed allies and reinforcements, and he once more sought them among the tribesmen of the Caucasus. It is probable that as early as the autumn of 625, he had sent a certain Andrew as envoy to the Chazars, and in 626 a force of 1,000 men invaded the valley of the Kur and pillaged Iberia and Eger, so that Chosroes threatened punishment and talked of withdrawing Sahin from the west. The Chazars even took ship and visited the emperor, when mutual vows of friendship were interchanged. In the early summer of 627, the nephew of Desbukan, Zebel, ravaged Albania and parts of Aturpatakan. Later in the year, after June 627, envious of the booty thus won, the Chazar prince took the field in person with his son and captured the strongly fortified post of Derbent. Gashak, who had been dispatched by Persia to organize the defense of the north, was unable to protect the city of Partav and fled ignominiously. After these successes, Zebukan joined the emperor, who took ship from Trebizond in the siege of Tiflis. The Chazar chieftain, irritated by a pumpkin caricature of himself which the inhabitants had displayed upon the walls, was eager for revenge and refused to abandon the investment of the city, though he agreed to give the emperor a large force raised from his subjects when the Roman army started on the last great campaign in the autumn of 627. Heraclius advanced through Sirach to the Araxes, and crossing the river, entered the province of Ararat. He now found himself opposed by Razad, a Persian general who was probably advancing to the relief of Tiflis. But though the Chazar auxiliaries, dismayed by the approach of winter and by the attacks of the Persians, returned to their homes, the emperor continued his march southward through Hur and Zarawand, west of the lake of Ormizia, and reached the province of Aturpatakan. Pressing forward, he crossed the mountain chain which divides Media from Assyria, arriving at Chenatha 9 October, where he gave his men a week's rest. Razad had meanwhile reached Ganzaka and thence followed the emperor across the mountains, suffering severely on his march from scarcity of supplies. By 1 December, the emperor reached the greater Zab, and crossing the river, i.e., marching northwest, took up his position at Nineveh. Here, 12 December, he won a decisive victory over Razad. The Persian general himself fell, and his troops, though not completely demoralized, were in no condition to renew the struggle. On 21 December, the emperor learned that the defeated Persians had effected a junction with the reinforcements, 3,000 strong, sent from the capital. He continued his southern march, however, crossing the Lesser Zab, 28 December, and spending Christmas on the estates of the wealthy superintendent of provincial taxation, Iestem. During the festival, acting on urgent dispatches from Chosroes, the Persian army crossed the Zab higher up its course and thus interposed a barrier between Heraclius and Ctesiphon. The emperor on his advance found the stream of the Torna, probably the north arm of the Narwan Canal, undefended, while the Persians had retreated so hurriedly that they had not even destroyed the bridge. After the passage of the Torna, he reached 1 January 628 Beklau, Beit Jerma, and there learnt that Chosroes had given up his position on the Beresrud Canal, had deserted Dastagerd, and fled to Ctesiphon. Dastagerd was thus occupied without a struggle, and 300 Roman standards were recovered, while the troops were greeted by numbers of those who had been carried prisoners from Edessa, Alexandria, and other cities of the empire. On 7 January, Heraclius advanced from Dastagerd towards Ctesiphon, and on 10 January he was only 12 miles from the Narwan. But the Armenians, who had been sent forward to reconnoiter, brought back word that in face of the Persian troops it was impossible to force the passage of the canal. Heraclius, after the battle of Nineveh, had been, it would seem, ready to make terms, but Chosroes had rejected his overtures. In an enemy's country, with Persian troops in a strong defensive position blocking his path, with his forces in all probability much reduced, and with no present opportunity of raising others, knowing that Sarbaraz was still in command of a Persian army in the west with which he could attack his rear, while the severity of winter, though delayed, was now threatening, Heraclius was compelled to retreat. Chosroes had at least been driven to inglorious flight. The disgrace might well weaken his subjects' loyalty, and any such lessening of the royal prestige could only strengthen the position of the Romans. The emperor, even by his enforced withdrawal, might not thereby lose the fruits of victory. By Sherazur he returned to Banais, and thence over the Zagros chain to Ganzaka, where he arrived 11 March, only just in time, for snow began to fall 24 February and made the mountain roads impassable. But with the spring no new campaign was necessary. On 3 April 628, an envoy from the Persian court reached Ganzaka, announcing the violent death of Chosroes and the accession of his son Syros. The latter offered to conclude peace, and this proposal Heraclius was willing to accept. On 8 April, the embassy left for Ctesiphon, while on the same day the emperor turned his face homeward and in a dispatch to the capital, announcing the end of the struggle, expressed the hope that he would soon see his people again. It is uncertain what were the precise terms of the peace of 628, but they included the restoration of the cross and the evacuation of the empire's territory by the armies of Persia. It is probable that the Roman frontier was to follow the line agreed upon in the Treaty of 591. These conditions were, it would seem, accepted by Syros, February to September 628, but Sarbaraz had never moved from Western Asia since 626, and it was doubtful whether he would comply with such terms. Thus, when the cross was once more in Roman hands, Heraclius was able to distribute portions of the holy wood amongst the more influential Christians of Armenia, a politic prelude to his schemes of church union, but felt it necessary to remain in the east to secure the triumph which he had so hardly won. After a winter spent at Amida, in the early spring the emperor journeyed to Jerusalem, and 23 March 629, amidst a scene of unbounded religious enthusiasm, restored to the holy city the instrument of the world's salvation. On the feast of St. Lazarus, 7 April, the news reached Constantinople, and Christendom celebrated a new resurrection from the power of its oppressors. A fragment of the true cross sent from Jerusalem served but to deepen the city's exultation. Saracens, however, refused to withdraw his army from Roman soil, and in June 629, Heraclius met him at Arbaces and purchased his concurrence by a promise to support him with imperial troops in his attempt to secure the Persian throne. Saracens marched to Ctesiphon, only to perish after a month's reign, and thus the empire was freed from the invader. In September, Heraclius returned to the capital, and after 6 years campaigning, enjoyed a well-earned Sabbath of repose. It is an important moment in Roman history. The King of Kings, the empire's only rival, was humbled, and Heraclius could now, for the first time, add to the imperial style the proud title of blank. The restoration of the cross suggested the sign which had been given to the great Constantine, and Africa adopted, 629, the first Greek inscription to be found on the imperial coinage, the motto blank. This may stand for us as a symbol of the decline of the Latin element within the empire. From the reign of Phocas, the old Roman names disappear, and those of Greco-Oriental origin take their place. With these campaigns, the period of the successors of Justinian has reached its end, and a new epoch begins. The great contest between the empires has weakened both combatants and has rendered possible the advance of the invaders from the south. Spain has driven out her last imperial garrisons, the Lombards are settled in Italy, the Slavs have permanently occupied the Danubian provinces, Rome's dominions take a new shape, and the statesmen of Constantinople are faced with fresh problems. Imperialist dreams are past, and for a time there is no question of expansion. At moments it is a struggle for bare existence. In his capital, the old emperor, broken in health and harassed by domestic feuds, watches the peril from the desert spreading over the lands which his sword had regained, and views the ruin of his cherished plans for a united empire. The character of Heraclius has fascinated the minds of historians from the time of Gibbon to the present day, but surely much of the riddle rests in our scanty knowledge of the early years of his reign. The more we know, the more comprehensible does the emperor become. At the first, Priscus commanded the troops, and Priscus was disaffected. Heraclius was powerless, for he had no army with which to oppose his mutinous general. With the disappearance of Priscus, the emperor was faced with the problem of raising men and money from a ruined and depopulated empire. After the ill success of his untrained army in 613, by the loss of Syria and Egypt, the richest provinces and even the few recruiting grounds that remained fell into the enemy's hands. Heraclius was powerless. The taunt of Phocas must have rung in his ears. Will you govern the empire any better? Africa appeared the sole way of escape. Among those who knew him and his family, he might awake sacrifice and enthusiasm and obtain the sinews of war. The project worked wonders, but in other ways than he had schemed. Men were impressed by the strength of his sincerity and the force of his personality. More, the church would lend her wealth. Then came the Kagan's treachery, the loss of thousands of men who might have been enrolled in the new regiments which he was raising. The peace with the Avars, and after 2 more years, had been spent in further preparations, including probably the building of fresh fortifications for the capital, which he was leaving to its own resources, the campaigns against Persia. At last, through long continued hardships in the field, through ceaseless labors that defied ill health, his physical strength gave way, and he became a prey to disease and nervous fears. Do we really need fine-spun psychological theories to explain the reign with its alternations of failure and success? It may at least be doubted. Yet it is not in these last years of gloom and suspicion that we would part with Heraclius. We would rather recall in him, despite all his limitations, the successful general, the unremitting worker for the preservation and unity of the empire which he had sailed from Africa to save, an enthusiast with the power to inspire others, a practical mystic serving the Lord Christ and the Mother of God, one of the greatest of Rome's Caesars. End of section 45.
Section 46 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 2. The Rise of the Saracens and the Foundation of the Western Empire. Mahomet and Islam, Part 1, by A. Bevan. Our knowledge of Mahomet, his life and his teaching, is derived entirely from documents which have been handed down by Muslims. No contemporary non-Muslim account is extant, and the testimony of later non-Muslim writers has as little claim to consideration as the statements in the Talmud concerning Christ. Among our authorities, the Quran, for obvious reasons, occupies the foremost place. The pieces of which it is composed are acknowledged, alike by those who assert and by those who deny its supernatural character, to have been promulgated as divine revelations by the founder of the religion himself. Nor is there any ground for the supposition that the text underwent substantial change in later times. But although the authenticity of the Quran admits of no dispute, its interpretation is involved in peculiar difficulties. It was not put together till about 2 years after Muhammad's death, and the arrangement of the chapters is wholly arbitrary, without regard to subject matter or chronological sequence. Even a single chapter, as is recognized not only by modern European critics, but also by all Muslim theologians of repute, sometimes consists of earlier and later fragments which were combined either by accident or through some mistake as to their import. Such mistakes were all the more likely to occur in consequence of the peculiarly elusive style in which the Quran is written. When it refers to contemporary persons or events, which is often the case, it seldom mentions them in explicit terms, but employs various circumlocutions. Hence it is impossible to explain the book without continually calling in the aid of Muslim tradition, as embodied in the works of theologians and historians, the earliest of whom lived some generations after the time of the Prophet. This literature is of enormous extent, but it contains many unintentional misrepresentations and many deliberate falsehoods. To separate the historical from the unhistorical elements is often difficult and sometimes impossible. The condition of Arabia in pre-Muslim times is, from the nature of the case, very imperfectly known to us. The great majority of the inhabitants consisted of small nomadic tribes who recognized no authority but that of their own chiefs. The nomads, being wholly ignorant of the art of writing, could leave behind them no permanent records, and as tribes were frequently broken up in consequence of famine, internal dissensions, and other calamities, their oral traditions had little chance of surviving. It was only in a few districts that a settled and comparatively civilized population existed. Wherever such a center of civilization was formed, the nomads in the immediate vicinity had a tendency to fall under the influence of their more cultured neighbors, and sometimes tribal confederacies, dignified with the name of kingdoms, came into being. In early times, by far the most important of these civilized regions was to be found in southwestern Arabia, the land of the Sabians, or as it is now called, Yaman, i.e. the south. The power and prosperity of the Sabians, to which innumerable ruins and inscriptions still bear witness, began to decline about the time of Christ, and were utterly overthrown near the beginning of the 6th century by the inroads of the half-savage Abyssinians. Meanwhile, other Arabian kingdoms had arisen in the north, in particular that of the clan called the Ghassan, on the eastern frontier of Palestine, and that of the Lakan, on the Euphrates. The former kingdom was politically subject to the Byzantine emperors, the latter to the Persians. But about the time when Mahomet came forward as a prophet, both of these vassal kingdoms ceased to exist, and for a while there was nowhere within the borders of Arabia any political organization which deserved to be called a state. In religious, as in political matters, Arabia presented no appearance of unity. The paganism of the Arabs was in general of a remarkably crude and inartistic kind, with no ritual pomp, no elaborate mythology, and, it hardly needs to be said, no tinge of philosophical speculation. The religion of the ancient Sabaeans probably bore a greater resemblance to that of the more advanced nations, but in the time of Mahomet, this Sabaean religion was almost wholly forgotten, and the paganism which still survived consisted mainly of certain very primitive rites performed in particular sanctuaries. An Arabian sanctuary was, in some cases, a rudely constructed edifice containing images of the gods or other objects of worship, but often it was nothing more than an open space marked by a sacred tree or a few blocks of stone. Some sanctuaries were frequented only by members of a particular tribe, while others were annually visited by various tribes from far and near. The settled Arabs, as a rule, paid more attention than the nomads to religion, but even in the settled district there seems to have been of a singular lack of religious fervor. The traditional rites were kept up from mere conservatism, and with hardly any definite belief as to their meaning. Hence, wherever the Arabs came into close contact with a foreign religion, they readily adopted it, at least in name. Arabian communities professing some sort of Christianity were to be found not only on the northern frontier, but also at Najran in the south. Judaized communities were especially numerous in the northwest of the Arabian Peninsula, and Zoroastrian communities in the neighborhood of the Persian Gulf. Among the centers of Arabian paganism, none occupied a more distinguished place than Mecca, in Arabic Makkah, or sometimes Baka, which 13 centuries ago was a small town situated in a barren valley, about 50 miles from the Red Sea coast. In an open space near the middle of the town stood the local sanctuary, a kind of rectangular hut, known as the Kaaba, i.e. cube, which contained an image of the Meccan god Hubal, and various other sacred objects. A large proportion of the Arabian tribes regarded Mecca with exceptional veneration. All the surrounding district was a sacred territory, within which no blood might be shed. Some miles from the town, a yearly festival took place and was attended by crowds of pilgrims from all quarters. Recent investigations have proved that this institution, called in Arabic the Hajj, i.e. festival or pilgrimage, originally had no connection with Mecca itself, and may possibly have been established before Mecca and the Kaaba had come into existence. Footnote: a pilgrimage to Mecca which is not performed in connection with the yearly festival is called Umrah, i.e. visit, sometimes translated by lesser pilgrimage. End of footnote. However this may be, it is certain that in historical times the pilgrims who attended the festival usually visited the Kaaba and were treated by the Meccans as their guests. Hence the annual pilgrimage came to be intimately associated with the holy city. In the 6th century after Christ, most of the inhabitants of Mecca belonged to a tribe which bore the name of Quraysh. It was well known, however, that the Quraysh were recent immigrants. Both the town and the sanctuary had formerly been in possession of other tribes, but as to the origin of Mecca, no credible tradition survived. The Quraysh were subdivided into a number of clans, each of which claimed the right of managing its own affairs. On important occasions, the chief men of the various clans met to deliberate, but there was no central authority. The sterility of the soil rendered agriculture almost impossible, and the Meccans had long subsisted by trading with distant countries. Every year great caravans were dispatched to Syria and returned laden with wares, which the Meccans sold at a large profit to the neighboring Bedouins. The mercantile population of the town was naturally far superior in general intelligence and knowledge of the outer world to the mass of the Arabs. A considerable proportion of the Meccans had learned the art of writing, but they used it for practical purposes only. Book learning, as we understand it, was quite unknown to them. At Mecca, about A.D. 570, Mahomet, properly Muhammad, was born. Footnote: the evidence clearly shows that the early disciples of the Prophet had no trustworthy information as to the precise year of his birth. End of footnote. The clan to which he belonged, the Banu Hasim, is commonly represented by Muslim writers as one of the most distinguished branches of the Quraysh. But the evidence which we possess tends to prove that in pre-Muslim times it occupied quite a subordinate place. Of Muhammad's father, Abdallah, son of Abd al-Muttalib, we know scarcely anything except that he died shortly before the Prophet's birth. Amina, the mother of Muhammad, died a very few years later, and the orphan boy afterwards lived for a while in the charge of his grandfather, Abd al-Muttalib, who had a numerous family. On the death of Abd al-Muttalib, one of his sons, Abu Talib, undertook the care of Muhammad, who seems to have been treated kindly but to have endured many hardships, since none of his near relatives were wealthy. When he was about 24 years of age, he entered the service of an opulent woman, considerably older than himself, named Khadija. The antecedents and social position of Khadija are shrouded in some mystery, but it is certain that she had been twice married, and that at the time when she made the acquaintance of Mahomet, she was living at Becker with several of her children, who were still quite young. Footnote: see Robertson Smith, Kinship and Marriage in Early Arabia, 2nd edition, 1903, pages 289-290, who supposes that something discreditable had been deliberately concealed. End of footnote. Mahomet appears to have succeeded at once in gaining her confidence. She entrusted him with the management of her property, and about the year 594 sent him to Syria on a commercial expedition which he directed with conspicuous success. On his return he became her husband. For a few years he led the life of a prosperous tradesman. Several daughters were born to him and 2 sons, both of whom died in infancy. The process whereby Mahomet was led to occupy himself with religious questions and finally to believe in his divine mission is altogether obscure. That the doctrines which he afterwards preached did not arise spontaneously in his mind, but were mainly derived from older religions, seems obvious. It appears certain, however, that he was wholly unacquainted with religious literature. Whether he ever learnt the Arabic alphabet is a question which has been fiercely debated, both among Muslims and Christians. At all events, we know that in his later years, whenever he wished to record anything in writing, he employed a secretary. But the question whether he could read is of little practical importance, since no religious books seem to have existed in Arabic at that period, and that he could read any foreign language is utterly incredible. We are therefore obliged to conclude that his information was derived entirely from oral sources. Who his informants were, we can only conjecture. At Mecca itself there was apparently no permanent colony of Christians, Jews, or Zoroastrians, but isolated adherents of the principal foreign religions doubtless visited the town from time to time. Footnote: we learn from the Quran, chapters 16:105-25:5, that the heathen Meccans accused Mahomet of fabricating his revelations out of material supplied by some foreigner or foreigners, a charge which the Prophet vehemently denies. It may be added that Muslim legends about the Prophet's intercourse with Christians and Jews during the earlier part of his life are open to the gravest suspicion, since nearly all these stories have an apologetic purpose. namely to prove that the Christian or Jew in question recognized Mahomet as a prophet by means of some sign, in particular by a mark on the back, which mark is termed the seal of the prophetic calling. End of footnote. It has often been suggested that Mahomet acquired some knowledge of Christianity during one of his commercial journeys in Syria. This is possible, but it should be remembered that an Arab trader, ignorant of both Aramaic and of Greek, would have great difficulty in obtaining information on religious subjects from Syrian Christians, since those of them who spoke Arabic usually belonged to the most illiterate class. Moreover, another and a very important fact has to be taken into consideration. According to Muslim tradition, they were about this time at Mecca and a few other places in Western Arabia. Certain individuals who had become dissatisfied with the popular paganism devoted themselves to religious meditation and professed a monotheistic belief. These persons were called Hanifs, a term of which the origin and precise meaning are obscure. The Hanifs did not form a sect, but they had no organization and, it would seem, little communication with one another. Our information about them is naturally very meager, being derived for the most part from scraps of poetry which they are said to have composed, but the authenticity of these pieces is often doubtful. One of the most celebrated Hanifs was the Meccan Sa'id ibn Amir, who appears to have died during Muhammad's boyhood. Another was Waraka ibn Nafal, a cousin of Khadijah. This man died at a very advanced age some years after Muhammad's marriage. The relation in which he stood to the Prophet renders him an object of peculiar interest. It is therefore all the more to be regretted that so little can be ascertained concerning him. According to one tradition, he ended up by adopting Christianity, which is possibly true. He is also said to have translated part of the Christian scriptures into Arabic, which is highly improbable. But vague as is our knowledge of the Hanifs in general and of Waraka in particular, we are justified in believing that before Muhammad's birth, a movement in the direction of spiritual monotheism had already begun among the Arabs. How far this movement was originally due to Christian and other foreign influences, we can scarcely hope to determine. Our acquaintance with Oriental Christianity in the 6th century is almost entirely confined to the great official churches. The smaller Christian communities, and especially the half-Christian sects, with whom the Arabs were likely to come in contact, have, with rare exceptions, left no literary records. With regard to the beginning of Muhammad's prophetic career and the circumstances unto which he received his earliest revelations, we possess many legends but very little genuine tradition. All accounts agree as to the fact that at this period he spent much time in fastings and solitary vigils, a practice which was probably suggested to him by the example of Christian ascetics. He appears to have been naturally of a nervous temperament, with a tendency to hysteria. Whether he suffered from epilepsy, as several European writers have believed, may be doubted. Footnote: the hypothesis of epilepsy is decidedly rejected by de Joy. Die Berufung Mohammeds in Orientalische Studien, Nördliche Festschrift, Gießen, 1906, on pages 1-5, end of footnote. In any case, he was subject to paroxysms which presented the appearance of a violent fever. These seizures were regarded both by himself and by his followers as symptoms of divine inspiration. It is therefore evident that we are here dealing with a psychological problem which no information would enable us to solve. The Quran, chapter 87, 6-7, admits that Muhammad forgot some of the communications made to him by God, and it is possible that even the oldest passages now extant were produced sometime after he had become conscious of his divine vocation. One point seems quite clear, namely that during the first few years of his mission he did not come forward as a public preacher, but carried on a secret propaganda within the circle of his more intimate companions. Among the earliest converts were his wife Khadijah, his cousin Ali, properly Ali, son of Abu Talib, and Abu Bakr, who did not belong to the Prophet's clan but remained to the last his most trusted friend. The passages of the Quran which can with any probability be assigned to this more private period are few in number and invariably very short. Those which belong to the earlier part of the public career are much more numerous. They deal mainly with three subjects. 1. The unity and attributes of God. 2. The moral duties of mankind. And 3. The coming retribution. Muhammad's monotheism, like that of the later Hebrew prophets, necessarily involves the condemnation of idolatry, but it is to be noted that he nowhere describes the religion of his pagan fellow countrymen as something wholly false, though he identifies the one true God with the God of the Jews and the Christians. Footnote: the term Rahman, the merciful, which is often used in the Quran as synonymous with God, was unknown to the heathen Meccans and seems to have been borrowed from the Jews. It may be mentioned, however, that this word appears as an epithet of the deity not only in Jewish literature, but also in the inscriptions of the heathen Syrians. End of footnote. He at the same time assumes that the heathen have some knowledge of God, and even that God is, in some special sense, the God of Mecca. Footnote: the ancient poets of pagan Arabia frequently speak of God, Allah, in a manner which seems to imply that they recognized him as the supreme being. How they conceive the relation between this God and the various local deities it is impossible to say with any precision. According to the Quran, chapter 1659 FF, the heathen regarded certain of their goddesses as the daughters of Allah, but it would be unsafe to assume that the heathen themselves used this phrase in a literal sense, since daughters of God may mean, as with the Gnostics, nothing more than female divine beings. End of footnote. In a very early passage of the Quran, chapter 106, the Quraysh are exhorted to worship the Lord of this house, that is, at the Kaaba. Hence it is evident that Mahomet considered himself rather as a reformer than as a preacher of an altogether new religion. Similarly, in dealing with ethical questions, he often implies that the pagan notions of justice, honor, and propriety are to some extent valid. Thus, for instance, his repeated denunciations of avarice are quite in the spirit of the ancient Arabs, to whom the miser was an object of special abhorrence. But in contradistinction to the ethical code of the heathen, which was mainly based upon tribal patriotism, Isabia, Mahomet emphasizes the universal obligations of morality, and above all the duty of forgiving injuries instead of avenging them. It is in his doctrine of the judgment and the life to come that he departs most widely from the ordinary beliefs of the time. The heathen Arabs, like other primitive peoples, were familiar with the notion of a ghost, or wraith, which haunts, at least for a while, the resting place of the dead body. But the idea of a future retribution was quite foreign to their habits of thought. The doctrine of the resurrection, as it appears in the Quran, seems to be mainly derived from Christianity. That some details were borrowed from Judaism or Zoroastrianism is possible but can scarcely be proved. Mahomet, as we might have expected, conceives the resurrection after the most crudely materialistic fashion. To him, the reconstruction of the physical organism was an essential postulate of the future recompense. The descriptions of the judgment itself and of the torments of the damned do not differ substantially from those which are found in popular Christian writings of medieval and modern times. On the other hand, the delights of paradise are often painted in colors to which neither Christianity nor Judaism affords any parallel. Footnote: it is remarkable that passages of this sort are almost entirely confined to the earlier chapters, which date from a time when the very notion of rewards and punishments after death was treated by the Meccans with derision. As the Prophet frequently complains, to suppose with many European writers that the early converts to Islam were attracted chiefly by the prospect of a material paradise is therefore altogether unreasonable, since only those who had, on other grounds, accepted Mahomet as a prophet could believe in any paradise whatsoever. End of footnote. But what especially characterizes the older portions of the Quran is the constant emphasis laid on the nearness of the resurrection and the day of judgment. Although Mahomet nowhere specifies any definite time, and when questioned on this point by his opponents always professed ignorance, it is clear that he lived in daily expectation of the great events which formed the main subject of his preaching. Nor is it at all inconsistent with the fact that some passages of the Quran seem to announce a special calamity which was to befall the Meccans for their unbelief, rather than a worldwide catastrophe. Similarly, it would be remembered among the early Christians the expectation of the judgment of the world and the expectation of the overthrow of Jerusalem were sometimes so closely connected as to become indistinguishable. End of section 46. Section 47 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 2. The Rise of the Saracens and the Foundation of the Western Empire. Mahomet and Islam, Part 2, by A. Bevan. A great part of the Quran consists of narratives, inserted for purposes of edification. Scarcely any of these can be described as historical. On the other hand, scarcely any is a pure invention of Muhammad's. In almost every case, he utilizes some legend that he had heard in order to enforce his doctrines. Thus, he repeatedly introduces persons mentioned in the Old Testament and puts into their mouths discourses in favor of monotheism, moral precepts, etc. The opposition which they encountered and the chastisements which overtook their adversaries is likewise described at great length. The allusions to Christ in the early Christian Church present some very curious and hitherto unexplained features. That Christ or any other being can be a son of God is emphatically denied. At the same time, the belief that Christ was born of a virgin is fully accepted, and among the prophets of past ages, he occupies a specially prominent place. But of the facts of Christ's life, Mahomet appears to have known next to nothing. In one of the later chapters of the Quran, 4:156, the Jews are condemned for asserting that Christ was put to death, and the crucifixion is represented as a deceptive appearance. The fact that Christians believed in the crucifixion is totally ignored, and we may therefore conclude that on this very important point, Mahomet's Christian informants held opinions resembling those which were ascribed to the ancient Docetists. The disciples of the Prophet called themselves Muslims, but were usually known by the name of Sabians, Sabiyon. Footnote: the term Muslim, one who surrenders himself, and Islam, surrender, are commonly explained as denoting resignation to the will of God, but it is more likely that they refer primarily to the deliberate adoption of a new faith, as distinguished from blind conformity to a hereditary cult. The Sabians, a name which of course has no connection with that of the Sabians, seem to have been a sect or group of sects of the half-Christian, half-heathen type. Why the Muslims were called Sabians is uncertain. Probably the nickname was due, as usual, to some accidental point of similarity. End of footnote. Their organization and rules of life were at first of a very simple kind. They bound themselves to abstain from idolatry and from certain immoral practices, especially fornication and infanticide. The cult consists mainly of prayers, according to the formulae prescribed by the Prophet. Meetings for this purpose were held at stated times, but always in strict privacy, in order to indicate that the God whom he proclaimed was identical with the God of the Jews. Mahomet commanded his followers to adopt the Jewish practice of praying towards Jerusalem. At this time, he appears to have had scarcely any notion of the difference between Judaism and Christianity. Consequently, he was able to regard both Jews and Christians as his brethren in religion. For several years, Mahomet continued to preach with little apparent success. His converts were, with rare exceptions, persons of a low class or even foreign slaves, such as Bilal the Abyssinian. Some members of his own family in particular, his uncle Abu Uzza, nicknamed Abu Lahab, bitterly opposed him. Even his protector Abu Talib remained to the last an unbeliever. It would be a mistake to suppose that the enemies of the new faith were actuated by religious fanaticism. They were, for the most part, simply men of the world who, proud of their social position, objected to recognizing the claims of an upstart and dreaded any sweeping changes likely to endanger the material advantages which they derived from the traditional cult. To the majority of the citizens, Mahomet appeared a madman. Some called him a poet, an accusation which gave him great pain, for, as the Quran shews, he regarded the poets with peculiar aversion. That he had to endure many affronts was quite natural, but actual violence could not have been employed against him without risk of a blood feud, which the Meccans were always most anxious to avoid. Those of his disciples, however, who had no relatives to protect them, were occasionally treated with cruelty. At length, the majority of the converts, finding their position intolerable, fled for the refuge to Abyssinia, with the full consent, if not at the express command, of the Prophet. He himself remained at Mecca with a mere handful of followers. When it became known that the emigrants had been kindly received by the Christian king of Abyssinia, considerable alarm prevailed among the chiefs of the Quraysh, lest the Abyssinians, whose devastating invasions were still vividly remembered, should be tempted to intervene on behalf of the persecuted Muslims. Accordingly, a deputation was sent from Mecca for the purpose of persuading the king to hand over the fugitives as prisoners. The king, however, refused, whereupon the indignation of Mahomet's enemies was still further excited. The prophet, reduced to extremities, fell into the error of attempting to overcome opposition by means of a compromise. He went so far as to publish a revelation in which the three principal goddesses of Mecca were recognized as highly exalted beings whose intercession may be hoped for. Footnote: the word Gernik, here rendered exalted, is of doubtful meaning. An early Muslim poet uses it as an epithet of chieftains or warriors. Kalub et Gans, 7:75:27 equals 8:192:3. End of footnote. For a while the polytheists appeared to be satisfied, and a report that the persecution was at an end caused some of the emigrants to come back from Abyssinia. In the meanwhile, the prophet repented of the concession he had made, and declared that the verse in question had been put into his mouth by Satan. The feud thereupon broke out afresh. To the heathen Meccans, Mahomet's conduct on this occasion naturally seemed to convict him of imposture. Since, however, he had long been accustomed to regard all his impulses as due to some supernatural cause, it is by no means certain that he did not sincerely believe himself to be acting by divine command, both when he made the concession and when he withdrew it. Footnote: that many Muslim authorities consider this story fabulous is only what we might have expected, but it is amazing that it should be rejected by so impartial a historian as Caetani. End of footnote. It was probably about this time that an important conversion took place, that of Umar ibn al-Khattab, a young man of no high social position but endowed with extraordinary ability and perseverance. He had at first been vehemently opposed to the new religion, so that his sudden conversion, of which there are several conflicting accounts, attracted all the more notice and doubtless inspired the Muslims with fresh courage. It is said that he set the example of praying publicly in the neighborhood of the Kaaba, At all events, from this time onwards, their movement assumed a more open character. The chiefs of the Quraysh finally determined to adopt the only method of coercion known to them, short of positive violence. They offered to Mahomet's kinsmen, the Banu Hashim, the choice of declaring him an outlaw or of being themselves excluded from intercourse with the other Meccan clans. Most of the Banu Hashim were still unbelievers, but such was the sanctity attached to the ties of blood that they all, with one or two exceptions, preferred to incur the penalty of social excommunication rather than deliver over Mahomet to his enemies. How long this breach lasted and by what means it was healed is uncertain. Probably the manifold inconveniences which it caused to all parties soon brought about a change of public opinion. Footnote. It must be admitted that the story of the excommunication of Banu Hashim, as related by the principal authorities, presents some very suspicious features, but to conclude with Catani that the whole episode is fictitious would involve still greater difficulties. End of footnote. Very soon after intercourse had been re-established between the Banu Hashim and their fellow townsmen, two serious calamities befell Mahomet, the death of his wife Khadija and that of his protector Abu Talib. There can be little doubt that this double bereavement rendered the prophet's position at Mecca more precarious. Henceforth he began to consider the possibility of finding a home elsewhere. His first attempt was made at a neighboring town called Taif, but he met with so unfavorable a reception that he speedily returned to Mecca, where he succeeded in obtaining a promise of protection from an influential heathen, Mutim ibn Adi. For 2 or 3 years the prophet remained in his native city, making, it would seem, scarcely any effort to gain fresh converts among the resident population. His attention was turned chiefly to the pilgrims who visited Mecca, or the immediate neighborhood on the occasion of the yearly festivals. To these motley crowds he used to preach his doctrines, generally encountering indifference or ridicule. There were, however, some exceptions. In AD 620, he fell in with some pilgrims from Yathrib, and finding them well disposed, entered into a series of negotiations which finally brought about a complete change, not only in his own fortunes, but in the history of the world. Yathrib, known in subsequent times as Medina, was a scattered group of villages rather than a city, situated in a fertile plain about 200 miles to the north of Mecca. Unlike the Meccans, who subsisted by commerce, the people of Medina had, from time immemorial, devoted themselves to agriculture, in particular to the cultivation of the date palm. Long before the birth of Mahomet, Jewish colonists established themselves in Medina and propagated their religion with such success that by the beginning of the 6th century, most of the inhabitants professed Judaism and were regarded as Jews, though they must have been mainly of Arab descent. These Judaized Arabs were divided into several clans, each occupying its own territory. In civilization, especially in mechanical arts such as metalworking, they were greatly superior to their heathen neighbors, and for a while they dominated the whole district. But in the course of the 6th century, owing to the circumstances with which we are imperfectly acquainted, the power of the Jews declined. Much of their territory passed into the hands of the two heathen tribes, the Aus and the Khazraj, who in the time of Mahomet formed the bulk of the population. Between these tribes there raged a long and bitter feud. About the year 616, the Aus, with the help of the Jews, inflicted a severe defeat upon the Khazraj. This battle is known in Arabian tradition as the Day of Barath. But the Khazraj, though humbled, were by no means crushed, and during the next few years everyone went about in fear of his life. To the more intelligent of the people of Medina, the situation must have seemed intolerable. Peace was urgently required, yet no authority capable of restoring peace appeared to exist. Such was the state of affairs when certain influential citizens of Medina became acquainted with Mahomet. Some of them, who through intercourse with Jews had already imbibed monotheistic ideas, were doubtless attracted by his religious teaching. Others, perhaps, who were indifferent to religion, felt that a stranger claiming to speak with divine authority might be able to effect what they themselves had attempted in vain. In any case, a period of about 2 years elapsed between their first interview with the prophet and their final decision to offer him a home in their midst. Meanwhile, he had sent to Medina one of his Becker disciples, Musab ibn Umar, to act as his representative and keep him informed of all that passed. In the year 622, on the occasion of the annual pilgrimage, about 70 of the converts from Medina arranged to hold a meeting with Mahomet at midnight a few miles from Mecca. The prophet went thither in the company of his uncle Abbas, who was still an unbeliever, but from the heathen public in general the matter was carefully concealed. Footnote: the presence of Al-Abbas at this meeting seems at first difficult to explain, since Mahomet was nominally under the protection of Hutton ibn Adi. Probably the Medinees were afraid that they might afterwards be accused of having carried off Mahomet by force, and therefore required that some member of his family should be present to testify that the prophet's departure was voluntary. End of footnote. Mahomet demanded of the Medinees a solemn promise that if he betook himself to their country, they would protect him from attack as they would protect their own families. This they all swore to do. As soon as he had secured a place of refuge, the prophet ordered his Meccan disciples to emigrate to Medina. Attempts were made by the chiefs of the Quraysh to prevent the departure of the Muslims, but nearly all succeeded in escaping and reached Medina a few weeks later in small parties. The prophet himself, with Abu Bakr and Ali, remained behind for a short time, apparently awaiting news as to the manner in which the emigrants had been received. It is related, on somewhat doubtful authority, that his departure was hastened by a plot to assassinate him in his bed. In any case, he left Mecca secretly, accompanied by Abu Bakr, in the summer or early autumn of 622. For a few days they remained hidden in a cave near Mecca, and then proceeded as rapidly as possible to Medina. Thus was accomplished the great event known as the emigration, Hijra, distorted by Europeans into Hejira, which forms the starting point of the Muslim era. Footnote: the Muslim era dates not from the precise moment of the Prophet's emigration, but from the beginning of the Arabian year in which the emigration took place, that is to say, from a point about 6 weeks earlier. Unfortunately, in consequence of the careless manner in which the heathen Arabs kept their calendar, it is not certain when the beginning of this year should be placed. According to the ordinary view, the year began on 16 July AD 622, and Mahomet arrived at Medina in the latter half of September. But Wellhausen makes the year begin in April. End of footnote. On his arrival at Medina, the prophet was welcomed with enthusiasm by a large proportion of the natives, but he did not at once claim the position of a ruler. Those who acknowledged his divine mission could merely promise personal obedience. The people as a whole had not submitted to his authority. They were only his helpers, Ansar, pledged to defend him, for, according to Arabian notions, a guarantee of protection given by one member of a clan binds all the rest. It was by the gradual extension of his personal influence, not in virtue of any formal agreement, that he succeeded in making himself master of the place. The Meccan emigrants, Mahojirin, were of course entirely devoted to him from the first, and formed, so to speak, his bodyguard. Many of the Medinees, especially those of the younger generation, were no less zealous in his cause. Their principal duty during the first few months after the emigration consisted in housing and feeding the emigrants. But not a few, even those who call themselves Muslims, were either hostile or indifferent. The Quran frequently refers to them as the hypocrites, munafiqin, a term borrowed from the Ethiopic. The most celebrated of these was a certain Abdallah ibn Ubay, a chief of the Quraysh, who, before the arrival of Mahomet, had played a very prominent part. The opposition of such persons is to be ascribed mainly to personal jealousy or other worldly motives. More consistent and hence more formidable was the enmity of the Jews. It is clear that at first Mahomet confidently reckoned on their support, but he soon discovered his mistake. Footnote: Muslim authorities are unanimous in asserting that at this time both the Jews and the Christians were expecting a prophet to appear in Arabia, and that precise descriptions of the coming prophet were contained in the Jewish and Christian scriptures. How this belief first arose among Muslims is not clear, but converts from Judaism and Christianity doubtless did their best to encourage it. End of footnote. With rare exceptions, they absolutely refused to acknowledge him as a prophet, and thus forced him to become their adversary. Henceforth, the antagonism between Islam and Judaism began to shew itself even in externals. This was seen most clearly when, in the second year after the emigration, Mahomet ordered his disciples to pray towards Mecca instead of praying towards Jerusalem. The historian Ibn Ishaq has preserved for us the text of an important document which seems to have been drawn up under the prophet's direction at about this time. It may be described as an attempt to settle, at least provisionally, the relations between the various classes into which the people of Medina were divided. All the inhabitants, believers and unbelievers alike, are declared to be a single community, Ummah. The clans remain distinct for certain purposes, but are debarred from making war on one another. Should any dispute arise, the matter is to be brought before God and Mahomet. All are bound to unite for the defense of Medina in case it should be attacked. No one is to conclude an agreement with the Quraysh, i.e. the heathen Meccans, or with any ally of the Quraysh. The establishing of public security at Medina was necessarily the first object which the prophet had in view. But in addition to this, he found himself compelled to supply his own followers with the rudiments of a legal code. At Mecca, his teaching had been almost entirely confined to the sphere of faith and personal morality. Of external regulations, he had seldom had occasion to speak. But as soon as Islam became the religion of political society, the need of positive enactments made itself felt. Hence those parts of the Quran which were produced after the emigration, amounting to rather more than 1/3 of the whole book, consist largely of prescriptions as to the details of practice, both in religious and secular matters. Systematic legislation was, of course, a thing of which Mahomet could form no idea. He provided for each case as it occurred, not striving after theoretical consistency, but freely modifying previous commands in order to suit altered circumstances. That all these contradictory directions were given out as the word of God caused scarcely any embarrassment at the time, for it was assumed that the deity, like any other despot, may revoke his orders whenever he chooses. But it is needless to say that later generations who had no trustworthy information as to the dates of the various passages sometimes found it hard to decide which commands were revoked and which were still in force. In a few cases, we are informed by early Muslim authorities that passages of the Quran were not only revoked, but actually suppressed. The institutions which assumed a definite form during the years subsequent to the emigration may be classed under the following heads. 1. Religious ceremonial. 2. Fiscal and military regulations. 3. Civil and criminal laws. To the first class belong 5 obligatory daily prayers, the public service held every Friday, the duty of fasting from sunrise to sunset during the month of Ramadan, and the annual pilgrimage, of which more will be said later. To these may be added the rules of ceremonial purity, the distinctions between lawful and unlawful food, which were largely borrowed from Judaism, and the prohibition of wine drinking. This rite of circumcision, performed on boys, not as among the Jews on infants, prevailed everywhere in heathen Arabia and was retained by the followers of Mahomet, but it is never mentioned in the Quran and does not properly form part of the religion of Islam. The second class includes the payment of alms, that is, a kind of income tax levied on all Muslims, originally for the relief of the poor, but in later times for the maintenance of the state. Moreover, all Muslims capable of bearing arms might, under certain circumstances, be required to serve as soldiers. The civil and criminal laws laid down in the Quran are partly based on all Arabian usages and are partly of foreign origin. Slavery and polygamy have existed in Arabia from time immemorial. We may assume, as a matter of course, that Mahomet never thought of abolishing either the one or the other, but he introduced certain restrictions whereby the condition both of slaves and of women was somewhat improved. Footnote: it has often been asserted that Mahomet forbade his followers to have more than 4 wives at the same time, but the passage of the Quran, chapter 4:3, which is cited in support of the statement, does not necessarily imply any such prohibition. End of footnote. In particular, he condemned the practice of inheriting women against their will, that is, of treating widows as chattels to be appropriated by the dead man's heir. He also made every effort to secure the rights of orphans and in general to protect the weak against the strong. The ancient rule of blood revenge he recognized in principle, but confined it within narrow limits. A startling innovation from the point of view of the Arabs was the punishment of fornication by scourging. It may be mentioned that, according to tradition, the Quran once contained a passage which ordered that fornicators should be put to death by stoning, and Omar, when he was caliph, is said to have maintained that this law was still in force. End of section 47. Section 48 of Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 2. The Rise of the Saracens and the Foundation of the Western Empire. Mahomet and Islam, Part 3, by A. Bevan. In describing the Prophet's sojourn at Medina, it is necessary to say something of his domestic history, to which several passages of the Quran explicitly refer. Before he left Mecca, he had already taken to himself a second wife named Sauda, and during the years which followed, the number of his wives steadily increased. The most celebrated of them was Aisha, daughter of Abu Bakr, whose marriage to Mahomet took place a few months after his arrival at Medina. She was then only about 9 years old, but in spite of her tender age, she rapidly acquired great influence. When, some 5 years later, she was accused of misconduct, a passage of the Quran was specially revealed for the purpose of clearing her character. The ascendancy which she gained during the Prophet's lifetime continued long after his death, and enabled her to play a prominent but by no means an honorable part in the politics of that period. In the books of Muslim tradition, Aisha is one of the authorities most frequently cited. For more than a year after the emigration, Mahomet and his Meccan disciples were in a condition of great economic distress. The attempts which they made to relieve their necessities by means of pillage did not at first prove successful. In these earliest raids, the natives of Medina took no part, for the general principle that it is the duty of Muslims to engage in aggressive warfare against unbelievers had not yet been announced. Moreover, it is to be noticed that Mahomet did not at once venture to shock the feelings of his countrymen by violating the sanctity of the 4 sacred months, during which, according to ancient custom, no raids were permitted. At length, towards the end of the year 623, he sanctioned an attack in the sacred month of Rajab, upon a caravan belonging to the Qaraish at Nakhla near Mecca. The caravan was taken by surprise and the raiders came back with a considerable amount of booty to Medina. But so strongly was this expedition condemned by public opinion that the Prophet found it necessary to give out that his orders had been misunderstood. 2 months later, his followers achieved their first great victory. A large caravan, laden with rich merchandise, was returning from Syria to Mecca under the leadership of Abu Sufyan, the chief of the Banu Umayyah, one of the proudest families among the Quraysh. Mahomet determined to waylay that Badr, a place southwest of Medina a few miles from the Red Sea coast, and himself set out thither with rather more than 300 armed men, of whom about 80 were emigrants and the rest Medanese. Abu Sufyan, however, received news of the intended attack, changed his route and dispatched a messenger to Mecca asking for help. The Quraysh hastily fitted out an expedition consisting of about 900 men, among whom were most of the Meccan aristocracy. While they were on their way northward, they learnt that the caravan had succeeded in reaching a point where it was out of danger. Some of them therefore returned to Mecca, but the great majority, confident in their superior numbers and equipment, determined to advance rather, it would seem, with the intention of overawing than of crushing their adversary. The two armies reached Badr almost at the same moment. Mahomet, ignorant of what had happened, was still expecting the caravan. On discovering his mistake, he probably saw that a retreat would be extremely perilous, if not impossible, and accordingly resolved to fight. Footnote: according to the ordinary story, the news of the approach of the army from Mecca had reached Mahomet before he arrived at Badr, but this is expressly denied by our oldest authority. Tabari 1, 1286, 2 ff. C.F. Buell, ein paar Beitrag zur Kritik der Geschichte Mahomets, in Orientalische Studien 1, pages 7 to 22. End of footnote. The Meccans on this occasion displayed an extraordinary slackness and absence of forethought. They allowed Mahomet to take possession of a well situated in their immediate neighborhood, and thereby to deprive them of their water supply. Next morning, when they approached the well, they found the bulk of Mahomet's army drawn up around it. But even then, no general attack was made. One by one, or in small groups, a number of Meccan chieftains came forward and were killed in hand-to-hand combat by champions of the opposite side. Among the slain was one of the most formidable of the Prophet's enemies, Abu al-Hakam, son of Hashim, usually known by the nickname Abu Jahl. Mahomet himself did not take part in the fighting, but remained in a small hut which had been erected for him, praying with passionate fervor and trembling violently. At length, about noon, the Meccans, realizing that nothing was to be gained by further bloodshed, began to retire. Being much better mounted than their opponents, they were able to escape with the loss of only 70 slain and 70 captured. Of the Muslims, 14 had fallen. Insignificant as this battle may appear from a military point of view, the importance of its results can scarcely be exaggerated. Hitherto, the enemies of the Prophet had continually taunted him with his inability to perform miracles. Now, at length, it seemed as if a miracle had been wrought. The victory gained at Badr over a greatly superior force is ascribed in the Koran to the intervention of angels, an explanation which, it is needless to say, was unhesitatingly accepted by all Muslims. Footnote: the historian, citing the testimony of eyewitnesses, supplies with remarkably precise information about the angels who fought at Badr. Thus, for instance, they wore white turbans, with the exception of Gabriel, who had a yellow one. Ibn Hisham, page 450, end of footnote. On his return to Medina, Mahomet ventured on a series of high-handed measures which struck terror into all his opponents. Several persons who had offended him were assassinated by his order. At the same time, the Banu Kanika, one of the Jewish clans resident at Medina, were banished from the place. Their houses and valuables became the property of the Muslims. Meanwhile, the Meccans, irritated by their defeat and fearing for the safety of their caravans, on which they were dependent for the means of subsistence, had determined to make an attack in force. Early in the year 625, an army of about 3,000 men, commanded by Abu Sufyan, marched from Mecca and encamped near a hill near Uhud, a few miles to the north of Medina. A considerable portion of the Medinese, in particular Abdallah ibn Ubay, wished to remain on the defensive, but Mahomet, with less than his usual prudence, rejected their advice. Although the force at his disposal scarcely numbered 1,000 men, he resolved to make a sortie and assail the Meccans in the rear. At first, this bold plan appeared likely to prove successful. He was able to take up a strong position on the slopes of Uyad, whence the Muslims charged the enemy and drove them back with some loss. But the Meccan horsemen, led by Khalid ibn al-Walid, succeeded in outflanking the Muslims, who were at once thrown into confusion. Some fled to Medina, while others fought their way back to the hill. Among these latter was Mahomet himself, who for a while remained hidden in a ravine. Meanwhile, a rumor that he was slain had spread in the ranks of the Meccans, and for this reason it would appear they did not take advantage of their victory. Supposing they had sufficiently avenged the bloodshed at Becker, they made no attempt to attack Medina, but prepared to march homewards. Of the Muslims, only about 70 men were left dead on the battlefield. One of these was Hamas, the Prophet's uncle, a valiant warrior, it is true, but not by any means a model of piety. Hind, the wife of Abu Sufyan and mother of the Caliph Maria, had, together with a number of other women, accompanied the Meccan army. Remembering that Hazm had slain some of her nearest relatives at Badr, she took vengeance on his corpse by tearing his liver with her teeth. Such barbarity was quite unusual among the Arabs of that period, and it is therefore not to be wondered at that the act of Hind was long afterwards a topic on which the enemies of her posterity loved to dwell. When the Meccans began to retreat, Mahomet, realizing that Medina was no longer in danger, endeavored to efface the shame of his defeat by a great show of activity. Although he had himself received some slight wounds, he marched a few miles on the track of his victorious foes, obviously not with the intention of attacking them, but in order to reassure his own followers. This plan attained its object, and there is no reason to suppose that after the battle, his influence at Medina was in any way diminished. A few months later, he made a second attack upon the Jews. The Banu and Nadir, a Jewish clan who owned some of the most valuable palm gardens in the neighborhood of Medina, were suspected, rightly or wrongly, of plotting to murder him. He accordingly declared war against them, and after a siege which lasted about 3 weeks, forced them to emigrate to Kazbek, an oasis inhabited chiefly by Jews, about 100 miles north of Medina. The lands of the Banu and Nadir were partly appropriated by Mahomet and partly divided among the emigrants, who thus ceased to depend on the charity of the helpers. That Mahomet's conduct should have been bitterly resented by the Jewish population of Arabia is quite natural, but on this, as on other occasions, the Jews shewed themselves wholly incapable of combining in order to resist him by force. The utmost that they attempted was to stimulate the enmity of the heathen Meccans and of the neighboring nomadic tribes. By this time the chiefs of the Quraysh had perceived the fruitlessness of their victory at Uhud, and they therefore listened readily to the Jewish emissaries, who urged them to make another and more serious effort. Accordingly, in the year 627, an alliance against Mahomet was formed between the Quraysh and a number of Bedouin tribes, of whom the most important were the Fazara, the Salam, and the Assad. The combined forces of the Quraysh and their allies proceeded to march towards Medina. They are said to have numbered 10,000 men, which is perhaps an exaggerated estimate, but in any case it is certain that they formed an army much larger than that which had fought at Uhud 2 years earlier. Meanwhile, the Khazaraj, a tribe which dwelt in the immediate neighborhood of Mecca, had sent to Mahomet full information as to the impending attack. Their conduct was probably due much more to jealousy of the Quraysh than to any special sympathy with Islam. By the time the assailants reached Medina, the town was well prepared to stage a siege. In most places, nothing more was necessary than to erect a few barricades between the houses. But on one side there was a large open space, across which Mahomet caused a trench to be dug. This device, which appears to us so obvious, struck the Arabs with astonishment. By Mahomet's enemies it was denounced as a dishonorable stratagem. Hence the siege is usually called the Campaign of the Trench. The idea, we are told, was suggested to the Prophet by an emancipated slave of unknown origin, who is celebrated in Muslim tradition under the name of Salman the Persian. At all events, the word applied to the trench, kandak, is derived from the Persian language. In digging the trench, Mahomet himself took an active part. The implements required for the purpose were mostly supplied by the Quraysh, the only Jewish clan who still remained at Medina. It is difficult to believe that the Quraysh regarded Mahomet with friendly feelings, but would appear that, in spite of the manner in which he had treated their co-religionists, they still considered themselves as bound by their agreement with him. Moreover, they probably realized that if Medina were taken by storm, the hordes of Bedouins would plunder all parties indiscriminately. During the siege, the vigilance and discipline of the Muslims contrasted strangely with the disorder which prevailed on the opposite side. The besiegers, in spite of their vastly superior numbers, seemed never to have contemplated a real assault. Small troops of cavalry now and then endeavored to cross the trench, but were easily repulsed by a shower of arrows and stones. On the one occasion when some of them succeeded in forcing an entrance, they soon found it necessary to retreat. In explanation of these facts, it must be remembered that an extreme dread of attacking fortifications, however rudely constructed, has been characteristic of the Arabs, and in particular the Bedouins, down to the present day. Though the loss of life on either side was quite insignificant, both the besiegers and the besieged were soon reduced to great straits. The cold and stormy weather severely tried the defenders of the trench, while the Bedouins without suffered greatly from lack of provisions. Accordingly, both parties strove hard to bring the siege to an end by means of negotiation. Mahomet's principal object was to detach the Bedouins from their alliance with the Quraysh. The besiegers, on the other hand, sent secret messages to the Quraysh, urging them to violate their agreement with Mahomet. The chief of this Jewish clan, Ka'b ibn Asad, at first indignantly refused to listen to these suggestions, but finally he yielded, and the Quraysh forthwith assumed so menacing an attitude that the Muslims became seriously alarmed. The Jews, however, did not venture to make an attack. They remained as usual shut up in their fortresses, until the Quraysh and their allies, weary of waiting, suddenly raised the siege, which had lasted only a fortnight, and returned to their homes. Thus ended the last attempt on the part of the Meccan aristocracy to crush the new religion. As soon as the besiegers had departed, the vengeance of Mahomet naturally fell on the Quraysh. He did not content himself with pillaging them, but, having compelled them to surrender after a brief siege, offered them the choice of conversion to Islam or death. The heroism which they displayed on this occasion seems hard to reconcile with their former timidity. Rather than commit apostasy, they preferred to be slain one by one in the marketplace of the town. The number of these martyrs amounted to over 600. The women and children were sold as slaves. Henceforth, the population of Medina was, at least in name, almost exclusively Muslim. The hypocrites who remained were a small minority, and though they sometimes angered the Prophet by their murmurs and intrigues, he had no reason to fear them. Accordingly, his policy, which he had at first represented as one of self-defense, now became avowedly aggressive. Medina was no longer the refuge of a persecuted sect. It was the seat of a religious despotism which in a few years subjugated the whole of Arabia. To ordinary Europeans, this development of Islam naturally appears as a mere misuse of religion for purposes of political aggrandizement. It is, however, necessary to remember, in judging of Mahomet's conduct, that the communities which he attacked were not organized states, but societies which recognized no permanent bond save that of blood. With the exception of the Quraysh, who inhabited a sacred territory, almost every Arabian tribe was engaged in perpetual feuds with its neighbors. In founding a community united solely by religion, Mahomet necessarily placed himself in a position of antagonism to the tribal system, which required every man to take the part of his fellow tribesmen against the members of all other tribes. But Mahomet was very far from being a cosmopolite of the modern type. Though his doctrines logically involved the equality of all races, it probably never occurred to him that it was his duty to ignore national and tribal distinctions. The authority of the tribal chiefs was not to be overthrown, but it was to be subordinated to a higher authority, which could be none other than that of the Prophet himself. Moreover, Mahomet's belief in the peculiar sanctity of Mecca rather increased than diminished during his long exile. Until the house of God had been purged of idols, the main object of the Prophet's mission was still unattained. To win over Mecca to the true faith seemed therefore a matter of supreme importance. The first expedition made for this purpose took place in the year 628. Shortly before the time of the annual pilgrimage, Mahomet marched towards Mecca, accompanied by several hundreds of his disciples, and taking with him a large number of camels, which were marked with badges, according to ancient Arabian custom, to denote that they were victims intended for sacrifice. If his aim was to force his way into the city, he carefully concealed the design, giving out that he and his followers were coming simply as pilgrims to do honor to the Meccan sanctuary. He hoped to convince the Quraysh that Islam would not in any way interfere with the privileges which they had hitherto enjoyed, and he persuaded himself that they might thereby be induced to recognize his claims. But the memory of the blood shed at his command, and especially of the occasion on which he had violated the truce of the sacred months, was vividly present to the minds of the Meccans, and they determined on no account to admit him. When he reached Hutton, a place within a few hours' march of Mecca, he found his way blocked by an armed force consisting partly of Meccans and partly of their Bedouin allies. A series of negotiations ensued, in the course of which Othman, probably Uthman ibn Affan, went as Muhammad's agent to Mecca. The selection of this man was doubtless due to his being a relative of Abu Sufyan and other influential citizens. During Othman's absence, a rumor that he had been murdered spread through the camp of the Muslims, whereupon Mahomet, fearing or pretending to fear an attack on the part of the Quraysh, assembled his followers under a tree and required from each of them a promise that he would on no account flee if a conflict took place. To this scene the Quran alludes as one specially pleasing to God. Hence in Muslim tradition it is called the homage of good pleasure. Almost immediately afterwards, Othman returned to Habadiyah, bringing, it would seem, proofs that his mission to Mecca had not been fruitless. The negotiations were accordingly resumed in the Prophet's camp, whither the Quraysh sent a certain Saban ibn Amir as their representative. After prolonged discussion, a compromise was agreed upon, whereby Mahomet consented to withdraw for that year, Other Quraysh, on their part, promised that the year following he and his disciples should be allowed to enter Mecca without weapons and remain there for 3 days. Furthermore, both parties were to refrain from hostilities for 10 years. During that time, no member of the Quraysh, who was still a minor, might join the Muslim community without the permission of his parents or guardians, whereas the sons of Muslims might freely go over to the Quraysh. The terms of this treaty appeared at first so unfavorable to Islam that the more zealous followers of the Prophet, in particular Omar, vehemently protested. Mahomet, however, perceived that the conditions, humiliating as they might seem, would in the end turn to his advantage, and he accordingly adhered to them in spite of the opposition of his 2 eager disciples. Never was his influence put to so severe a test, and never did he achieve a more signal triumph. From the moment when the Treaty of Hudaybiyah was concluded, the number of conversions to Islam became larger than ever. End of section 48. Section 49 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 2. The Rise of the Saracens and the Foundation of the Western Empire. Mahomet and Islam, Part 4, by A. Bevan. According to the ordinary Muslim tradition, the Prophet about this time took a step which showed that he contemplated the conversion not only of Arabia but of the world. He dispatched messengers to the Byzantine Emperor Heraclius, to the Persian king, and to various other foreign potentates, summoning them to recognize his divine mission. But the evidence for this story is by no means satisfactory, and the details present so many suspicious features that it may be doubted whether the narrative rests on any real basis. Soon after his return to Medina, Mahomet set out on an expedition against Khaybar, where the banished Banu Nadar had taken refuge. The Jews, as usual, shrank from a conflict in the open plain and shut themselves up in their fortresses, which fell one by one into the hands of the Muslims. The vanquished were compelled to surrender all their wealth, which was very considerable, but they were permitted to remain at Khaybar as cultivators of the soil, on condition that half of the produce should be annually made over to the Muslim authorities. This is the first instance of an arrangement which was afterwards adopted in most parts of the Muslim Empire, where the population consisted of non-Muslims. Early in the year 629, Mahomet, with about 2,000 followers, carried out his project of visiting Mecca as a pilgrim, in accordance with the Treaty of Hudaybiyah. For the stipulated 3 days, he was allowed to occupy the sacred city and to perform the traditional ceremonies in the sanctuary. The scene must have been a curious one, never to be repeated. The great preacher of monotheism publicly doing homage at a shrine filled with idols. The sight of Mahomet's power deeply impressed the Meccan aristocracy, and 2 of the most eminent among them, Khalid ibn al-Walid and Amir ibn al-As, took the opportunity of going over to Islam. Both of these men afterwards played a prominent part in the building up of the Muslim Empire. A few months later, Islam for the first time came into conflict with the great Christian power against which it was destined to struggle, with scarcely any intermission for a period of 8 centuries. In the autumn of the year 629, Mahomet dispatched a force of 3,000 men, commanded by his adopted son Zayd ibn Haritha, to the northwestern frontier of Arabia. The reason which most of the historians assign for this expedition is that a messenger sent by the Prophet had been assassinated a year earlier by an Arab chieftain named Shurahabil, who owned allegiance to the Byzantine Emperor. But since Ibn Hishak, the oldest writer who records the expedition, does not allege any pretext for it, The correctness of the aforesaid explanation is at least doubtful. In any case, it is difficult to believe that Mahomet contemplated an attack on the Byzantine Empire. For ignorant as he was of foreign countries, he must have been aware that an army of 3,000 men would be wholly inadequate for such a purpose. When the Muslim force reached the neighborhood of the Dead Sea, they found themselves, to their great surprise, confronted by a much larger army composed partly of Byzantines and partly of Arabs, subject to the emperor. After some hesitation, Sa'id ibn Haritha determined to fight. The battle took place at Mutta, a village to the east of the Dead Sea. The Muslims fought bravely but were totally defeated. Among the slain was their leader Sa'id and Jafar, a first cousin of the Prophet. The recently converted Khalid ibn al-Walid, who had accompanied the expedition, finally assumed the command and succeeded in bringing back the greater part of the army safely to Medina. This reverse was quickly followed by a great success in another quarter. The truce of 10 years, established by the Treaty of Owlivia, might perhaps have been observed faithfully if the matter had depended solely on the two contracting parties, Mahomet and the Quraysh. But each party was in alliance with certain Bedouin tribes, and, as anyone might have foreseen, a feud among the allies was likely to produce a general rupture. In fact, the truce had lasted only a year and a half when Mahomet's allies, the Khazars, were attacked by a small tribe, the Becker ibn Abd Banat, who likewise dwelt in the neighborhood of Becker and happened to be in alliance with the Quraysh. Some members of the Quraysh were accused, rightly or wrongly, of assisting the Becker ibn Abd Banat, whereupon the Khazars naturally complained to Mahomet that the terms of the treaty had been violated. The Quraysh, on their part, sent Abu Sufyan to Medina in the hope that hostilities might be averted. What passed between Abu Sufyan and Mahomet on this occasion it is, of course, impossible to know with certainty, but it appears highly probable that, as several modern historians have suggested, the ambassador of the Quraysh, realizing the superiority of the Muslim forces, agreed to facilitate the surrender of Mecca, while the Prophet promised to avoid all unnecessary bloodshed. No sooner had Abu Sufyan returned to his native city than Muhammad collected an army of about 10,000 men, chiefly Bedouins, and marched southwards. But he abstained from declaring war against the Quraysh and endeavored to conceal the real object of his expedition. On the way, he was met by his uncle Abbas, who at length professed himself a convert to Islam and joined the Prophet's army. About the end of January 630, the Muslims were encamped within sight of Mecca. No one could now doubt what was Muhammad's aim, but very few of the Meccans showed any inclination to risk their lives in defense of the city, with the exception of a small band who perished in a fruitless skirmish. The citizens, following the advice of Abu Sufyan, threw away their arms, retired into their houses, and suffered the conqueror to enter unopposed. Mahomet, on taking possession of the city, at once proclaimed a general amnesty, from which only 10 persons were by name excluded. Even of these, the majority soon obtained pardon. Footnote: it is somewhat remarkable that among the few persons singled out for special vengeance were 3 female musicians whose crime consisted in the fact that they had been accustomed to sing songs reflecting on the Prophet's character. End of footnote. He then proceeded to destroy the idols with which the city abounded. It was even thought necessary to efface some of the paintings which adorned the interior of the Kaaba. A curious legend relates that while this process of purification was being carried out, one of the Meccan goddesses, called Naila, suddenly appeared in the form of a black woman and fled away shrieking. An example of the belief familiar to us from early Christian literature, that the pagan deities are devils. But while many of the ancient gods vanished forever, one at least remained and in fact has continued to the present day. A certain black stone, which formed part of the wall of the Kaaba, was regarded by the heathen Arabs with extraordinary veneration. The practice of kissing this object and of stroking it with the hand was not only tolerated but expressly sanctioned by the Prophet. As such fetish worship disgusted some of his own followers, appears evident from a saying ascribed to the Caliph Omar. Footnote: I know that thou art a stone without power to harm or to help, and had I not seen the messenger of God kiss thee, I would not kiss thee. Bakari et Creel, R. page 406, 1ff. End of footnote. How far Mohammed's policy in these matters was due to genuine superstition, and how far to the desire of conciliating the heathen, cannot be determined, but it is certain that a large part of the ancient cult was adopted into Islam with little change. For this it was necessary to devise some historical justification. Accordingly, the Prophet gave out, perhaps in good faith, that the Meccan sanctuary had been originally founded by Abraham, and that the ceremonial practiced in it was a divine institution, though it had been partially corrupted through the perversity of men. The Meccans, it is needless to say, gladly accepted the theory which tended on the whole to enhance the prestige of their city. Henceforth the Quraysh, who had so long opposed the new religion, were among its firmest adherents, if not from conviction, at least from self-interest. The news of the capture of Mecca spread a panic among some of the neighboring tribes of Bedouins. It is not probable that they were much influenced by religious feeling, but they dreaded the loss of their independence. An army was quickly brought together, consisting of several tribes who bore the collective appellation of Hawazin. The most prominent members of the coalition were the Ta'if, a tribe to which the inhabitants of the town of Ta'if belonged. Mohammed at once marched from Mecca with a much larger force and encountered the Hawazin in the valley of Fontaine. The Muslims, in spite of their numerical superiority, were at first thrown into confusion by the onslaught of the enemy, and the Prophet himself was in great peril. The troops from Medina, however, succeeded in turning the tide of battle. At length the Hawazin were not only routed, but were forced to abandon their women and children, together with the vast quantity of flocks and herds, which, after the fashion of the Bedouins, they had brought into the battlefield. Immediately after the victory, Mahomet proceeded to besiege Ta'if, but the inhabitants of the town defended it with unusual vigor, and the Muslims were soon obliged to retreat. This discomfiture, however, does not seem to have injured the Prophet's cause, for a few days later the majority of the Hawazin announced their intention of adopting Islam. The new converts received back their wives and children, but the rest of the booty taken at Human was distributed among the victors. Now did the people of Ta'if long remain faithful to their old religion. After an interval of about half a year, they entered into negotiations with the Prophet and finally submitted to his authority. In the autumn of this year, 630, a report reached Medina that a great Byzantine army was advancing into Arabia from the northwest. The report was certainly false. Whether Mahomet believed it or merely utilized it as a pretext for a raid, it is impossible to say. In any case, he collected all his forces and marched with them as far as Tabuk, which is about 300 miles to the northwest of Medina. As no Byzantines appeared to oppose him, the only result of his expedition was the subjugation of small Jewish and Christian settlements in the north of Arabia. Both Jews and Christians were allowed to retain their property and the right to profess their religion, on condition that they paid a yearly tribute, the amount of which was fixed in each case by a special treaty. On the occasion of the next annual pilgrimage in the spring of 631, Mahomet issued a solemn proclamation, now contained in chapter 9 of the Quran, whereby heathens were thenceforth excluded from participation in the pilgrimage and the cult of the Kaaba. The following year, the Prophet himself performed the pilgrimage and finally settled the details of the ceremonies to be observed in connection with it. During all subsequent ages, this institution, notwithstanding its purely heathen origin, continued to be the great bond whereby Muslims of all parties were held together. Such a result could not have been attained by the Quran alone, or by any abstract creed, however carefully formulated. Another matter which he undertook to regulate at about the same time was the sacred calendar. Till then, the Arabs, so far as can be ascertained, had reckoned by solar years but by lunar months. That is to say, they followed the practice which appears to have been common among the Semitic nations, of inserting an intercalary month from time to time so as to adjust the year to the seasons. But as their notions of astronomy were of the crudest sort, much confusion naturally arose. This the prophet, who was equally ignorant, endeavored to remedy by announcing in the name of God that thenceforth the year was always to consist of 12 lunar months. Accordingly, the Muslim year was altogether dissociated from the natural seasons, for which reason the more civilized Muslim nations are obliged to have a civil calendar, consisting of Persian, Syrian, or Coptic months, as the case may be, in addition to the sacred calendar. Soon after his return to Medina, Mahomet made preparations for another campaign against the Byzantines, but before the expedition had started, he was seized with fever and expired in the arms of Aisha on Monday, 7 June, 632. Of his last utterances there are various accounts, many of which are obvious fabrications designed to support the claims of rival candidates for the caliphate. That he ever appointed a successor is highly improbable. It would be vain to attempt an enumeration of the conflicting judgments which have been passed on his character and his work, not only by fanatical devotees and opponents, but even by scientific historians. The immense majority of the attacks published in Europe may be safely ignored, since they were made at a time when the most trustworthy sources of information had not yet come to light. During the last 2 or 3 generations where favorable estimates have been formed, but it would be a grave mistake to suppose that even at the present day there is anything like a consensus of opinion on this subject among those who are most qualified to judge. One of the greatest Orientalists that ever lived has recently stated that, having in his younger days planned to work on the history of the early Muslim empire, he was finally deterred from carrying out the scheme by his inability to offer any satisfactory account of the prophet's character. This example should suffice to inspire diffidence. In discussing the subject, there are 2 opposite dangers which we must constantly strive to avoid. On the one hand, we should beware of assuming that Mahomet's doctrine and policy were determined solely by his own personal qualities. Much that strikes us as peculiar in his preaching may in reality be due to his Jewish or Christian informants. It is likewise clear that the spread of his religion was largely governed by factors over which he had no control. All the evidence tends to show that during the first few years of his propaganda, he never dreamt of acquiring political power. He strove, it is true, to convert Mecca as a whole, and not merely a few individuals, to the true faith. But this was not in view of an earthly kingdom. It was in view of the impending day of judgment. Even when at length circumstances placed him in the position of a ruler, his authority rested much more on the voluntary cooperation of his followers than on any material resources that were at his command. It has often been suggested in recent times that the religious movement of which Mahomet was the head coincided with the great national movement on the part of the Arabs who, it is said, had already developed, independently of Islam, a sense of their superiority to other races and were eager to overrun the neighboring countries. On this question, it is difficult to pronounce a definite opinion, since nearly all our information about the Arabs of that period comes through Muslim channels. But in any case, there can be no doubt that in the diffusion of Islam, the national feelings of the Arabs played a very important part. On the other hand, we must not fall into the error of ignoring the extraordinary influence exerted by the prophet over his disciples, an influence which was apparently due quite as much to his moral as to his intellectual qualities. The confidence which he inspired may seem to us undeserved, but it is only just to acknowledge that he used his immense power much oftener for the purpose of restraining than for the purpose of stimulating fanaticism. End of section 49. Section 50 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 2, The Rise of the Saracens and the Foundation of the Western Empire. The Expansion of the Saracens, the East, Part 1, by C.H. Becker. General remarks: Asia, Egypt. The migration of the Teutonic tribes and the expansion of the Saracens form the basis of the history of the Middle Ages. As the migrations laid the foundation for the development of the Western states, the diffusion of the Saracens gave the form which it has kept till our own day to the ancient contrast of East and West. These two movements gave birth to the severance between Christian Europe and the Muslim East, momentous not only throughout the Middle Ages, but even to the present day. True, Spain was long included in the Muslim territory, while Eastern Europe and Asia Minor formed part of the Christian sphere. But these later changes simply altered the geographical aspect. The origin of the contrast, affecting universal history, dates back to the 7th century. The Middle Ages regarded the severance from such a one-sided ecclesiastical and clerical point of view as was bound to obscure the comprehension of historical facts. The popular version of the matter, even among the cultured classes of today, is still under the spell of this tradition. Inspired by their prophet, the Arab hordes fall upon the Christian nations to convert them to Islam at the point of the sword. The thread of ancient development is torn completely asunder. A new civilization, that of Islam, created by the Arabs, takes the place of the older civilization of Christianity. The Eastern and Western countries are opposed to each other on terms of complete estrangement, reacting on each other only during the period of the Crusades. If we look into Arabian sources with this idea before us, we shall find it fully confirmed. For Arabian tradition also took its bearings from the ecclesiastical standpoint, like the tradition of the West. With one, as with the other, everything commenced with Mahomet and the expansion of the Arabs. Mahomet and the first caliphs made all things new and substantially created the civilization of Islam. It is only in recent times that historical research has led away from this line of thought. We recognize now the historical continuity. Islam emerges from its isolation and becomes heir to the Oriental Hellenistic civilization. It appears as the last link in a long development of universal history. From the days of Alexander the Great until the time of the Roman emperors, the East had been compelled to endure Western conditions and European rule. But as in the days of the earlier emperors, the Hellenic spirit was stifled by the embrace of the East, and as the classical world greedily absorbed the cults and religions of the East, an ethnical reaction of the East sets in from the 3rd century onward, and the Semitic element begins to stir beneath the Hellenistic surface. Within the Christian sphere, this current shows itself, more especially in the territories of the Greek and Aramaic languages, and the difference between the Greek and the Latin churches is mainly that between Asia and Europe. With the expansion of the Arabs, then, the East reacquires in the political sphere the independence which had been slowly preparing in the domain of civilization. Nothing absolutely new, therefore, arrives from the expansion of the Arabs, not even conditions uncongenial to the West of the Middle Ages. In fact, on closer examination, we perceive an intimate inner relationship in the world of thought between the Christianity of the Middle Ages and Islam. This fact is moreover not remarkable, for both spheres of culture repose on the same foundation, the Hellenistic Oriental civilization of early Christian times. In the territory of the Mediterranean circle conquered by the Arabs, this civilization lived on, but as the empire of the caliphs thrust its main center further and further eastward, and annexed more and more the traditions of ancient Persia, the culture of Islam, at first strongly tinged with Hellenism, was bound to assume an ever stronger Oriental character. On the other hand, on Western ground, the Germanic genius freed itself from this civilization, which as a foreign import could not thrive there, to develop out of its remnants the typically Western forms of the Middle Ages. Just as the ecclesiastical conception on the one hand broke the historical continuity, it perceived on the other hand in the expansion of the Arabs nothing but a further extension of the religion of Islam, and therefore totally misunderstood the real nature of the movement. It was not the religion of Islam which was by that time disseminated by the sword, but merely the political sovereignty of the Arabs. The acceptance of Islam by others than Arabians was not only not striven for, but was in fact regarded with disfavor. The subdued peoples might peacefully retain their old religions, provided only they paid ample tribute. As on conversion to Islam, these payments ceased. At least in the early times, such changes of religion were disliked. The circumstance that a few pious men subsequently practiced such proselytism, or that the material advantages of apostasy gradually led the population of the conquered countries to Islam, must not blind our eyes to the fact that the movement originated from quite other motives. The sudden surging forward of the Arabs was only apparently sudden. For centuries previously, the Arab migration had been in preparation. It was the last great Semitic migration connected with the economical decline of Arabia. Such a decline is indisputable, even though we may not be disposed to accept all the conclusions which have in recent times been connected with this oft-discussed thesis. Ever since the commencement of our chronology, the Arabs had been in fluctuation. South Arabian tribes were lords of Medina. Others also from South Arabia were settled in Syria and Mesopotamia. Legendary information, confirmed however by inscriptions of southern Arabia, shows that for a long period the conditions of life in the southern part of the Arabian Peninsula had been growing worse. With the decline of political power, the care of the public waterworks, on which the prosperity of the land more or less depended, also suffered. In short, long before Mahomet, Arabia was in a state of unrest and a slow, uncontrollable infiltration of Arabian tribes and tribal branches had permeated the adjoining civilized land, in Persian as also in Roman territory, where they had met with the descendants of earliest Semitic immigrants to those parts, the Aramaeans, who were already long acclimatized there. Persia and Byzantium suffered severely from this constant unrest in their border provinces, and both empires had endeavored to organize the movement and to use it as a fighting medium, the one against the other. The Romans had organized the Syrian Arabs for this purpose under the leadership of princes of the House of Ghassan, the most celebrated of whom even received the title of patrician, while the Saracens founded a similar bulwark in Hira, where the Lakhmites, under Persian sovereignty, lived a princely life greatly celebrated by Arabian poets. A short-sighted policy, and probably also internal weakness, permitted the ruin of both of these states, which would have offered an almost insuperable barrier to the Islamic expansion. The hitherto united dominions of the Ghassanids were subdivided, and various governors took the place of the popular Lakhmite princes. Thus, the great empires had succeeded in destroying the smaller Arabian states, which had grown too powerful. But the tradition remained, according to which the Arabians on the borders might with impunity levy contributions on the neighboring cultivated countries during the constant wars between Persia and Byzantium. These traditions were assimilated by those Arabs, then gradually becoming dependent on Medina, and their procedure was sanctioned and encouraged by the young and rising caliphate, at first in a wavering, but later in a more and more energetic manner. The expansion of the Saracens is thus the final stage in a process of development, extending over centuries. Islam was simply a change in the watchword for which they fought, and thus arose at the same time an organization which, based on religious and ethnical principles and crowned with unexpected success, was bound to attain an historical importance quite different from that of buffer states like Cairo and Kazan. Under these circumstances, it would be a mistake to regard the Arab migration merely as a religious movement incited by Mahomet. The question may in fact be put whether the whole movement is not conceivable without the intervention of Islam. There can in any case be no question of any zealous impulse towards proselytism, that strong religious tie which at the present time binds together all Muslims, that exclusive religious spirit of the later world of Islam, is at all events not the primary cause of the Arab migration, but merely a consequence of the political and cultural conditions caused by it. The importance of Islam in this direction lies in its masked political character, which the modern world has even in our own time to take into consideration. In the outset, Islam meant the supremacy of Medina, but it soon identified itself with Arabianism, i.e., it preached the superiority of the Arabian people generally. This great idea gives an intellectual purport to the restless striving for expansion and makes the political focus of the great Arabian state of Medina, founded on religion. Hunger and avarice, not religion, are the impelling forces, but religion supplies the essential unity and central power. The expansion of the Saracens' religion, both in point of time and in itself, can only be regarded as of minor import and rather as a political necessity. The movement itself had been on foot long before Islam gave it a party cry and an organization. Then it was that the minor streams of Arabian nationality, gradually encroaching on the cultivated territory, united with the related elements already resident there, and formed that irresistible migratory current which flooded the older kingdoms and seemed to flood them suddenly. If the expansion of the Saracens is thus allowed to take its proper place in the entire development of the Middle Ages, a glance at the state of affairs at the time of the Prophet's death leads directly to the history of the Arab migration itself. The death of the Prophet is represented by tradition as an event which surprised the whole world and to the faithful seemed impossible, notwithstanding the fact that Mahomet had always confessed himself to be a mortal man. He had, it is true, never taken his eventual decease into consideration, nor had he left a definite code of laws or any instructions regarding his succession. But can we suppose a similar self-deception also among his nearest companions, who must certainly have seen how he was aging, and must have had before them in all his human weakness? Can we suppose any delusion is so circumspect in nature as Abu Bakr, or in such a genius for government as Omar? The energetic and wise conduct of both these men and their companion, Abu Ubaidah, immediately after the catastrophe, seems to prove the contrary, and the action seems based on well-prepared arrangements. Energetic action was moreover very necessary, for it was a giant task which Mahomet bequeathed to those entrusted with the regulation of his inheritance. At the very outset loomed up the difficulties in the capital itself. The sacred personality of the Prophet had succeeded in holding in check the old antipathies within the ranks of the Medina allies, Ansar, and the continual petty jealousies between these and the Majurin, the companions of his flight from Mecca. But on his death, which for the great majority was sudden and unexpected, these two groups confronted each other, each claiming the right to take up the lead. As soon as the news of the death first reached them, the Kharaj, the most numerous tribe of the Ansar, assembled in the hall Sakita of the Banu Sa'ida. Informed of this by the Aus, who feared a revival of the old dissensions, Abu Bakr, Omar, and Abu Ubaida at once repaired thither and arrived just in time to prevent a split in the community. The hot-blooded Omar wanted to put a stop to it promptly and by energetic means, and would of a certainty have spoiled the whole situation. But at this stage the venerable and awe-inspiring Abu Bakr, the oldest companion of the Prophet, intervened and whilst fully recognized the merits of the Ansar, insisted on the election of one of the Kharajite companions of the Prophet as leader of the community. He proposed Omar or Abu Ubaida. The proposal did not meet with success, and the discussion became more and more excited. Suddenly Omar seized the hand of Abu Bakr and rendered homage to him, and others followed his example. In the meantime, the hall and adjoining rooms had become filled with people belonging not to either of the main groups, but to the fluctuating population of Muslim Arabs of the neighborhood, who had in the preceding years become especially numerous in Medina, and whose main interest was that matters should remain in statu quo. These people really turned the scales, and thus Abu Bakr was chosen by a minority and recognized on the following day by the community, though unwillingly, as even tradition is unable to veil, on the part of many. They rendered homage to him as the representative, Khalifa of the Prophet. The term Caliph was at that time not regarded as a title, but simply as a designation of office. Omar, the successor of Abu Bakr, is said to have been the first to assume the distinctive title, Commander of the Faithful, Amir al-Mu'minin, rendered by the Greek papyri as Amapal-Mu'min. The election of Abu Bakr was doubtless a fortunate one, but it was regarded in circles closely interested as an inexcusable coup de main, quite apart from the fact that the Ansar had failed to carry their point and were accordingly in bad humor. The nearer relations of the Prophet and their more intimate companions appeared to have carried out a policy of obstruction which yielded only to force. Ali, the husband of the Prophet's daughter, Fatima, and father of the Prophet's grandsons, Hassan and Hussein, who had previously held the first claim to the supreme position, was suddenly ousted from the front rank. His uncle, Abbas, and probably also Talha and Sabir, two of the earliest converts to Islam, allied themselves with him. Ali was a good swordsman, but not a man of cautious action or quick resolve. He and those nearest to him appear to have had no other object in view than to gather around the corpse of the Prophet, while the fight for the succession was raging without. The news of Abu Bakr's election, however, roused them at last from their lethargy, and thereupon ensued an act of revenge, shrouded certainly in mystery by Muslim tradition, but which cannot be obliterated. The body of the Prophet was secretly buried during the same night below the floor of his death chamber. It was the custom, after pronouncing the benediction over the coffin, to carry the dead in solemn procession through the town to the cemetery. As, however, this procession would have simultaneously formed the triumphal entry of the new ruler, the body was disposed of as quickly as possible, without the knowledge of Abu Bakr or the other leading companions. Tradition, which represents the old companions as working together in pure friendship and unanimity, has endeavored with much care to picture these remarkable occurrences as legal. For instance, Mahomet is said to have stated previously that prophets should always be buried at the spot where they died. To the modern historian, however, this episode unveils the strong passions and deep antipathies which divided not only the Meccans and the Medina faction, but also the nearest companions of the Prophet. Abu Bakr's rule was but feebly established, and a dissolution of the young realm would have been inevitable, had not the pure instinct of self-preservation forced the opposing parties into unity. The news of the death appeared to let loose all the centrifugal forces of the new state. According to Muslim accounts, all Arabia was already subjected and converted to Islam, and as soon as the news of Mahomet's death was known, many of the tribes seceded from Islam and had to be again subjected in bloody wars and reconverted. This apostasy is termed ridda, a change of belief, a well-known term of the latter law of Islam. In reality, Mahomet, at the time of his death, had by no means united Arabia, much less had he converted all the country to Islam. Not quite all of what today forms the Turkish province of Hijaz, that is, the central portion of the west coast of Arabia with its corresponding backcountry, was in reality politically joined with Medina and Mecca as a uniting power. Now, even this was held together more by interest than by religious brotherhood. The tribes of Central Arabia, e.g., the Katafan, Bahila, Tayya, Assad, etc., were in a state of somewhat lax dependence on Mahomet, and had probably also partially accepted the doctrine of Islam, whilst in the Christian district to the north and in Yamana, which had its own prophet, and in the south and east of the peninsula, Mahomet either had no connections whatever, or had made treaties with single or isolated tribes, i.e., with a weak minority. It was inexplicable to the subsequent historians of the Arabian state that after the death of Mahomet so many wars were necessary on Arabian soil. They accounted for this fact by a ridda, an apostasy from Islam. The death of the Prophet was doubtless a reason for secession to all those who had unwillingly followed Mahomet's lead, or who regarded their contracts as void on his death. The majority of those regarded as secessionists, al-ridda, had however previously never been adherents of the religion, and many had not even belonged to the political state of Islam. It has but recently been recognized that an intelligible history of the expansion of the Arabs is only possible by making these wars against the ridda, the starting point from which the great invasions developed themselves, more from internal necessity than through any wise direction from Medina. Undertakings were over from the enormous extent of which even the optimism of Mahomet would have flinched. End of section 50. Section 51 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 2. The Rise of the Saracens and the Foundation of the Western Empire. The Expansion of the Saracens, the East, Part 2 by C.H. Becker. The movement in Arabia had received, through the formation of the state of Medina, a new and powerful stimulation. Mahomet's campaigns, with their rich booty, had allured many from afar. He had, moreover, as a great diplomatist, strengthened the opposition where he could find no direct acknowledgment. His example alone had also its effect. Should not the prophet of the Banu Hanifa, of the Assad, or the Taman, be able to do what the Nagami had done? In this way, prophetism gained ground in Arabia, i.e., the tension already existing grew until it neared an outburst. The sudden death of Mahomet gave new support to the centrifugal tendencies. The character of the whole movement, as it forces itself on the notice of the historian, was of course hidden from contemporaries. Arabia would have sunk into particularism if the necessity caused by the secession of the al-ridda had not developed in the state of Medina, an energy which carried all before it. The fight against the ridda was not a fight against apostates. The objection was not to Islam per se, but to the tribute which had to be paid to Medina. The fight was for the political supremacy over Arabia, and its natural result was the extension of the dominions of the Prophet, not their restoration. With such a distribution of the Arabian element as has been described, it was only in the nature of things that the fight must make itself felt, moreover, beyond the boundaries of Arabia proper. Only a few of the tribes more nearly connected with Medina recognized the supremacy of Abu Bakr, the others all seceding. Before the news of these secessions reached Medina, an expedition, which had been prepared by Mahomet before his death, had already departed for the Syrian border to avenge the defeat of the Mu'tah. Medina was therefore quite denuded of troops. A few former allies wished to utilize this precarious position and make a sudden attack on Medina. This, however, was prevented by Abu Bakr with great energy. Fortunately, the expedition returned in time to enable him to capture the camp of the insurgents after a severe battle at Dul el-Qasa. August to September 632. Khalid ibn al-Walid, who had already distinguished himself under Mahomet, was thereupon entrusted with the task of breaking the opposition of the tribes of Central Arabia. Khalid was without doubt a military genius of the first rank. He was somewhat lax in matters of religion and could be as cruel as his master had been before him, but was a brilliant strategist, carefully weighing his chances. Yet once his mind was made up, he was endued with an energy and daring before which all had to yield. He is the actual conqueror of the Ridda, and his good generalship secured victory after victory for Islam. With a force of about 4,000 men, he again reduced the Tayyid to obedience, and then in rapid succession routed at Basokah, the Asad and Qatafan, who had gathered round a prophet called Tala, scoffingly styled by the Muslims Taliya, meaning the little Talia. Khalid's success caused fresh troops to flock to his standard. He then at once proceeded further into the territory of the Tamim, but against the wishes of the Ansar accompanying him, and without the authority of the Caliph. This arbitrary procedure, together with the cruel act of personal revenge which he performed at the last named place, caused his recall. He was, however, not only exculpated, but a proposal of his was adopted to strike a heavy blow at the Banu Hanifa in Yamama. At this place the Prophet Muhammad was then ruling, and in the case of Tahana, the Muslims sarcastically formed a diminutive of his name and styled him Musalima. According to tradition, this Musalima had maintained friendly relations with Mahomet. Be that as it may, certain it is that he was not in any way subject to Medina in either political or religious sense, but more probably an imitator of his successful colleague Mahomet. In any case, his rule was somewhat firmly established, and it cost Khalid a bloody battle to destroy his power. This memorable battle was fought at Aqaba, and was without doubt the bloodiest and most important during the whole of the Ridda War. We are as yet but poorly informed in regard to the chronology of these events, but it may probably be assumed that the Battle of Aqaba was fought about 1 year after the death of the Prophet. By the side of these great successes of Khalid, the campaigns of other generals in Bahrain, Oman, Mara, Hadramaut, and Yaman, are less important. Moreover, the earliest subjection of all these lands under the rule of Islam was not carried out by troops specially sent out from Medina. It may even be doubtful if the commanders, with whose names these conquests are associated, were dispatched from Medina. It may be that they were only subsequently legalized and that Maharaja ibn Abi Umayyah was the first actual delegate of the Caliph. In any case, these districts were unsettled for a long time after the Muslim troops had invaded Syria and Iraq. Further, the same districts were in less than half a century later almost independent, and later still a focus of heterodox tendencies. The further march of events is connected not with these wars, but with Khalid's unparalleled succession of victories, and with the complication on the Syrian border. The subjection of Central Arabia to Medina inspired the Arabs of the border districts with a profound respect, but it simultaneously excited the warlike propensities of the most important tribes of Arabia. It would have been an enormous task for the government in Medina to compel all these restless elements accustomed to marauding excursions to live side by side in neighborly peace under the sanctuary of Islam in unfertile Arabia. Within the boundaries of the empire, however, such fratricidal feuds were henceforth abolished. It was only to be expected that after the withdrawal of Khalid's army, a reaction against Medina should seize upon the newly subjected tribes. The necessity of keeping their own victorious troops employed, as also of reconciling the subjected ones to the new conditions, irresistibly compelled an extension of the Islamic rule beyond the borders of Arabia. Chronologically, the raid on Iraq, the ancient Babylonia, stands at the commencement of these enterprises. This, however, was quite a minor affair, and the main attention of the government was directed to Syria. Before going further, we have to show that our exposition differs radically from all the usual descriptions of the expansion of the Arabs, not only in our estimates of the sources and events, but also in our chronological arrangement of them. The conquests of the Saracens have in later years been a focus of scientific debate. Through the labors of de Jonghe, Wellhausen, and Mednikov, a complete revolution in our views has been effected. We have learned to differentiate the various schools of tradition, of which that of Iraq, represented by Saif ibn Ammar, has produced an historical novel which can hardly be classed as actual history. The reports of the Medina and the Syrian schools are more trustworthy, and a certain amount of reliance may be placed on the Egyptian school, but they all suffer from later harmonizing efforts, and also from their revision during the period of the Abbasids, in which it was sought in every way to depreciate the Umayyads. All these traditions are now being collected and critically sifted in the stupendous annals of Leon Caetani. His epic-making results are utilized in the following paragraphs. Between Yamama and the Hira district, which we must regard as a long narrow strip of country, the North Arabian Ishmaelite tribe of Bakir ibn Wa'il led a nomadic existence on the borders of the cultivated country, covered by the protecting marshes of the lower Euphrates, and this tribe was again subdivided into various independent-minded groups. They formed part of the restless border tribes against which Hira had been erected as a bulwark. The sub-tribe of the Banu Shaiban especially had brilliant traditions, for it was these people who had won the first and much celebrated victory of the Arabs over Persian regular troops at Dukar, before the rise of Islam, between 604 and 611. This tribe of the Banu Shaiban, and their leader, Muthana ibn Haritha, whose example was followed by the others, induced Khalid and his Muslims to cross the Persian boundary for the first time. That was not a matter of chance, but shows the deep inner connection of the Saracen expansion with the migration already in being before the rise of Islam. The Shaiban, all the other components of Becker ibn Wa'il, were wholly independent of Medina and had no intention of becoming Muslims. But when Medina suddenly extended its dominion beyond Yamama, and all Arabia echoed with the fame of Khalid in warfare, the Bakir found themselves in a dilemma between the rising Arabian great power and their old hereditary enemy, Persia. What could be more obvious than that? Simply because they needed a screen for their rear, they should draw the related Muslims into their alliance and with their assistance continue their raids into the cultivated country. Khalid, reckless plunger that he was, seized with avidity this opportunity for fresh deeds of valor. Tradition reports that the chiefs of the Bakir tribes, and of them Muthana first and foremost, paid a visit to the Caliph Abu Bakr at Medina, professed Islam, and received from Abu Bakr the command to conquer Iraq in conjunction with Khalid. In reality, it is doubtful whether the Caliph even so much as knew of any connection between Khalid and the Bakir tribes. At the same time, it is not improbable that he gave his consent for Khalid to participate in one of the customary raids of the Bakir ibn Wa'il. But the conversion of the head of the tribes was no part of his plan, much less the conversion of the tribes themselves. They certainly from this time onward were in touch with Medina and regarded themselves as in political alliance with the Muslims, and in the rapid developments of the next few years, they were merged in the Caliph's dominions. Abu Bakr did not at first contemplate any systematic occupation of Iraq, for he was at that time considering an expedition against Syria, which from the point of view of Medina was of infinitely greater importance. Even at that time they decided to have Khalid in Syria, but he had in any case already taken part in the raid of the Banu Shahban, either with or without the knowledge of the Caliph. How little any conquest of Persia was contemplated is shown by the fact that the main body of Khalid's troops was ordered home to recruit, and he undertook his first invasion of Persian territory with only about 500 men, certainly well-selected troops, and then continued his march further with the same contingent into Syria. Khalid attracted volunteers of all kinds from central Arabia and marched with them westward of the Euphrates to avoid the marshes. At Kafan, he effected a junction with the Bakir under Mathana. Their combined forces amounted in all to only 2,000 to 3,000 men, but they had fortune on their side. They crossed the fertile land to the north of Hira unmolested and plundering as they went. Boulais was also put under contribution, and suddenly they appeared before Hira. The town was well fortified, but the garrison was palpably insufficient for an open battle. And what was the use of resistance within the walls if their rich lands around were to be desolated? Thinking thus, they quickly resolved to pay a ransom, especially as the Arabs only demanded the ridiculously small sum of 60,000 dirhams. To the Arabs this seemed an enormous booty. Elated with victory, they withdrew, and Hira was thus saved for the time being. It is scarcely conceivable that the payment of this sum was regarded as an annual tribute. After this expedition, Khalid marched on with his braves, by command of the Caliph, right through the enemy's territory, appearing in all directions with lightning speed and disappearing again with equal rapidity. From Hira through Palmyra to Syria, where he appeared suddenly and unexpectedly under the walls of Damascus. This expedition, so woven round with legendary lore, and apart from that of a military masterpiece, shows better than anything else that the conquest of Persia was not premeditated, and that the Muslims were making their main effort in Syria. The raid against Hira was made at a time of the greatest confusion in Persia, a few months after the accession of Yezdegerd, when the central authority was to some extent restored by his general Rustam. Thereupon a counter-raid was prepared against the plunderers. Mathana sought help from Medina. This was in the early days of Omar's government, and he granted the request only with a certain amount of reluctance, refusing to spare his best troops from Syria. The combined troops of the Becker and of Medina were few and badly handled, and in a second expedition they were almost annihilated. In the so-called bridge battle, Mathana saved with difficulty the remnants of the Muslim army, 26 November 634. It was in consequence of this disaster that Omar, a year later, 635, was led to a more energetic interference in the conditions of the Iraq. But even then his actions were somewhat dilatory. Of this it will be necessary to speak later, if only briefly. For history of the Middle Ages, the expansion of the Arabs in Mediterranean territories is of much greater importance. The Arabian records of these events are not only distorted by lies, but are terribly confused, especially in their chronology. Fortunately, we are better informed through some of the Byzantine writers, especially Theophanes. It was not the sagacity of the caliphs wanting to conquer the world that flung the Muslim host on Syria, but the Christian Arabs of the border districts who applied to the powerful organization of Medina for assistance. We are told very little about the relations between Mahomet and the great tribes of North Arabia, such as the Juhin, Kalb, Qudaya, Lakhim, Ghassan. But the defeat of Mu'tah shows that they were enemies of Medina. It was only the expedition against Tabuk, which had to be subjected 2 years before the death of the Prophet, that created friendly relations with at least a few of the tribes on the southern boundary of Palestine. In the War of Conquest, the great tribes of the former boundary state of the Ghassanids still fought on the side of the Byzantines. The tribes to the south of the Dead Sea, however, such as the Judim and Qudaya, who commanded the route from Medina to Gaza, had every reason for connecting themselves more closely with Medina. Previously, they had been in the pay of the Byzantines, and being moreover Christians, they had no intention of allying themselves with the Muslims. Soon after the Battle of Mu'tah, however, we are informed the Emperor Heraclius, who at that time was in great financial difficulties owing to the debt contracted with the Church for the Great Persian War, suspended the yearly subsidies to the Bedouins on the southern boundary, probably thinking that with the new political situation he might venture on this economy. At that time, even a far-seeing politician could not have regarded as serious the organization of the ever-divided Arabs living in the interior of Arabia. Judging by the behavior of the northern tribes that continue for a time to be paid, Theophanes even treats the suspension of subsidies as being in some way the cause of the summoning of the Muslims. Apart from this, he added that, after the victories of Khalid in Central Arabia, these border tribes like the Becker ibn Wa'il in the east were led into a dilemma. As Byzantium withdrew the subsidies from them, it was only natural that they made an alliance with the Muslims to recoup themselves by plundering raids. Their suggestion met with the approval of the Caliph, who probably recognized that the commotion which had been raised must be diverted in some direction or other. The Medina people themselves, according to Arabian reports, do not appear to have at first displayed any enthusiasm for such a risky action. Probably they had not forgotten the disaster of Mu'tah. Nevertheless, in the autumn of 633, various small detachments were sent off into Syria, the first under Yazid ibn Abi Sufyan, a brother of the subsequent caliph Mahiwa, the second under Shonabal ibn Hassana, the third under Amir ibn al-Az. The first two bodies of troops, probably cooperating most of the time, took the direct track by way of Tabuk Matan. Amir marched along the coast via Ela, Aqaba. Other smaller companies followed later and pushed forward from the south into the country east of the Jordan. The first to get engaged in battle was Yazid. Approaching from westward, he has descended the hills surmounting the Wadi Araba, the great valley south of the Dead Sea, and surprised several thousands of Byzantine troops under the patricians of Caesarea, named Sergius. These were routed and compelled to retire on Gaza. Before reaching this town, however, they were overtaken, 4 February 634, by the Arabs and annihilated, Sergius also losing his life. After this success, Yazid again retired beyond the protecting Dead Sea. Shortly afterwards, Amir put in an appearance coming from Ela, with fresh troops which had been further strengthened on the way by recruits. They raided the whole of southern Palestine, as far as Gaza, and Amir, in fact, on one occasion, pushed forward into the district of Caesarea. Upon hearing of these surprising events, the Emperor Heraclius, who at that time was still dwelling at Emesa, in northern Syria, concentrated a great army to the south of Damascus, and placed it under the command of his brother Theodorus. It was unusually difficult for the Greeks to recognize any plan of attack on the part of the Arabs. These simply advanced without any definite aim. The leader of each detachment went whithersoever he listed, and whither he conceived the greatest amount of booty was available. Possibly the troops of Theodorus may have destroyed a small detachment of the Arabs in the country east of the Jordan, but in any case they advanced very slowly in a southerly direction, where the greatest danger threatened, but Jerusalem was temporarily cut off from the sea, and even Caesarea and Gaza were threatened. Immediately after this advance, Khalid, approaching in their rear from the Euphrates, suddenly appeared before Damascus, 24 April 634. He remained unmolested, because all available troops were then on the way to the south. Clever strategist that he was, and without the selfish greed for plunder of the other leaders, Khalid at once recognized the precarious position of the Arabs in the southern part of Palestine. Advancing down the country east of Jordan, he succeeded, probably with the utmost difficulty, in effecting a junction with the detachments in the south, engaged in their own selfish interests. Finally, in the Wadi Araba, he united with Amir and Yazid, who were retiring before the approaching Byzantines. This affected the combined forces of the Muslims once more advanced against Theodorus, who had occupied a strong position in Anajadin, or better, Janabatin, between Jerusalem and Gaza. On 30 July 634, a bloody battle ensued, terminating in a brilliant victory for the Arabs. Who commanded the Arabs, or whether in fact they had any commander-in-chief, remains a matter of doubt, but it is probably not wide of the mark to recognize the actual victor in Khalid. Hereupon all Palestine lay open to the Arabs, i.e. all the flat country. The well-fortified towns, even though without large garrisons, held out for a considerable time longer. The Arabs, who still regarded themselves as being out on a plundering expedition, probably spared the resident population less than they did later, when the systematic occupation took place. Report states that Gaza also fell at this time, but this simply means that Gaza was laid under the contribution in the same way that Hira had been before. The patriarch Sophronius of Jerusalem, in his Christmas sermon at the end of the year 634, describes in moving terms the doleful condition of the country. Anarchy appears to have ruled supreme. The Arabs dispersed themselves throughout the country and even pushed forward far towards the north. The temporary appearance of the Arabs before Emesa in January 635 is credibly authenticated by a Syrian source. End of section 51. Section 52 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 2. The Rise of the Saracens and the Foundation of the Western Empire. The Expansion of the Saracens, the East, Part 3 by C.H. Becker. During the 6 months following the Battle of Ajadain, the tone of public opinion must have undergone a considerable change. Men of the rank of Khalid and Amir could not but perceive that they could not go on with such planless raids. A systematic occupation of the country appeared urgent. In addition to this, the Caliph Abu Bakr died soon after the Battle of Ajadain, 634, and the energetic Farsi Omar had been nominated by him as his successor and recognized on all sides without question. This new view was further supported both at the front and at headquarters by the continued pressing forward of the Arab element from the south of the peninsula. After the termination of the Ridda Wars, these people, incited by the unparalleled successes of the Medina people, also marched to Syria. These new arrivals did not, however, arrive in the form of organized troops, but advanced in tribes, bringing their wives and children with them and hoping to find in the new land fertile residential areas. This process is very difficult to record in detail, and doubtless extended over several years. It was only after the Battle of the Yarmouk that the Arabs really began seriously to take in hand the administration of the country. But within 6 months of the Battle of Adjane, there began a much more systematic progress of the Arabs, who were now clearly placed under the supreme command of Khalid. The last troops of Heraclius had now withdrawn to Damascus. The defeated Diodorus had been recalled to Constantinople, and the conduct of further operations lay in the hands of Baynes, who concentrated his troops in the beginning of 635 at Ville, a strategically important position situated south of the Sea of Gennesaret, and covering the crossing of the Jordan and the route to Damascus. By cutting dikes, he endeavored to prevent the advance of the Arabs. Impressed, however, probably by their slowly changing conception of the task before them, and led by Khalid, the Muslims forced the position at Ville, 23 January 635, and immediately afterwards took possession of Bassain. They then pushed forward determinedly towards Damascus. Baynes again opposed their advance at Maj as-Safir, 25 February 635, but was defeated, and 2 weeks later the Muslims were before the gates of Damascus. The Arabs were not in a position properly to lay siege to the town, for they were quite ignorant of this kind of warfare. They were compelled, therefore, to endeavor to isolate the town, and so to exasperate the residents as to cause them to compel the garrison to surrender. It was, however, not until the early autumn, August to September, that the town capitulated, after Heraclius had endeavored in vain on several occasions to relieve it. In one of the abortive attempts he had, however, inflicted on the Arabs a rather serious reverse. The capitulation ensued at last palpably through the treachery of the civil authorities, assisted by the bishop and tax collector. After the fall of Damascus, the Arabs proceeded to the pacification of the conquered country, without giving further heed to the Byzantines, from whom they did not consider they had anything more to fear. The various leaders operated in Palestine and the country east of the Jordan. Khalid himself pressed forward once more against Emesa, and occupied this place at the close of the year 635. A number of smaller towns hereupon opened their gates to the conquerors, whilst the larger fortresses such as Jerusalem, Caesarea, and the coastal towns still held out in hope of rescue by Heraclius. Heraclius certainly as yet had no intention of giving up the country to the Arabs. He showed a feverish activity in Antioch and Edessa. Together with the customary Byzantine mercenaries, Armenians and Arabs formed the main body of his new army, which he placed under the command of Theodorus Trithorius, and in which Baynes had the control of an independent division. The relief of Damascus not having been effected, Heraclius permitted the winter months to pass, intending when he was so much the better prepared to take the offensive and strike a crushing blow against the Arabs. In the spring of 636, this new army unexpectedly approached Emesa, where Khalid was on outpost duty. He at once recognized his dangerous position. Hitherto the Arabs had always fought against an inferior Byzantine force, but now they were suddenly opposed by a powerful army which, even after making all allowance for Arab exaggeration, must have amounted to some 50,000 men. Khalid immediately relinquished not only Emesa but even Damascus, and caused all the Arab fighting forces to be concentrated at a point between the northern and southern positions of the Arabs in the country east of the Jordan, to the southeast of the deep Yarmouk Valley, and to the north of what is now known as Darat, a point admirably adapted to his purpose. Here the Arabs were in the most fertile part of Syria, where the most important highways crossed, leading to the southern portion of the country east of the Jordan and to central Palestine. They were, moreover, protected in the rear by the deeply hallowed valleys of the Yarmouk tributaries. Should they be defeated here, a retreat was under all circumstances secured either into the desert or to Medina. The hurried retirement of the Arabs to this district proves how critical affairs appeared to them against the huge advancing army of the enemy. They could only oppose about 25,000, scarcely half the number. The Roman army did not approach by way of Damascus, but through Cilicia and across the Jordan, and probably took up their position near Gilon, the Gilic of the sources. The two armies must have remained confronting each other for a considerable period. The Arabs were waiting for reinforcements, while the Byzantine army was hampered by the petty jealousy of its leaders and by insubordination in the ranks. Several battles were fought in which Theodorus appears to have been at the outset defeated, and Baynes was then proclaimed emperor by the troops. The Arabian auxiliaries deserted, and under all these circumstances the Arabs had no longer cause to fear the numerical superiority of their opponents. They appeared to have outflanked the Byzantines from the eastern side, cut their line of communication with Damascus, and by occupying the bridge over the Wadi Rukud, it frustrated also their chances of retreat to the westward. Finally, they forced them into the angle between the Yarmouk and the Wadi Rukud. Those who were not killed here plunged down into the steep and deeply cut beds of the rivers, and those of the latter who had finally managed to escape across the rivers to Jathata were annihilated by the Arabs on the other side, as by occupying the bridge they were enabled with ease to cross the Wadi Rukud. The decisive stroke in these fights, extending over months, happened on 20 August 636. With this terrible defeat of the Byzantines on the Yarmouk, the fate of Syria was permanently decided. The last troops of Heraclius, collected with much trouble, had been thus completely destroyed, and the immediate advance of the Arabs on Damascus rendered impossible every attempt to collect others. Thus Damascus was occupied a second time by the Arabs in the autumn of the same year, and this time finally. The government of Medina had, as we have already seen, attempted for about the space of a year to introduce a systematic occupation of the country in place of the form of planless raids. This policy made it necessary that the army of occupation should have a supreme commandant, who should at the same time act as vice-regent of the caliph. At the outset, Khalid, on account of his qualities, had acquired the senior rank, was confirmed in this position, but in the brilliant general, he was entirely wanting the diplomatic art of a pacificator attaining his ends by statesmanlike compromises. For this position, one of the foremost men of the theocracy was required, an absolute confidant of the caliph. Omar selected Abi Ubaidah, one of the oldest and most esteemed of his companions, of whom we know that, for instance, at the death of the prophet, he had played an important part. His task in face of the autocratic army leaders was a difficult one. He arrived in Syria just before the Battle of the Yarmouk, but was prudent enough to leave at this critical stage of the supreme command for this battle to Khalid, who was so minutely acquainted with the conditions. Thereupon, however, he himself intervened, distributed the various military commandants throughout the entire land, and then personally advanced in company with Khalid towards the north. Kazbek, Emesa, Aleppo, Antioch, and the Arabian tribes residing in the north of Syria put no difficulties in the way of the conquest. The town of Kinnisrin, Chalcis, alone was less easily dealt with. From northern Syria, Ilyat ibn Khan was then subsequently detached to the east, and he subjected Mesopotamia, 639 to 646, without meeting with much opposition. To the north, however, the Amanis formed for centuries the more or less constant boundary of the caliph's dominions. In the meantime, i.e., in the course of the years 636 and 637, Shurabil and Yazid had finally occupied the remainder of the interior and most of the towns on the coast. Amir was less fortunate and invested Jerusalem in vain. The stubborn Caesarea also remained for a time closed to the Arabs. It is no matter of chance that just these two strongly Hellenized towns should have held out. Their resistance gives us a clue to explain the rapid successes of the Arabs. The military power of the emperor was certainly broken, and he lacked both men and money. But it was of much greater moment that everywhere in Syria, where Semites dwelled, the Byzantine rule was so deeply hated that the Arabs were welcomed as deliverers, as soon as there was no need further to fear Heraclius. To cover his enormous debts, Heraclius had been compelled to put on the fiscal screw to its utmost tension. In addition to this domestic pressure, there was added that of religion. The church policy of Heraclius, the introduction of the monotheletic Iracon, became a persecution of monophysites and Jews. In addition to this religious division, there was now further the natural reaction of the Semitic element against the foreign rule of the Greeks. And the Muslims, on the other hand, the numerous Christian Arab tribes, and even the Arameans, too, welcomed blood relations. The tribute, moreover, demanded by the Arabs was not heavy, and finally the Arabs permitted complete religious freedom. In fact, for political reasons, they rather encouraged heterodox tendencies. Thus, after the Arabs had vanquished the tyrants, the land fell peacefully into their own possession. The resistance of Jerusalem and Caesarea affords the text of this theory, but both of these towns were entirely Hellenic and Orthodox. Even these towns, however, were unable to maintain their position for any length of time, and Jerusalem capitulated as early as 638. Caesarea did not fall until October 640 into the hands of Bara Awa, and yet only through treachery. Even before the fall of Jerusalem, the Caliph Omar had paid a visit to Syria. His appearance there was the result of the policy of occupation followed by Medina. The headquarters of the Muslim army was at that time still at Jabaya, a little to the north of the Yarmouk battlefield. To this spot, Omar summoned all his military commanders, presumably to support Abu Ubaidah in his difficult task with the authority of the Caliph. Apart from this, however, it was desired to lay down uniform principles for the treatment of the subjected peoples, i.e., to define the difficult problem which we of modern times call native policy. Further, the disposition of the money coming in and the whole administration needed an initial regulation, or rather sanction. Later tradition considers Omar the founder of the theoretical system of the ideal Muslim state, but incorrectly so, as will be shown later. At the same time, an initial regulation then certainly took place. On the termination of his work of reorganization, Omar visited Jerusalem, proceeding thence on his return journey to Medina. Abu Ubaidah remained in the country as Omar's representative, but was not destined to remain in office much longer, for in the year 639, when many thousands from the ranks of the victors succumbed to a fearful epidemic of plague, Abu Ubaidah was also carried off by it, as was also his successor in office, Yazid, a short time later. Yazid's brother, Marwa ibn Abi Sufyan, was then nominated to the succession by Omar, and in him the man appears at the head of Syria who was destined later in his own person to transfer the caliphate to Damascus, a development which in its slow preparation is as clear as noonday. The whole course of the Muslim expeditions in Iraq shows that the policy of the caliphs was entirely determined by consideration for Syria. After the unfortunate battle of the Bridge, not only the government but also the tribes were still more cautious towards Iraq expeditions. It was only the eager efforts of Mahomet, of the Bakir tribe, that finally succeeded in gaining the sanction of the Caliph to a new raid, and then only after the first conquest of Damascus. But there was a dearth of warriors. None cared much to proceed to Iraq, and it was only on the grant of special privileges that a few Yemenites consented to prepare for the march. In the meantime, the Persians, who for over a year had not followed up their advantage in the Battle of the Bridge, had crossed the Euphrates under Miran. But Mathana, with his auxiliaries from Medina, succeeded in defeating them at Buab, October or November 635. With his weak forces, he could not, however, think of following up this small victory, and Omar at that time required all available troops for Syria, where the great army of Heraclius was advancing towards the Battle of the Yarmouk. It was not until after this latter decisive victory that the Caliph paid greater attention to the Iraq. Here also the first thing to be done was the dispatch of a general representative, or vice-regent, for which position Sada ibn Waqas was selected. To get the necessary troops, however, for an energetic attack was still attended with great difficulty. Sa'id took the whole of the winter, 636 to 637, to assemble a few thousand men around him. Of the Arabian hordes, incited by religious enthusiasm, according to the customary European traditions, we could find little but trace. In the meantime, the Persians, alarmed by their own defeat at Buab, and still more by the terrible collapse of the Byzantine rule in Syria, decided to take energetic steps against the Arabs. The administrator of the kingdom, Rustam, assumed the command personally and crossed the Euphrates on the borders of the cultivated land at Qadisiyah. Sa'id and Rustam stood for a long time facing each other. Of the size of their respective armies, we know nothing positive. The Arabs were certainly not more than 5,000 to 6,000 strong, including Christians and heathens, and the numerical superiority of the Persians cannot have been considerable. More by chance than from any tactical initiative, the two armies became engaged in combat, and in one day the Persian army was routed and its leader slain, May to June 637. And now the fertile black land, Sawad, of Iraq, lay open to the Arabs. Conditions exactly similar to those in Syria caused the Aramaic peasants to greet the Arabs as deliverers. Without meeting with any noteworthy opposition, the Saracens pushed on as far as the Tigris, whither they were attracted by the rich treasure of the Persian capital, Ctesiphon, or as the Arabs called it, the city complex, or Madani. The right bank of the Tigris was abandoned and the floating bridges broken up. A ford having been disclosed to the Arabs, the residue of the garrison followed in the wake of Yezdograd and his court, who immediately after the battle had sought the protection of the Iranian mountains. The city opened its gates and fabulous booty fell into the hands of the Arabs. After a few weeks of quiet and no doubt somewhat barbaric enjoyment, they had again to make one more stand on the fringe of the mountains at Julala. This also ended victoriously for them, and with that the whole of Iraq was thus in their hands. Here also it was no matter of chance that the expansion of the Arabs first came to a standstill at the mountains, where the line was drawn between the Semitic and the Aryan elements of the population. Only the province of Khuzestan, the ancient Alam, caused some trouble still. Hither the Arabs appear to have proceeded from the south of the Marsh district, on the insignificant raids of the boundary tribes there, encouraged by Medina, assumed after the battle of Qadisiyah. A more serious character started from the newly founded base at Basra. The chief seat of government was not placed at Ctesiphon, but by express command of the Caliph at Kufa, near Hira, and this was developed into a great Arabian military camp, intended to form the main citadel of Muslim Arabianism, as against foreign Persian culture. Later, the ancient Basra attained an independent position alongside of Kufa. The rivalry of the two places sets its impress both on the politics and on the intellectual life of the following century. It was not until after these stupendous victories of Yarmouk and Qadisiyah that the great Arabian migrations assumed their full development, For now even those tribes who were but little disposed to Islam were compelled to wander forth in order to seek their happiness in those cultivated lands, which, as rumors told them, were only to be compared with paradise itself. Now it was that the momentous change took place to which reference has been made at the outset. Now it was that Islam no longer represented dependence on Medina, as it did in the time of Mahomet and Abu Bakr, but from this time forward it represented the ideal of the common universal empire of the Arabs, and at this stage the further expeditions became systematic conquests, in which usually whole tribes participated. A first step in this direction was to round off the empire, combining the Syrian and Iraq provinces by the conquest of Mesopotamia. The expedition, begun from Syria as a starting point, was completed from Iraq with the capture of Mosul, 641. A systematic conquest of this description was especially called for in regard to Iraq, but this province could not be regarded as secure as long as its recovery might be attempted, and at this juncture a strong reaction against the Arabs actually set in. The opposition which the Basris in Khuzestan met with, and which only ceased on the conquest of Tustar, 641, was probably in connection with the activity of the fleeing Yezdegerd and his followers, who summoned the whole of the Iranians to battle against the Arabs. The Basris and troops from Kufa had already cooperated systematically in Khuzestan, and similar tactics followed now on Persian soil, where the decisive battle was fought in the year 641 at Nehewon, in the neighborhood of the ancient Ekbatana. The Arabs gained a great victory. The dense garland of praise which legendary lore has woven around it shows how much it depended for the Muslims on this victory. But even after this victory, the Arabs were not yet masters of the great Medinan towns, as Hamadan, Ra'i, and Isfahan. These were but slowly conquered during the next few years. Here, in fact, where they were not greeted as deliverers by kindred Semites, the Arabs had to withstand a stubborn national opposition. Yezdegerd himself certainly caused them no difficulties. After the battle of Nehewon, he had fled further and further away and had finally gone from Ishtikar to Mara to Khorasan. His satrap there was too narrow-minded to support his fallen superior, and in fact he treated him as an enemy. And in 651 to 652, the deserted and unfortunate potentate appears to have been assassinated. The Arabs did not reach Khorasan until the province of Fars, the actual Persia, was conquered. Fars could be reached most conveniently from the Persian Gulf. This expedition had therefore been undertaken with Bahrain as starting point, soon after the Battle of Qadisiyah. This made the third base of attack, together with Setiswan, Kufa, and Basra, from which the Arabs pushed forward into Iran. Later on, the conduct of this expedition passed into the hands of the troops coming from Basra, but also in Fars. The same stubborn resistance was met with, which was not broken till after the conquest of Ishtar in the year 649 to 650 by Abdallah ibn Amir. Following this up, Abdallah, especially assisted by the Taman and Becker tribes, began in the following year in advance, the first successful one toward Khorasan. This first and incomplete conquest of Persia took therefore more than 10 years, while Syria and Iraq fell in an astonishing short time into the hands of the Arabs. In Persia, Arabianism has never become national, and whilst a few centuries later the other countries spoke the Arabian tongue, the Persian vernacular and the national traditions were still maintained in Persia. The religion of Islam, moreover, underwent later in Persia a development completely differing from the Orthodox Islam. Even today, Persia is the land of the Shia. By reason of the great conquests in Syria and Iraq, the capital Medina was no longer the center of the new empire. Byzantine Egypt lay close by, and from Egypt a reconquest of Syria Even an attack on Medina itself might be regarded as by no means impossible. Besides Alexandria, the town of Closum Suez appears to have been a strong naval port. Probably all Egypt was then an important base for the fleet of the Byzantines and one of their principal dockyards. For the Arabians of the earlier times, it decidedly became such, and it appears not improbable that the conquest of Egypt was connected with the recognition that only the possession of a fleet would ensure the lasting retention of the new acquisitions. The Syrian coast towns, for instance, after the fruitless efforts to take Caesarea, this recognition was a matter of course. Apart from this, Egypt, a land rich in corn, must have been a more desirable land for the central government than the distant Iraq or Mesopotamia, for we find that soon after the conquest the growing needs of Medina were supplied by regular imports of corn from Egypt. It is therefore without doubt a non-historical conception when an Arabian source represents Egypt as having been conquered against the wishes of the Caliph. The conquest of Egypt falls in a period during which the occupation of new territories was carried out systematically, instead of by the former more or less casual raids. How much this undertaking was helped by the conditions in Egypt at the time was probably scarcely imagined in the Muslim camp. After the victories of Heraclius, a strong Byzantine reaction had followed the Persian rule, which had lasted about 10 years. Heraclius needed money, as we have already seen, and further, he hoped by means of a formula of union to put an end to the perpetual sectarian discord between the monophysites and their opponents, and thereby to give to the reunited kingdom one sole church. But the parties were already too strongly embittered one against the other, and the religious division had already been connected so closely with the political that the Iran remained without effect. The monophysite Egyptians probably never understood the proposed monotheist compromise at all, and always thought that it was desired to force the hated Chalcedonian belief on them. It was certainly no apostle of peace which brought the Iran to the Egyptians, but a grand inquisitor of the worst type. Soon after the reoccupation of Egypt, Heraclius, in the autumn of 631, sent Cyrus, the former bishop of Phasis in the Caucasus, to Alexandria as patriarch, and at the same time as head of the entire civil administration. In a struggle extending over 10 years, this man sought by the severest means to convert the Coptic Church to the Iranicon. The Coptic form of worship was forbidden, and its priests and organizations were cruelly persecuted. As if that were not sufficient, the same man, as a supporter of the financial administration, was compelled to add considerably to the burden of taxation in order to assist in paying the debts of the emperor already referred to. It is no wonder that this dreaded imperial representative and patriarch appeared to later Coptic tradition to be the veritable Antichrist. Most of all, he was blamed for surrendering Egypt to the Muslims. This Cyrus is, in fact, if we are not greatly deceived, the actual personage from whom the main traits of the figure of the Muqawqis, so surrounded by legendary lore of Muslim tradition, are taken. The problem of the Muqawqis is one of the most difficult ones in the whole history of the conquest of Egypt, which is throughout studded with problems. To the Arabians, the Muqawqis represents the ruler of Egypt, who concludes with them the capitulation treaties. This was, however, without doubt Cyrus, but numerous other isolated statements in the legend of the Muqawqis apply to him, although other historical personages appear to have been confused with him. A study of Coptic tradition first solved the problem insofar as it identified the Muqawqis unhesitatingly with Cyrus. Whether in this obscure name, a Byzantine title, a nickname, or a designation of descent is hidden, must remain for the present unelucidated. The conqueror of Egypt was Amir ibn al-Az, already known to us from the Syrian campaign, a man of great personal authority in the theocracy, but by no means a sanctimonious man. and perhaps less a great general, even if he gained his laurels, than an excellent organizer and a Machiavellian politician, with strong traces of heathenism or of general Arabian egotism. In December 639, Amir appeared on the eastern boundary, at that time rather denuded of troops, and about a month later conquered Pelusium, January 640, with only 3,000 to 4,000 men. Amir was unable to venture on a decisive battle until reinforcements to the number of about 5,000 had joined him under the leadership of Zubair, the celebrated companion of the Prophet. With these he defeated the Byzantines, commanded by the Augustulus Theodorus, in the Battle of Heliopolis, July 640, this being followed up quickly by the occupation of one of the suburbs of Babylon, not far distant from the Cairo of today. Babylon was not the capital of Egypt, it is true, but owing to its commanding position at the head of the delta, leading towards Alexandria, it was the most important position in the country, and was correspondingly well fortified. The citadel of Babylon held out accordingly for a considerable time still. Cyrus, who appears to have been besieged there, entered into negotiation with Amir, in spite of rather strong opposition to this course in his own camp, and then quitted Egypt to obtain from the emperor a ratification of the provisional treaty agreed upon with Amir. Heraclius was incensed to the utmost, and Cyrus was accused of treachery and banished. Shortly afterwards, 11 February 641, the emperor died. The relief of Babylon now appeared impossible. Even before this, the most pernicious intrigues with the Muslims had been carried on in Egypt, and now it was plainly to be seen that the death of the emperor would fan into new life old passions, which in fact actually occurred. During the next few years, the idea of any strong advance against the Saracens could not be entertained. Thus the citadel of Babylon capitulated in April 641. Therewith the eastern delta and upper Egypt lay in the hands of Amir. He thereupon crossed the Nile and, following the western branch of the river, advanced slowly towards Alexandria, capturing on his way the episcopal see of Niku, which capitulated on 13 May. Treachery and fear smoothed the way for him, but nevertheless he appears to have met with quite energetic opposition in Alexandria. He was, it is true, able to obtain possession temporarily of the vicinity of the town, but for the time being there could be no idea of subduing the great, strong Alexandria. As to the slow extension of the Muslim power in the remainder of Egypt, we are not very well informed. End of section 52. Section 53 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 2, The Rise of the Saracens and the Foundation of the Western Empire, The Expansion of the Saracens, the East, Part 4 by C.H. Becker. In the confusion following on the death of Heraclius, the war party, represented as regards Egypt by the Augustulus Theodorus, appears to have gained the supremacy in Constantinople. Then, however, probably at the instigation of the Empress Martina, who was weary of the perpetual wars with the Saracens, Cyrus was again dispatched to Egypt to arrange a capitulation with Amir under the most favorable conditions. Cyrus returned to Alexandria 14 September 641, and his further policy is not quite clear. In any case, contrary to his former actions, he was most compliant to the Copts, and it is not improbable that he aimed at an Egyptian primacy under Arabian suzerainty. In the autumn, without the knowledge of the Alexandrians, he concluded the definite treaty with Amir, in accordance with which the city was to be evacuated by the Greeks not later than 17 September 642. But for a stipulated tribute, the residents would guarantee their personal safety and the safety of their property, together with full freedom in the exercise of their religion. The patriarch ran some risk of being lynched when this contract first became known, but he then appears to have convinced the people of its expediency. The Greeks quitted the town, and it was actually given over to the Saracens at the appointed date. Cyrus did not live to see this, for he died previously, 21 March 642. The capital of Egypt having fallen, Amir decided also to cover his flank. He therefore undertook in the following winter, 642 to 643, an expedition to the Pentapolis, and occupied Barca without striking a blow. Alexandria was, however, no more selected as the seat of the new government than Ctesiphon had previously been chosen for this purpose. The policy of the Caliph was to isolate the Arabian element in the foreign land, and the Saracens therefore built for themselves a city of their own, near to the ancient Babylon, on the eastern bank of the Nile, in a similar way to their procedure at Kufa and Basra. Their camp was called by the Greeks Phosaton, i.e. the camp, which name was transmuted in the Arabian idiom into Fostat, a tent. The list of the various quarters which has been transmitted to us affords a good idea of the tribes taking part in the conquest of Egypt. For the most part, they were from South Arabia. We shall not be inaccurate if we date the commencement of Fostat even before the evacuation of Alexandria, 642. The conqueror of Egypt met the same fate as his great Syrian colleague Khalid. Omar did not choose to allow his various lieutenants to become too powerful, unless he was absolutely sure of them. He appears, therefore, shortly before his death, to have transferred Upper Egypt as an independent province to Abdallah ibn Sa'd bin Abi Sar. Abdallah was probably more of a financier than a warrior. He remitted more to the central exchequer, but had no personal authority with the troops. After Omar's death, Othman placed him also in authority over Lower Egypt and recalled Emir. When, however, after the restoration of order in Constantinople, a Byzantine fleet under the command of Manuel suddenly appeared before Alexandria, and the town rose in rebellion 645, Abdallah was helpless. At the instigation of the troops, Othman sent back the tried and trusted Emir, who in a very short time drove the Byzantines out of the country and retook Alexandria, this time by force in 646. Immediately after this success, however, he was compelled again to relinquish the province to Abdallah, as he refused with scorn to retain the military command without the civil administration. Personal enrichment to some extent, and that has always been the principal aim of the heroes of the conquest, was only possible by manipulation of the taxes, and Abdallah was a foster brother to the Caliph. Still, it must be admitted that Abdallah was not without merit, not only in regard to the taxes, but also in the extension of the boundaries. Thus, for instance, he regulated the conditions of the Upper Egyptian border by treaty with the Nubians, April 652, and on the western side he advanced as far as Tripolis. His greatest achievement, however, was the extension of the fleet. Here he joined the efforts of Muawiyah in Syria, who himself built ships. The main dockyard, however, appears to have been Alexandria, and in all the great sea fights we find a cooperation of Egyptian and Syrian vessels. Arabian tradition neglects their maritime expeditions to a surprising extent, but Western sources have always emphasized this feature of the Arabian success in warfare. The intelligence gathered from the papyri during the last few years shows that the care for the building and manning of the fleet was, at all events in Egypt at the end of the 7th century, one of the chief occupations of the administration. Muawiyah required the fleet first and foremost against Byzantium, for as long as the Greeks had command of the sea, no rest might be expected in Syria and as little in Alexandria. The first task for Muawiyah was to seize from the Byzantines their naval base, Cyprus, which lay dangerously near. The first maritime expedition of the Arabs was against Cyprus in the year 649, and this was attended with success. Aradus, which lay still nearer to Syria, was not taken till a year later. In 655, Morawiyah contemplated an expedition to Constantinople, in which Egyptian ships in considerable numbers took part. On the Lycian coast near Phoenix, the Dut es-Sawari of the Arabs, a great battle ensued, the importance of which is clear from the fact that the Byzantines were led in person by the Emperor Constans II. Either a certain Abu el-Awar acted as admiral of the Arab fleet, or according to other reports, the Egyptian governor Abdallah. Trustworthy details are missing. In any case, the battle resulted in a catastrophe comparable with the defeat on the Yarmouk. The powerful fleet of the Byzantines, supposed to be 500 ships strong, was completely destroyed, and the emperor sought refuge in flight. The Arabs, however, seem also to have sustained losses sufficient to prevent them from following up their victory by advancing on Constantinople. Fortunately for the Byzantines, Othman was murdered shortly afterwards, and thereupon began the struggle for the caliphate, which forced Marwah to conclude an ignominious peace with the Byzantines. Later on, Marwah took up afresh this expedition against the Byzantines, this time by water, and in Cilicia and Armenia. The Byzantine Armenia had been visited as far back as 642 by an expedition under Habib ibn Maslama in connection with the conquest of Mesopotamia and its capital, Derwin, north of the Araxes, had been temporarily occupied. Later expeditions were less fortunate, as an Armenian chief, Theodore, the ruler of the Rustunians, organized an energetic resistance, and after his first success was supported by Byzantium with troops, and also by the grant of the title Patricius. Later on, Theodore agreed with the Arabs and placed himself under their suzerainty. This caused a reaction of the Byzantine party, and thereupon a counter-demonstration of the Arabs, who pushed forward under Habib as far as the Caucasus. He was supported by a contingent from the conquered land of Persia, which advanced even beyond the Caucasus, but was there destroyed by the Khazars. In Armenia also, the Arabs could only hold their own until the beginning of the Civil War. After the reunion in Empire Sea and land enterprises, such as those already described, formed part of the yearly recurring duties of the government during the whole of the period of the Umayyads, and these enterprises were only discontinued during an occasional peace. From the papyri, we know that for the annual summer expedition, Ja'ish, Kupzol, special war taxes in kind were levied. Those regular expeditions were made in the Near East in two directions, on the one hand to the west to North Africa, and from 711 onwards to Spain, as we shall illustrate more fully in Chapter 12, and on the other hand to the north, embracing Asia Minor and Armenia. The conquest of Constantinople was, of course, the goal which was always present to the minds of the Arabs. More than once, too, they came very near to the attainment of their plan. Twice under Morawiyah, the first occasion being principally a land expedition under Fadala, who conquered Chalcedon 668, and from thence in the spring of 669, in combination with the Caliph's son Yazid, who had advanced to his help, besieged Constantinople. These land expeditions were in vain, and equally so were the regular so-called 7 years' fights between the fleets of the two powers, these lasting from 674 or even earlier until the death of Morawiyah, 680, and taking place immediately before Constantinople, where the Arabs had secured for themselves a naval base. When at a later date, after the termination of the civil wars, the second great wave of expansion set in under the Caliph Walid, Constantinople again appeared attainable to them. The remarkable siege of Constantinople, which lasted at least a year, 716 to 717, took place, it is true, afterwards under Walid's successor, the Caliph Suleiman. This also ended unsuccessfully for the Arabs. The Arabian boundary remained as before mainly the Amanus and the Caucasus, and beyond that the limits of their dominion varied. But all these regular wars are connected in the closest degree with the internal history of the Byzantine Empire, and for this reason they are treated in detail elsewhere. Saracens in this quarter came rather early to the frontier, which for a considerable time they were destined not to cross. The connection of matters has compelled us, whilst reviewing the relations between the Saracens and the Byzantines, to anticipate other events in the dominions of the Caliphate. We now return to the reign of the Caliph Omar, under whom and his successor the expansion reached limits unchanged for a considerable time, for we cannot gain from the delineation of the mere outward expansion of the Saracens any satisfactory conception of the Arabian migration, which completely metamorphosed the political contour of the Mediterranean world. Even the interest of the student in the first instance, directed to the West, must not overlook the civil wars in the young Arabian world empire, for they are in even greater degree than either Byzantines or Franks responsible for bringing to a standstill the movement which threatened Europe. By doing so, we at the same time notice the beginnings of Muslim civilization. If we fail truly to estimate this, the continuity postulated at the commencement of our chapter becomes obscured, and the great influence of the East on Western countries in the Middle Ages remains incomprehensible. Omar died at the zenith of his life, unexpectedly struck down in the midst of his own community by the dagger of a Persian slave, 3 November 644, while Abu Bakr had decreed him as his successor simply by will. Because the succession was felt on all sides to be evident, the dying Omar did not venture to entrust any particular one of his fellow companions with the succession. This strict, conscientious, and sincerely religious man did not dare in the face of death to discriminate between the candidates, all of whom were more or less incompetent. He therefore nominated a board of election, Shura, composed of 6 of the most respected of his colleagues, with the instruction to select from their midst the new caliph. Ali, Othman, Sabir, Talia, Sa'id ibn Abi Waqqas, and Abdallah Rahman ibn Auf had now to decide the fate of Islam. After long hesitation, they agreed on Othman, probably because he appeared to be the weakest and most pliable, and each of them hoped to rule, first through him and afterwards in succession to him. This choice looks like a reaction. They had had enough of Omar's energetic and austere government, for he upheld the autocratic power of the representative of the Prophet, even as against the proudest and most successful generals, probably less from personal ambition than from religious and political conviction. They speculated correctly, but they overlooked the fact that in a race to profit by the weakness of Othman, his own family had a start which could not be overtaken. Othman was, however, an Umayyad, i.e., he belonged to the old Becker aristocracy, who for a long time were the chief opponents of the Prophet, but who, after his victory, had with fine political instincts seceded to his camp and had even migrated to Medina, in order to emulate the new religious aristocracy created by Mahomet. In this they succeeded only too well, but they counted among them men of remarkable intelligence, with whom the short-sighted intriguers, the honest blusterers, and the pious unpolitical members of the circle of companions could not keep up. They now induced Othman, who had at once nominated his cousin Marwan ibn al-Hakim to be the omnipotent Secretary of State, to fill all the positions of any importance, of any value on Umayyads or their partisans. Later on, Othman was reproached on all sides with this nepotism, which caused great discontent through the entire empire. To this discontent there was added an increasing reaction against the system of finance, founded by Omar and carried on without alteration by Othman. The lust of booty had led the Arabs out to battle, and the spoils belonged to them after deduction of the so-called prophet's fifth. But what was to be done with the enormous landed property which victors in such small numbers had acquired, and who was to receive the tribute paid yearly by the subjected peoples? Payment of this money to the respective conquerors of the individual territories would have been the most logical method of dealing with it, but with the fluctuations in the Arabian population, this plan would have caused insuperable difficulties, apart from which it would have been, from a statesman's point of view, extremely unwise. Omar therefore founded a state treasury. The residents of the newly formed military camps received a fixed stipend. The surplus of the receipts flowed to Medina, where it was not indeed capitalized, but utilized for state pensions, which the Caliph decreed according to his own judgment to the members of the theocracy, graduated according to rank and dignity. Under the impartial Omar, this was not disagreeable to any, the more especially as, at that time, the gains from the booty were still very large. But when under Othman, these gains dwindled and became ever smaller, this state treasury appeared to the Arabian provincial tribes as an oppression of the provinces. The nepotism of Othman increased the opposition, and it finally found expression in open revolt. These fanatical partisans were of opinion that Othman was the man against whom the real holy war should be waged. The Kufa men were first to rebel against the governor nominated by Othman. 655. With unaccountable weakness, Othman immediately abandoned his representative. The Egyptians were the most energetic in their protest, and started from Medina in April 655 to the number of about 500. The disquiet which was simmering on all sides was secretly fomented by the disappointed companions in Medina. They were the real plotters who made use of the discontent of the provincials. When, after long discussions, the Egyptians besieged Othman in his own house, these companions looked on inactively, or at the most excused themselves by a few pretended maneuvers. But in fact they were not displeased when the rebels stormed the house and slew the defenseless old Caliph whilst at prayer. 17 June 655. From this time onward, fate took its own course. Among the Medina companions, Ali was now doubtless the nearest claimant to the caliphate, and some even went so far as to render him homage. On the other hand, would he not certainly appear to all the Umayyads, and especially to the powerful governor of Syria, as the murderer of Othman? Owlivia was firmly established in Syria, and was in a position to venture under this pretext, to him probably more than a pretext, to dispute the caliphate even with the son-in-law of the prophet. The Umayyads, moreover, were not the only enemies that Ali had to contend with. His former allies, Zubair and Talia, who were at least as much to blame as he, roused the people against him, and this was done even more determinedly by the prophet's widow, Aisha, who had always been opposed to him. They were supported by the Basra tribes, whilst Ali sought support with the Kufa people. Near Basra, the quarrel came to a decision in the so-called Camel Battle, which takes its name from the fact that Aisha, in accordance with old Arabian custom, was present at the battle in a camel palanquin, as a sacred sign of war. Ali conquered, and Aisha part was played out. Talia and Zubair were killed in the fight, 9-7, 656. Ali was thus master of Iraq, and Kufa became his residence. Hereupon, Arabia ceased to be the center of the empire, and Medina sank to the status of a provincial town, in which piety and easygoing elegance had the necessary quiet for development. The history of Near Asia, however, again resolved itself, as it did before Islam, into the opposition between Iraq and Syria. The two halves of the empire armed themselves with the fight for supremacy, Muslims against Muslims. At first, the better discipline of the Syrians and their higher culture carried the day. The recollection, however, of the brief political splendor of Iraq formed the basis for a movement which was destined to gain strength, which a century later swept away the rule of the Umayyads. Once more was the capital of the latest Asiatic world power transferred to Babylon. End of section 53.